Huang Xiaolong's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the evolving dragon holy prince, Yang Rong. A smile formed on his face as he continued, "Are you challenging me to a life or death battle in the central holy arena?" Huang Xiaolong deliberately emphasized the part about the life and death battle. Tan Hongyi sneered, "That's right. Senior brother Yang Rong and I are ranked among the weakest talents in the evolving dragon holy ground. Huang Xiaolong, are you afraid to take us up on the challenge? Oh, with your trashy talent, there's no way you would dare to accept our challenge anyway. It's all right to be afraid of death." Upon forcing the blood to rush up his face, Huang Xiaolong pushed his acting skills to the maximum as he forced his face to contort. As though Tan Hongyi had managed to successfully anger him, Huang Xiaolong raged, "I'm no coward. Fine. I shall accept your life and death challenge in the central arena." Stopping for a second to catch his breath, Huang Xiaolong snapped, "I'm afraid your evolving dragon holy ground won't be able to sit still when I end your life." An uncomfortable expression appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face when he brought up his worry. Hearing that Huang Xiaolong had accepted the challenge, Yang Rong rejoiced in his heart. He couldn't control his laughter as he snickered, "Ha ha ha! Huang Xiaolong, I only have myself to blame if you manage to kill me. I promise you that my evolving dragon holy ground wouldn't get involved in the matter." Despite his words, Yang Rong sneered in his heart. "How can a piece of shit like you kill me? Don't make me laugh." He had received a voice transmission from Zhang Tian that Huang Xiaolong's complete Dao Saint Godhead was ranked in the 3,500. As for his saint bloodline and saint physique, no one knew how strong they were. Whatever it was, they wouldn't be too overpowered considering his complete Dao Saint Godhead. With his dragon-swallowing Saint Godhead ranking in the 2,700 and his Saint Bloodline and Saint Physique ranked in the 2,800, killing Huang Xiaolong would be nothing more than flipping his palm. Zhang Tian hastily followed up when he saw that the other party had accepted the challenge. "Huang Xiaolong, you can rest assured. I promise you that the evolving dragon holy ground won't hold you accountable." Tan Hongyi, Chu Jiangmeng, and the others quickly chimed in. As though he was afraid that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't accept his terms, Zhang Tian added, "If the evolving dragon holy ground planned to pin the matter on you, I'll take the blame." Watching Zhang Tian's performance, Huang Xiaolong chuckled in his heart. Soon, Huang Xiaolong named his terms. According to the terms of the battle, everything on Yang Rong's body would belong to him after the battle, and that the other party had to take out 100 mid-grade Supreme Divine Treasures and 100 Supreme Divine Armors if he won. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong also requested for the Zhang family to hand over Feng Tianyu's beloved female disciple. Without thinking too much about it, Zhang Tian and the others agreed. Even if the Supreme Divine Armor and treasures were the entire fortune of other families, they were nothing but a drop in a bucket to the Zhang family. Moreover, Zhang Tian even promised that he would release Feng Tianyu's disciple regardless of the outcome. Seeing as Zhang Tian was extremely willing to agree to his terms, Huang Xiaolong decided to push his luck. "It's only been a short time since I entered the Holy Gate. My finances are limited, and I want half of the divine pills, jade stones, and holy bills in the Zhang family's treasury." "What?" Zhang Tian and the others stared at him in shock. A trace of rage finally appeared in Zhang Tian's heart when he heard Huang Xiaolong's terms. Huang Xiaolong was effectively the embodiment of greed. How dare he ask for half the treasury of the Zhang family? Even if one wanted to kill himself, he shouldn't set his sights on the Zhang family's treasury. In the past tens of billions of years, the Zhang family had been the wealthiest family in the Holy Ground. The number of resources they had hoarded was an amount Zhang Tian himself was unable to fathom. Right now, Huang Xiaolong had requested for half of it without batting an eyelid. Even the sect chief of the revered River Divine sect, Fan Fan, along with Yang Rong, and the others felt that Huang Xiaolong was out of his mind. "You..." Zhang Tian was about to throw a barrage of curses at Huang Xiaolong when the forefather of the Zhang family, Zhang Wuji, spoke. "All right, this old man will agree to Holy Prince Huang Xiaolong's request." "What?" Zhang Tian, Fan Fan, and the others stared at Lord Zhang with a look of disbelief. Forefather Jiang actually agreed to his request. Forefather, you? Jiang Tian couldn't believe his ears as he stared at Jiang Wuji. Shaking his head, Jiang Wuji turned to face Huang Xiaolong. As long as Holy Prince Huang Xiaolong wins the battle, I'll bring out half of the treasury of my Jiang family. If his guess was right, half his treasury was a cheap price to pay to kill Huang Xiaolong. He could care less about the divine pills, jade stones, and holy bills stocked in the treasury. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong would only be able to walk away with the winnings if he won. Winning was basically impossible, and Jiang Wuji quickly made his decision. As long as you win, I'll agree to your request. When he spoke, he emphasized on the word win heavily. Are you done with your conditions? Jiang Tian could no longer endure Huang Xiaolong's endless greed, and he sent Huang Xiaolong a death stare. A chuckle escaped Huang Xiaolong's lips, and he ignored the killing intent coming from Jiang Tian's eyes. I have always been one to know contentment. Half of the Jiang family's treasury is enough for me. One to know contentment. Jiang Tian nearly blew up when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Even though he had no idea how much the treasury was worth, he knew that it was an astronomical amount. It was worth several trillion holy bills, and that was a rough estimate. Half of that was an unimaginable concept. Soon, Huang Xiaolong swore an oath to battle Holy Prince Yang Rong to the death, and they signed a battle agreement with their blood. As for Jiang Tian, Forefather Jiang Tanhongyi, and several other holy princes of the evolving dragon holy ground, along with Sect Chief Fan Fan and the rest, they served as the witnesses, and they signed on the battle challenge with their blood. The time of the battle was set for the very next day, and after Huang Xiaolong signed the letter of challenge, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Men, bring Huang Xiaolong to his quarters. Forefather Jiang summoned several attendants and sent him away. As soon as he left, Jiang Tian sneered, Huang Xiaolong, I'll let you live for another day. There is no way you will be able to win the battle tomorrow. The reason Huang Xiaolong had won against Huang Zhouping was an accident. No one believed that Huang Xiaolong was stronger than Holy Prince Yang Rong. After all, Yang Rong couldn't be compared to someone like Huang Zhouping. Jiang Wuji quickly turned to Yang Rong and laughed. Holy Prince Yang Rong, after you kill Huang Xiaolong tomorrow, I will give you 5 billion holy bills as remuneration for your troubles. No matter how heaven-defying Huang Xiaolong's talent was, it was impossible for him to improve so much in such a short amount of time. Even if they were right and he was able to refine his complete Tao Saint Godhead to a higher level, it was impossible for him to jump 2,000 ranks in a night. Jiang Wuji wasn't worried about the battle that was about to take place. Forefather Jiang is too kind. Chu Jiangmeng snorted. Huang Xiaolong doesn't know about junior brother Yang's talent. He probably thinks that he has a chance to win because junior brother Yang is ranked among the bottom few in our evolving dragon holy ground. Tan Hongyi laughed. Who cares about that? The day after tomorrow is Forefather Jiang's birthday. Killing Huang Xiaolong tomorrow will be a great gift to Forefather Jiang. Laughter filled the hall in an instant. Get people to spread the news. Forefather Jiang turned and spoke to the patriarch of the Jiang family. He wanted the experts of every single superpower to witness the battle that spelled certain death for Huang Xiaolong. He wanted them to see Huang Xiaolong's death with their eyes. With the various experts of the Central Holy Dynasty as his witnesses, even Li Wen wouldn't be able to do a thing to him. Yes, Forefather. The Jiang family patriarch replied and started to lay down his orders. In a flash, even those random sects that no one cared about received news about the life and death challenge going down between Huang Xiaolong and Yang Rong the next day. The Central Holy Dynasty's capital city erupted in an instant. Holy Prince Huang Xiaolong is going to battle Holy Prince Yang Rong to the death. Even though he is the Holy Prince of our Holy Gate, rumor has it that his talent is trash. His complete Tao Saint Godhead ranks in the 4,000, and he is the second weakest individual in the Holy Gate. How can a useless bastard like him agree to battle the Holy Prince of the evolving dragon holy ground to the death? If he loses, wouldn't he be dragging our reputation through the mud? If I were him, I would hide myself from the world. He's a fool for keeping such a high profile. Experts from super sects or families started to discuss fervently when they heard the news of the battle. Many shook their heads at Huang Xiaolong's foolishness. Since the news of Huang Xiaolong's duel with Huang Zhouping was sealed off by the Holy Gate, only several venerable level sects and top-tier families had managed to obtain information on the battle. Those first-rate and second-rate sects had no idea how strong Huang Xiaolong really was. Because of that, many people felt that Huang Xiaolong was a weakling with a rank of 4,000 Saint Godhead. Adding to the fact that the Zhang family was fanning the flames in the dark, everyone was mocking Huang Xiaolong on the streets. While the flames of battle were burning bright in the city, Feng Tianyu revealed bitter laughter when he looked at Huang Xiaolong in a luxuriously built courtyard. "Brother Huang, you hid yourself real deep." He would have never thought that Huang Xiaolong would be a holy prince of the Holy Gate. When the members of the Zhang family referred to Huang Xiaolong as the Holy Prince, he couldn't believe his ears. Even now, he hadn't gotten over his shock. Huang Xiaolong laughed in response. "Brother Tianyu, I didn't hide anything from you. You didn't ask." Feng Tianyu scratched his head awkwardly. "That's true." However, a trace of worry appeared in his eyes in the next instant. "Brother Huang, are you really going to battle to the death tomorrow?" Huang Xiaolong crossed his arms as he straightened his back. "Don't worry about me. I never do things I'm not confident about." Feng Tianyu finally managed to calm down when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. In the lower worlds, he had sparred with Huang Xiaolong for 1,000 years, and he was extremely clear on Huang Xiaolong's personality. The night passed uneventfully, and sunlight quickly fell on the lands. Under the brilliant rays of the sun, the city seemed to be painted in a resplendent golden hue. In the morning, Zhang Wuji and the others appeared to greet Huang Xiaolong. "Holy Prince Huang Xiaolong, are you ready for the battle?" Zhang Wuji revealed a 1,000-watt smile when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. "If you're ready, we can head over to the central arena now." Huang Xiaolong stared indifferently at Zhang Wuji's smiling face. "Was Forefather Zhang afraid that I would choose to run away? Is there a need to summon so many experts to surround my residence?" Shaking his hand hastily, Zhang Wuji chuckled. "There's no such thing. Your Highness's safety is of the utmost priority, and I was afraid some people would carry out a sneak attack on you. I only deployed my men to protect your Highness, and I never thought that you would misunderstand." This old man didn't think things through. Huang Xiaolong was too lazy to bother with Zhang Wuji, and he quickly dismissed the matter. With Feng Tianyu and 4 guardians, he left the courtyard. The smile on Zhang Wuji's face stiffened, and he turned to follow behind Huang Xiaolong. They left the Zhang family's headquarters as they headed towards the central arena. A never-ending crowd filled the streets as they made their way to the arena, and soldiers of the Central Holy Dynasty lined the streets along with experts of various sects. Due to the presence of the guardians, no one dared to behave out of line, and everyone moved about in an orderly manner. The moment Huang Xiaolong and Zhang Wuji appeared, chaos broke out along the streets. Various experts pointed at Huang Xiaolong and cussed him out while they mocked him for being unaware of his own strength. Looking at the crowd before him, Huang Xiaolong turned to Zhang Wuji and said, "Your Zhang family is pretty good at broadcasting information." Huang Xiaolong would rather be beaten to death than to believe that the Zhang family had nothing to do with this. Zhang Wuji chuckled. "The head of the families present should be the ones to leak the news. I had nothing to do with it." Huang Xiaolong laughed coldly in his mind when he saw how Zhang Wuji was trying to push all the responsibilities away. Soon, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the central arena as he rode on the back of the golden pig treasure. The central arena wasn't too far away from the Central Holy Dynasty's imperial palace. It was erected in the middle of massive training grounds. Stone plaques lined the training grounds, and every single one of them recorded down legendary battles that had taken place in the central arena. In order to battle in the central arena, one had to obtain permission from the Emperor of the Central Holy Dynasty. Due to the importance of the arena and the legacies it laid down, it was a sacred land. Of course, that only applied to ordinary warriors. With the identities of Huang Xiaolong and Yang Rong, they didn't need to apply for permission. No matter the outcome, a battle in the central arena was an honor one could wear for a lifetime. A golden plaque lay close to the central arena, and it was several tens of thousands of feet tall. It was crafted with spiritual jade stone and metal essence where the names of the winners would be carved onto. Anyone who won would have their name carved into the golden plaque by the emperor himself, giving them endless glory. Of course, that only applied to ordinary cultivators. As holy princes, Huang Xiaolong and Yang Rong could care less. When Huang Xiaolong arrived, Zhang Tian, Tan Hongyi, Yang Rong, and the rest were already present. Brother Huang Xiaolong, did you sleep well? Yang Rong snickered, and those who didn't know would mistake them for best friends. Of course not. I was thinking of different ways to kill you today. I wonder what's the most enjoyable way to end your life. No matter how I think about it, I can't seem to think of a good one. Why don't you give me a suggestion on how you want to die? Yang Rong's expression sank when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Killing intent burst out from his eyes, and he raged, "Hee hee! Huang Xiaolong, there is no need to trouble yourself. In fact, you'll soon learn of the most enjoyable way to die." "Is that so?" Huang Xiaolong chuckled softly. Staring at the four guardians behind Huang Xiaolong, Yang Rong stepped into the void before him and leaped onto the arena. "Huang Xiaolong, get up here and face your death." Unlike Yang Rong's flashy way of jumping onto the arena, Huang Xiaolong walked up without much fanfare. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong had entered the arena, Zhang Tian, Zhang Wuji, and the others heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts as a sinister smile formed on their faces. Huang Xiaolong, die! Yang Rong didn't waste any time as his figure blurred the moment Huang Xiaolong appeared. He was itching to attack as he sent a punch flying towards Huang Xiaolong in an instant. The moment his fist shot out, dragon chi swept through the area and turned into majestic dragons that soared through the skies. Sealing the space Huang Xiaolong was in, there was no chance for him to escape. Boom! Huang Xiaolong was blown away by the dragon chi, and he was thrown to a corner of the stage. Feng Tianyu felt his heart skipping a beat when he saw what happened. Zhang Tian, Zhang Wuji, Tan Hongyi, and the others were the exact opposite as they revealed brilliant smiles. Nice! Chu Jiangmeng clapped and roared with laughter. Junior brother Yang Rong's dragon fist was well executed. Amazing! When he was pushed away and slammed into the gates of the Zhang family by Huang Xiaolong's guardian previously, he had felt extremely humiliated. Right now, he felt as though Yang Rong had helped to regain his honor when he blew Huang Xiaolong away. The guardians felt tear hearts leaping to their throats when they saw what happened. They were like Feng Tianyu, and they didn't expect for Huang Xiaolong to be on the losing end the moment the battle started. Moreover, they had tried to persuade Huang Xiaolong the night before. When they had seen his adamant attitude to participate in the battle, they could only back down. However, Huang Xiaolong was sent flying with a single move from Yang Rong. Even an idiot couldn't see the difference in strength. As the four guardians stared at each other and saw the unwavering determination in each other's eyes, they knew that they were thinking of the same thing. As soon as Huang Xiaolong lost the battle, they would interfere and save him at all costs. Li Wen had already given them the order to protect Huang Xiaolong regardless of the cost when they had left the headquarters. Even if they had to give up their lives, they had to protect Huang Xiaolong. Even if the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate were to be destroyed, Huang Xiaolong couldn't die. Yang Rong approached Huang Xiaolong slowly and sneered when he saw that it took a single attack to push Huang Xiaolong to the edge of the arena. Huang Xiaolong, weren't you thinking of killing me previously? What's wrong? Can't you stand up like a man to speak to me? Are your legs going soft? Ha ha ha. We said it a long time ago. Trash, like you should just hide in your holy gate. How dare you strut about in front of me? Huang Xiaolong slowly got to his feet, and the wounds on his body started to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye. Yang Rong wasn't surprised at all. After all, he had never felt that it was possible to kill Huang Xiaolong with a single move. A cold light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and the infinite brilliance divine dragon, Saint Godhead, started to rotate. In an instant, 7-colored dragon chi pierced into the skies and fused to form a 7-colored divine dragon. Infinite brilliance divine dragon, Saint Godhead, Tan Hongyi sneered. It's just a godhead ranked at 3,280. Zhang Tian, Zhang Wuji, and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong's godhead and heaved a sigh of relief. Even though his godhead had already surpassed their expectations, it wasn't by much. It was still a fair distance away from Yang Rong's dragon-swallowing Saint Godhead ranked in the 2700s. Now that they had confirmed the rank of Huang Xiaolong's godhead, there wasn't much left to take note of. Yang Rong sneered. Huang Xiaolong, is this your complete Tao Saint Godhead? I bet you have no idea what mine is. The dragon-swallowing Saint Godhead started to rotate, and massive devouring dragons appeared in the space above them. Dragon-swallowing Saint Godhead! The experts at the side yelled in excitement. Yang Rong was especially proud of himself, and he started to gloat. That's right. This is my dragon-swallowing Saint Godhead. It's ranked in the 2700s. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that my talent is lower than yours just because I'm ranked in the bottom in the evolving dragon holy ground? Hee. Are you starting to regret your actions? Ha ha ha. Are you feeling despair? Are you feeling helpless? Why don't you beg me to spare your life now? Yang Rong roared with laughter as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. Too bad it's too late for that. No amount of begging will help you. Yang Rong paused for a second to catch his breath before he continued. From the moment you stepped onto the arena, you sealed your fate. I'm going to trample on you. Awakening the saint bloodline and saint physique in him, azure scales formed around his body. Azure Dragon's saint bloodline. It's ranked in the 2800s among the saint bloodlines. Yang Rong didn't forget to flaunt his saint physique. It's the demonic dragon's saint physique. It's stronger than the Azure Dragon bloodline by quite a bit. Yang Rong slowly approached Huang Xiaolong as he suppressed the other party with his aura. Chu Jiangmeng, who was standing under the arena, chuckled happily. Junior brother Yang, don't kill him immediately. You have to trample on him for us to enjoy his pitiful screams. Senior brother Chu, you don't have to worry. Yang Rong sneered. I'll make this brat beg for death. As soon as the words left his lips, his figure blurred as he sent a punch flying towards Huang Xiaolong's face. Huang Xiaolong, I'll disfigure you right now. I hate seeing that stupid face of yours. He was indeed a little irritated that Huang Xiaolong was more handsome than him. The image of Huang Xiaolong being beaten into a pig head by him surfaced in his mind, and a burst of joy filled his heart. However, terrifying dragon might surged out of Huang Xiaolong's body in the next instant, shocking everyone present. Under the shocked gaze of everyone present, Huang Xiaolong transformed into a primordial blue divine dragon. Reaching out with a claw, Huang Xiaolong welcomed Yang Rong's punch. Boom! Pain shot up his arm, and Yang Rong felt his body trembling in pain. He was sent flying, and when he finally smashed into the ground, he saw that the skin on his fist was torn to shreds. Blood spewed from his lips. What? Jiang Tian, Jiang Wuji, and the others yelled in surprise. Feng Tianyu looked at the primordial blue, divine dragon in the arena as a smile formed on his face. Dragon race. Several family leaders couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Jiang Wuji quickly recovered from his shock, and he stared at Huang Xiaolong. No, he's not from the dragon race. Not from the dragon race? Jiang Tian and the others felt a little surprised. Like the family leaders in the crowd, they assumed that Huang Xiaolong was from the primordial divine dragon race when he transformed. How could he possibly transform into a primordial divine dragon if he wasn't from the dragon race? It was very clear that this wasn't a secret technique he performed. A weird light flashed in Jiang Wuji's eyes as he explained. Some special transformation happened to his body for him to be able to transform into a primordial divine dragon. Tan Hongyi laughed coldly and continued. Even if he turns into a primordial divine dragon, he won't be able to change the outcome. Junior brother Yang Rong is strong enough to suppress him regardless. He only managed to injure junior brother Yang because of a moment of carelessness. Chu Jiangmeng and the others quickly agreed. On the stage, Yang Rong leaped to his feet as he got rid of the bloodstains around his lips. He glared at Huang Xiaolong and revealed a sinister laugh. Good. I never thought that trash like you would be able to transform into a primordial divine dragon. This makes it all the more interesting. As dragon might gathered around him, Yang Rong's aura increased yet again. A dragon's horn slowly emerged from Yang Rong's forehead and long spikes grew out from his body. From afar, it seemed like he had transformed into a draconian. This is a holy martial art of the evolving dragon holy ground, called the Dragon Beast. Fan Fan yelled in shock. That's right. Junior brother Yang Rong cultivated the holy martial art, Dragon Beast, by soaking himself in dragon's blood. After 100,000 years, he managed to reach small completion and his strength doubled after his transformation. Killing Huang Xiaolong is nothing more than a flick of the wrist. Chu Jiangmeng laughed. Huang Xiaolong, get down here. Yang Rong roared with rage after his transformation. He glared at Huang Xiaolong as he leaped into the air to punch him. As dragon chi filled the air, a gale arose in the arena. A frosty light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes when he saw the transformation. Draconian? Dragon Beast holy martial art? I'll turn you into a dead dragon. Releasing an ear-shattering dragon roar, Huang Xiaolong activated all 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads and slapped down with his massive claw. Boom! Yang Rong, who was soaring in the sky to beat Huang Xiaolong down, was sent back down onto the stage. As the arena shook, Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate as he slapped down with his claws once again. Without suspense, the arena rumbled as Yang Rong's miserable cries broke through the air. Junior brother Yang Rong, Tan Hongyi, Chu Jiangmeng, and the others finally realized that things weren't going as planned, and their expressions changed. They were confident that Yang Rong would be strong enough to defeat Huang Xiaolong after transforming, but he was smashed into the ground right before their eyes. As Huang Xiaolong raised his claw, everyone saw that Yang Rong had turned into a human pancake as he laid sprawled on the ground. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to crush him with another strike, Chu Jiangmeng and the others roared with rage. Huang Xiaolong, how dare you? As soon as the words left their lips, they got ready to interfere with the battle. It was too bad that the guardians from the Holy Gate were ready to take action. Half-true saints like Tan Hongyi couldn't do a thing, as they were sent flying by the guardians, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. What? Jiang Tian, Jiang Wuji, and Fan Fan couldn't believe their eyes. Jiang Tian felt his world spinning. Tan Hongyi was the 3rd-ranked disciple in the evolving dragon holy grounds, and his talent and battle prowess were nothing to scoff at. He wasn't an ordinary half-true saint either. He had already completed his 2nd tribulation, and he was a 2nd tribulation half-true saint. With his talent, he should be able to challenge even 3rd tribulation half-true saints. No one would have thought that a single strike from the Holy Gate's guardian would send him flying. It was clear that the guardian was no pushover. Without the strength of a 4th tribulation half-true saint, he wouldn't be able to defeat Tan Hongyi with such ease. When Tan Hongyi was sent flying away from the arena, Huang Xiaolong's claw descended, and Yang Rong's miserable shriek rang through the skies. His already flattened body was no longer able to take the beating and blood sprayed across the stage. Junior brother Yang, Tan Hongyi and the rest screamed. Huang Xiaolong, if you release my junior brother right now, we'll give you 5 billion holy bills. Tan Hongyi crawled to his feet and exclaimed in shock. 5 billion? Is a holy prince of the evolving dragon holy ground only worth 5 billion holy bills? Huang Xiaolong sneered. Chu Jiangmeng roared. Huang Xiaolong, you better not overstep your boundaries. As soon as the words left Chu Jiangmeng's lips, Huang Xiaolong's claw slammed down again. Once again, the arena shook. Jiang Tian's expression changed, and if he were to allow the situation to continue to play out, Yang Rong would really die at Huang Xiaolong's hands. Yang Rong and the others were there to celebrate forefather Zhang's birthday, and if he were to die at Huang Xiaolong's hands in the central arena, the Zhang family would be held responsible. The evolving dragon holy ground would direct all their rage onto the Zhang family. Huang Xiaolong, if you release Holy Prince Yang Rong, there will be room for negotiation, Jiang Tian yelled. As long as you release him, we'll give you half of the Zhang family's treasury. You'll be able to get 5 trillion holy bills at the very least. 5 trillion. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a cold breath when they heard what Jiang Tian said. Even Fan Fan, the sect chief of the revered river divine sect, jumped in fright. As for the patriarchs of several smaller families, They nearly suffered from a stroke when they heard the amount. A smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. 5 trillion? That's a pretty big number indeed. Should I be thanking you for your generosity? Oh right, am I stupid? Didn't we already agree that you would take out half your treasures if I won anyway? Jiang Tian, are you stupid? Flashes of red and green appeared on Jiang Tian's face as killing intent spewed out from his eyes. What do you want? Jiang Tian couldn't help but suppressing the rage in his heart and asked. I want the entirety of your Jiang family's treasury. What? Jiang Tian, Jiang Wuji, and everyone else felt as though they heard him wrong. The various experts from the other factions couldn't help but stare at him in shock. You, Huang Xiaolong, you're going too far. Jiang Tian roared to the heavens, and it seemed as though he wouldn't be content if he couldn't peel off the skin from Huang Xiaolong's body. The accumulation of the Jiang family's treasury for the past several tens of billions of years was no small amount, and Huang Xiaolong wanted all of it. Going too far? Huang Xiaolong snorted. Since that's the case, I'll kill Yang Rong here and now. Alright, I gave you a chance to save him, but your Jiang family refused. I guess he'll die on behalf of your Jiang family. Huang Xiaolong raised Yang Rong into the air and devoured his saint godhead, saint bloodline, and saint physique in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Yang Rong turned into a fried-up corpse. Junior brother. Tan Hongyi and the others raged as they rushed towards the arena. Too bad they were stopped by the guardians of the Holy Gate. Very quickly, Huang Xiaolong completed the refinement process and he ground Yang Rong's body to dust. Looking at the enraged Tan Hongyi, Chu Jiangmeng, and the others, he smacked his hands together. It's the Jiang family's fault for choosing to abandon your junior brother. You saw it for yourself. I had nothing to do with this. It was clear that he had brought up the matter of taking the entire treasury because he knew that the Jiang family wouldn't accept it. His main goal was to ruin the relationship between the Jiang family and the evolving dragon holy ground anyway. Huang Xiaolong, stop sowing discord. Jiang Tian raged. You killed brother Yang Rong in the central arena, and this has nothing to do with my Jiang family. Tan Hongyi glared at Huang Xiaolong with bloodshot eyes and snarled. Huang Xiaolong, just you wait. Junior brother Yang won't die in vain. Cupping his fists to Jiang Tian and Jiang Wuji, he continued, Brother Jiang Tian, forefather Jiang, we shall no longer impose on you. He turned around and brought the members of the evolving dragon holy ground and left the very next instant. Even though they knew that Yang Rong's death had nothing to do with the Jiang family, Yang Rong was helping the Jiang family to deal with Huang Xiaolong. Since Jiang Tian had refused to save him, the Jiang family really couldn't maintain their innocence. A trace of rage had already appeared in Tan Hongyi's heart. After seeing that the members of the evolving dragon holy ground had left, Jiang Wuji and the others had no idea what to say. Jumping off the stage, Huang Xiaolong quickly approached Jiang Tian and Jiang Wuji with a brilliant smile on his face. Since I've won, I'll have to trouble forefather Jiang to give me half of your treasury. Oh yes, I should be able to save my friend's disciple now, right? The look on the faces of the Jiang family members was ugly to the extreme. Very quickly, Jiang Tian recovered from his anger, and he chuckled. Of course, I've already said that I'll release your friend's disciple no matter the outcome. A round-faced, large-eyed, obedient and quiet lady was released with a wave of his hand. Master! Xueqi! Feng Tianyu and the lady exclaimed in shock when they saw each other. As they rushed to embrace each other, everyone couldn't help but pause for a second to enjoy the touching scene before them. However, Feng Tianyu soon realized the problem. His expression changed, and a frosty expression appeared on his face. You! He realized that her lightning-attributed divine physique, divine bloodline, and godhead was... Xueqi revealed a sorrowful expression as she explained, Master, the members of the Jiang family crippled my physique, bloodline, and godhead yesterday. What? Feng Tianyu widened his eyes as he glared at the experts who were keeping her captive. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank as well. He glared at Jiang Tian and snapped, Jiang Tian, you didn't keep your promise. His anger was met with a playful chuckle from Jiang Tian. Huang Xiaolong, I had no idea that your friend's disciple would be turned into a cripple. Someone probably took matters into their own hands. When I capture him, I'll mete out the harshest punishment the Jiang family has to offer. Don't worry. I'll definitely give you an explanation for this matter. I promised you to release your friend's disciple, but I didn't say that I would be responsible for the injuries she suffered. A frosty light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Zhang Tian was basically wasting his time. Without an order from Zhang Tian, who would dare to cripple Xue Qi? As for his investigation, Huang Xiaolong knew that no matter how much time he gave Zhang Tian, there would never be any results. Even if he took 1,000,000 years, no culprit would be found. Turning to glare at Zhang Wuji, Huang Xiaolong continued, "The moment I discover the culprit, I'll hang his head won the gates of the Jiang family's main hall." Zhang Tian no longer held back his anger as he snapped at Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, who do you think you are? Do you really think that with Li Wen and the others behind you, my Jiang family won't be able to do a thing to you? Do you believe that I can't cripple you right here and now? Li Wen won't be able to do a thing to me." As soon as he spoke, the guardians from the Holy Gate took a step forward in unison. One of them growled, "Holy Prince Zhang Tian, you better watch what you say." A chilly light emerged from Zhang Tian's eyes. "Watch what I say? Who are you to speak to me about these matters? Guardians of the Holy Gate don't have the capabilities to reprimand me." Guardians of the Holy Gate. When everyone heard that those were the fabled guardians of the Holy Gate, they experienced no small amount of shock. Shouldn't the guardians of the Holy Gate be protecting the headquarters? Why were they sent to protect Huang Xiaolong? Light flashed through another guardian's eyes, and he spoke, "Holy Prince Zhang Tian, we know that you have arrived at the 7th Tribulation half-true Saint Realm. However, the 4 of us can still suppress you if we decide to." 7th Tribulation half-true Saint Realm. Everyone sucked in a cold breath when they heard what the guardian said. As the strongest holy prince in the Holy Gate, his strength was indeed unfathomable. There were some who believed that he was only at the 4th or even 5th tribulation. No one had expected him to be a 7th tribulation half-true saint. With his talent ranking in the top 100 holy princes in all the land, even 8th tribulation half-true saints wouldn't be able to take him on easily. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank. He knew that Zhang Tian was strong, but he had never expected him to be that strong. Peak of the 7th tribulation half-true saint realm. Would I even be able to catch up in 1,000 years? Zhang Wuji broke the silence all of a sudden with a laugh and interjected, "Guardians?" Zhang Tian's tongue slipped, "And he means no disrespect. I hope you can forgive him, and this old man will apologize in place of Zhang Tian." Zhang Wuji cupped his fist as he bowed to the guardians. Not accepting or denying the apology, the 4 of them looked at Huang Xiaolong. "Your Highness Huang Xiaolong, this old man shall bring you to the treasury now." Feng Tianyu hastily turned to Huang Xiaolong and persuaded, "Brother Huang, we should forget about the matter." Since Huang Xiaolong was able to rescue his disciple, he was already content. He didn't want to see Huang Xiaolong going head-to-head with the Zhang family for a small matter. It was also clear to him that the 4 guardians weren't 100% confident of suppressing Zhang Tian. There was the Zhang family standing at the side as well. Despite Zhang Wuji's deference, he was no weakling. If it came down to a fight, Zhang Wuji would definitely assist Zhang Tian. As the pillar of the Zhang family for the past tens of billions of years, Zhang Wuji was a formidable existence. In fact, he was a monster. His strength should be no weaker than Zhang Tian. Staring at Zhang Tian for a solid second, he turned to Zhang Wuji and backed down. "Forefather Zhang, please." He decided to pay them back in the future. "Your Highness, please." Zhang Wuji revealed a face full of smiles as he bowed to Huang Xiaolong. After seeing the smile on Zhang Wuji's face, Huang Xiaolong cursed in his heart. Damn old fox. After passing through various layers of defenses, Huang Xiaolong and the others finally arrived at the gates of the Zhang family's treasury. After unleashing several complicated seals and inserting a special key, Zhang Wuji opened the doors of the treasury. Instantly, a wave of medicinal fragrance and holy aura poured outwards. The holy aura was formed by collecting tons of holy bills, and only at a certain level would they be able to produce a type of holy aura. Even if one managed to gather several hundreds of billions of holy bills, they wouldn't be able to produce a holy aura as thick as the one coming from the Jiang family's treasury. Without missing a beat, Huang Xiaolong and the others entered the treasury. Looking at the endless space before them piled high with treasures, Huang Xiaolong was stunned. Even though he was prepared to witness opulence wealth, the scene before him was too much for him to take in. Even the four guardians were stunned for a solid second. As for Feng Tianyu, there wasn't a need to mention his feelings. The treasury hosted several large planes, and every single one of them was crafted from rare earth essence. They were filled with protective formations as they contained all sorts of spiritual medicine, metal essence, jade stones, and holy bills. Rarely seen level 5 and level 6 origin spiritual pills could be seen lying about everywhere in the plains. There were even holy bills in denominations of 10,000 piled high up into mountains. Very quickly Huang Xiaolong's expression fell. He realized that the highest level pills in the treasury were only level 6 origin spiritual pills. There wasn't a single level 7 origin spiritual pill. It was impossible for the top-ranked family in the Holy Grounds to be lacking in level 7 origin spiritual pills. There was only one explanation, and it was that Zhang Wuji had already retrieved all the level 7 pills the day before. He had also done something to the spiritual jade stones. No matter how hard Huang Xiaolong tried looking for them, he couldn't detect the presence of even a single piece of spiritual jade stone. Forefather Zhang, are you sure there aren't any level 7 origin spiritual pills in your treasury? You don't even have jade stones with holy spiritual qi. Huang Xiaolong sneered, and a trace of rage rose in his heart. Zhang Wuji laughed when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. You might not be aware, but in order for my Zhang family to increase our strength, we used all of our level 7 origin spiritual pills to boost the cultivation of our experts. As for the jade stones with spirituality, Zhang Tian used them to construct his Holy Alliance palace. There is indeed none left. It was true. In order to nurture experts like Zhang Tian, the Zhang family burned through all their resources. Most of the level 6 origin spiritual pills and several level 7 ones were given to Zhang Tian. As for the construction of the Holy Alliance palace, it was true that a part of the jade stones stored in the treasury was used for that. Regardless, it was impossible for the Zhang family to be out of level 7 origin spiritual pills and holy spiritual bloodstone. It was exactly as Huang Xiaolong had expected. Zhang Wuji had swept the treasury clean the day before. Since a single night wasn't enough for him to hide any more items, he only managed to move away the most precious of items in the treasury. He failed to hide the copious amounts of holy bills in the treasury. Zhang Tian stared at Huang Xiaolong and snorted. That's right, Huang Xiaolong, I've refined all the level 7 origin spiritual pills in the treasury. Do you have a problem with it? Am I supposed to spit them out for you? After speaking, Zhang Tian roared with laughter. A look of indifference remained on Huang Xiaolong's face. There's no need for that. The effects are the same anyway. After he devoured Zhang Tian, he would be able to enjoy the benefits of all the spiritual pills the other party swallowed. There was no need to fuss over several pills. It was clear that no one got his meaning as Zhang Tian and Zhang Wuji stared at him with a face full of doubt. Soon, Huang Xiaolong swept through the treasury and retrieved everything he was promised. As he flew through the treasury, he threw holy bills, divine pills, and jade stones into the space inside the lightning bead. Very quickly, medicinal fragrance filled the space within the lightning bead. Even though Huang Xiaolong didn't care much about level 4 or 5 origin spiritual pills at his state, he kept them all anyway. If he couldn't use it himself, he would simply use it to cultivate a bunch of experts under him. As he swept through the treasury, Huang Xiaolong had no idea how many origin spiritual pills under the 5th level he obtained. However, the one thing he knew was that it was enough for him to form an army of low-level venerables. He could even form a squad of high-level venerables if he wished. He hadn't even considered the jade stones and holy bills. He took nearly 6 trillion holy bills after going through the Zhang family's treasury, and it was higher than Zhang Tian had estimated. Looking at Huang Xiaolong sweeping up half their wealth, Zhang Tian and Zhang Wuji couldn't help but feel a sharp pain shooting through their hearts. Even though they hid the most valuable items in the treasury, half of their accumulated wealth was being taken away. No matter how massive the Zhang family was, that was more than 6 trillion holy bills worth of items they were giving away. There wasn't a need to mention the 6 trillion. Many top clans and families would be hard-pressed to take out 6 trillion holy bills. In the span of a single night, Huang Xiaolong managed to earn himself 1,000 times that. Zhang Tian couldn't help but mock Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, aren't you afraid that the various families would send out their experts to hunt you down for your treasures? Huang Xiaolong snickered softly. With so much treasures here, aren't you afraid that all the top factions in the Central Holy Dynasty would form an alliance to raze your Zhang family to the ground? Zhang Tian was stunned for a second and his expression soon fell. Ignoring the angry looks of Zhang Tian and Zhang Wuji, Huang Xiaolong left the treasury before leaving the Zhang family's residence. Forefather, do we? Zhang Tian drew a line across his neck as he looked at Zhang Wuji for further instructions. As rays of light flashed across Zhang Wuji's eyes, a look of contemplation appeared on his face. It was clear that he was seriously thinking about assassinating Huang Xiaolong. He knew that Li Wen would definitely find out the Zhang family's hand in the matter the moment he ordered for Huang Xiaolong to be killed, and he was currently considering if the Zhang family could withstand Li Wen's crazed counterattack. If Huang Xiaolong was any ordinary holy prince, Li Wen might show some mercy and let the Zhang family off with a slap on the wrist. However, Huang Xiaolong was no ordinary holy prince. Forget it! After thinking about it for a long time, Zhang Wuji shook his head. There were many more chances to kill Huang Xiaolong, and there was no need for them to sacrifice their entire family to achieve their goals. Zhang Tian stared at Zhang Wuji in shock and he frowned. Forefather, we have absolute confidence of killing Huang Xiaolong now. Even if Li Wen manages to track us down, he wouldn't go berserk and deal with our Zhang family for him. After all, Zhang Tian's position in the Holy Gate was solid, and he felt that it was impossible for Li Wen to go all out on him in order to take revenge for Huang Xiaolong. Zhang Wuji shook his head as a solemn expression appeared on his face. You have no idea how important Huang Xiaolong is. Right now, his importance has already surpassed the safety of the Zhouyuan Holy Ground. What? How can he be more important than the Zhouyuan Holy Ground? Zhang Tian felt a bomb going off in his head. Even if you form an alliance with all the holy princes in the Holy Gate, your alliance is but a farce if Li Wen has to choose between the two of you. If we really make a move on him, our Zhang family. He didn't need to complete his sentence for Zhang Tian to understand his meaning. How is this possible? It went without saying that Zhang Tian didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong was of such importance to the Holy Gate. The look in Zhang Wuji's eyes deepened as he sighed. If my eyes weren't playing tricks on me, Huang Xiaolong is able to improve his complete Tao Saint Godhead, Saint Bloodline, and Saint Physique. Is that even possible? Why haven't I heard of something like that? Zhang Tian's body shook as he yelled in shock. Zhang Wuji shook his head and explained, Of course you wouldn't have heard of something like that. This is a secret kept by a small number of people in the Holy World. This matter concerns the peak existences in the Holy World, and those who know of it wouldn't go around spreading the news. This is also why I'm only telling you about this now. This has something to do with the peak existences in the Holy World? Zhang Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? That's right. This has something to do with the existences surpassing the true saint realm in the Holy World. Zhang Wuji's voice trembled when he spoke about them. There was a trace of excitement, along with several parts of fear when he continued. Out of all the existences who surpass the true saint realm, 8 of them have the ability to constantly improve their complete Tao Saint Godhead, Saint Bloodline, and Saint Physique. Zhang Tian felt his world spinning as he stared at Zhang Wuji in shock. There were actually 8 monsters who had the same ability as Huang Xiaolong. All of them had surpassed the true saint realm. He finally realized the reason behind the emphasis the Holy Gate placed on Huang Xiaolong. Of course, I am only guessing that Huang Xiaolong is able to do that. Zhang Wuji sighed. Right now, I have no idea if he can actually do it. Whatever the case, My suspicions might be true considering how Li Wen and the others are protecting him. It might actually be possible. Jiang Tian stood rooted to his spot as he felt a little lost. How could someone he had already tagged as a useless bastard be a person with the ability to surpass the true saint realm? Huang Xiaoang has to die. Huang Wuji softly growled. But since he has already killed Yang Rong of the evolving dragon holy ground, we shall let them do the dirty work. There is no way they would sit still on this matter. Huang Xiaolong had only displayed his infinite brilliance divine dragon Saint Godhead in the arena, and it ranked 3,280 among the Saint Godheads. Even if he transformed into a primordial divine dragon, he shouldn't have been Yang Rong's match. Jiang Tian suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the battle. He managed to kill Yang Rong even after Yang Rong's power-up. There has to be something suspicious about that. Jiang Wuji felt his head spinning as he muttered to himself. There has to be some sort of secret on Huang Xiaolong's body. After leaving the Jiang family, Huang Xiaolong headed towards the servant quarters of the Qin family before bringing Feng Tianyu and the various other slaves to leave the Central Holy Dynasty for the Blue Sea. As soon as they left the capital of the Central Holy Dynasty, Huang Xiaolong retrieved several pills that aided in breakthroughs before giving them all to Feng Tianyu and the other slaves of the Qin family. After handing Feng Tianyu's beloved disciple, Xue Qi, over to the guardians of the Holy Gate, Huang Xiaolong requested them to aid her in her recovery. Despite their abilities, Xue Qi's condition seemed extremely bleak. The members of the Jiang family hadn't held back, and they damaged the root of her godhead. She couldn't recover unless she was fed a saint pill. Unless true saint realm experts personally made a move to help Xue Qi, there was no way she would recover. Whatever the case, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't blame the four guardians for being unable to cure her. Taking out several precious origin pills and jade stones, Huang Xiaolong allowed them to pick whatever they liked. Moreover, he gave them 100 billion holy bills each. For the half-true saint realm experts, 100 billion holy bills were no small sum. After seeing that Huang Xiaolong had rewarded them with 100 billion holy bills each, along with several precious spiritual pills and jade stones, their desire to protect Huang Xiaolong grew stronger. Finally, their gaze softened when they looked at the god of fortune before them. Initially, they hid some resentment in their hearts when Li Wen had sent them to protect Huang Xiaolong. After all, he was just a mere sovereign realm expert. Lofty half-true saints like them weren't supposed to act as bodyguards for a sovereign. However, the moment Huang Xiaolong passed them 100 billion holy bills, their resentment instantly disappeared. They couldn't be happier that they were chosen to protect Huang Xiaolong. As they made their way to the Blue Sea, Huang Xiaolong didn't remain idle. He took out the level 6 origin spiritual pill Li Yuhui, and the others had given him as compensation and started to refine them. There was also the matter of Yang Rong's Saint Godhead, Saint Bloodline, and Saint Physique. 20 days later, when they arrived in the space above the Blue Sea, he had completely refined Yang Rong's saint attributes. His 3 Saint Godheads, Saint Bloodlines, and Saint Physique had improved by quite a bit. Even though he had no idea how much he had improved, he was sure that their ranking had increased by a substantial amount. They should be ranked in the 3000s now. Along with his refinement of various precious treasures, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation reached the peak of the early 10th Order sovereign realm. The moment they arrived in the space above the Blue Sea, Huang Xiaolong contacted the chief of the bandits he had subdued in the past before heading towards the northern part of the sea. For days later, Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived at a spiritual island in the northern part of the Blue Sea. When looking at the island from above, it wasn't large at all. There was just enough space on land to build a city, and it was called the Mirage Sea Spiritual City. The Mirage Sea Spiritual Island was but one of many islands located on the outskirts of the Blue Sea, and several tiny bandit groups operated around the area. All the bandits subdued by Huang Xiaolong had banded together to form their own bandit group. When Huang Xiaolong and the others approached the Mirage Sea Spiritual City, the chief of the bandits had been waiting for quite some time. "We greet your highness, Holy Prince Huang Xiaolong." Everyone kowtowed when Huang Xiaolong approached. Looking at the 4,000 to 5,000 bandits who kowtowed in unison, Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in satisfaction before allowing them to get up. "Your Highness, we have prepared a grand feast in the city." A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows rose to his feet as he bowed towards Huang Xiaolong. The middle-aged man was called Lu Ji, and he was the strongest among all the bandits. He was also the smartest one around. Because of that, Huang Xiaolong had allowed him to act as the leader of the group. Nodding his head, Huang Xiaolong led Feng Tianyu, the guardians, and everyone else into the city. The Mirage Sea spiritual city couldn't be considered an actual city. It was constructed in a simplistic manner, and it was barely bigger than the courtyards of the superfamilies in the Central Holy Dynasty's capital city. When Lu Ji and the others appeared to take over the island, the city had already been built. With the resources given to them by Huang Xiaolong and the combined strength of them all, they had managed to renovate the city into something a little more pleasing to the eye. Since they had less time, they had tried their best to improve the conditions in the city. A look of embarrassment appeared on Lu Ji's face when they entered the city. He turned to Huang Xiaolong and apologized. "Your Highness, I am sorry, but due to the lack of jade stones and spirit stones, the spiritual qi in the city isn't dense enough." Huang Xiaolong shook his hand and laughed. "It's fine. We can take things one step at a time. This city will do it. Look at the flowers, trees, and scenery around us. There are even spiritual beasts, spiritual fruits, and even divine trees growing around us. We have all we need. Aren't there other islands with nothing on them?" Everyone chuckled when they heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Regardless of the situation of the island, it was much better than the other islands around the Blue Sea. As soon as they entered the city, Huang Xiaolong, Feng Tianyu, and the guardians entered the Mirage Sea city residence. Even though it wasn't comparable to the Myriad Dragon Peak in the Holy Gate, it was better than nothing. In fact, it was pretty impressive after the bandits' renovation. Sitting in the main hall, Huang Xiaolong questioned Lu Ji about the situation of the other spiritual islands around them. Without missing a beat, Lu Ji replied to Huang Xiaolong's questions to the best of his knowledge. When he spoke about the other spiritual islands, the Divine Sea spiritual island stood out from the rest. It was the island with the strongest experts, and the Mirage Sea spiritual island was outclassed in terms of strength. The Divine Sea spiritual island was nearly 100 times stronger than them, and Lu Ji couldn't help but feel a sense of fear blossoming in his heart. In the past, the Mirage Sea spiritual island was experiencing mass chaos as bandits had fought against each other to control the island. The Divine Sea spiritual island didn't bother too much about them, but now that the Mirage Sea spiritual island had fallen under Lu Ji's control, the Divine Sea spiritual island was no longer planning to sit still. According to the way the Divine Sea spiritual island does things, they should be sending an envoy over soon. They should be planning to take over the island, and if I refuse to give in, they'll probably send over assassins to kill me. As soon as I die, they'll send over some men to take control of the Mirage Sea spiritual island. What if you give in? Feng Tianyu asked. If we do, we will have to pay tribute to them every 100 years. We will have to give 90% of the earnings to the Divine Sea spiritual island. 90%? Feng Tianyu sucked in a cold breath. What's the difference between them controlling the island themselves and collecting that much tribute? 10% was barely enough to keep the island running. It's daylight robbery, Lu Ji sighed. However, this is the way it is in the Blue Sea. The strong reign over the weak, and there are even some islands that are made to pay a tribute of 95%. 95%? Tian Fengyu and the others were stunned. How will they sustain their daily operations with only 5% of their income? Feng Tianyu exclaimed in shock. Lu Ji shook his head and sighed. No one cares about others' survival here. Moreover, as long as the higher-ups request for a specific spirit medicine or spiritual pill, everyone has to use all their existing resources to locate it. If they fail to locate it within the time limit given, they get punished. A frown formed on Feng Tianyu's face. This was no different from when they were imprisoned in the Chen family to be pill slaves. The consequences were the same, and if he failed to produce the pill that was requested of him, he would be severely punished. Who is the current owner of the Divine Sea spiritual island? Huang Xiaolong asked all of a sudden. The only thing we know about him is his name, Wang Yuan. Lu Ji bowed and continued his explanation. No one knows his true strength, but based on our estimates, Wang Yuan should be in the 3rd or 4th order venerable realm. Nodding his head, Huang Xiaolong formed a clearer picture of the blue sea. It was no wonder Wang Yuan was able to dominate an area in the outskirts of the blue sea. After all, 3rd or 4th order venerables were considered stronger experts in the various top-tier venerable level families. If one were to compare them to supreme sects of the dynasties when Huang Xiaolong had just arrived in the Holy World, a 3rd or 4th order venerable was enough to sweep the floor with them. In the past, when Huang Xiaolong had first met Zhang Wenyue in the Jinyuan Kingdom, the supreme sects of the falling Jade dynasty like the Nine Heavens Gate Incineration Valley and the Big Dipper Sword sect only had 1st and 2nd order venerables holding the fort. 3rd or 4th order, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. With his current combat strength, he could suppress an ordinary 3rd order venerable without transforming into the primordial blue divine dragon. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong asked Lu Ji about the situation in the Divine Sea Spiritual Island. Even though Lu Ji wasn't completely sure of the situation on the island, he had heard some rumors about it when he had sent out his men to gather intelligence. There were nearly 400,000 men under Wang Yuan, and there were several thousand venerables. Your Highness, do we start our preparations? Lu Ji asked the moment he completed his report. There is no need for that, Huang Xiaolong replied as he shook his head. Since they were merely low-level venerables, there was no need to care too much about them. Even 100,000 of them wouldn't be enough to stand against several palm strikes from a single guardian. Of course, Huang Xiaolong wasn't planning on asking the guardians to deal with the Divine Sea Spiritual Island. He was confident in taking them on alone. In the next few days, Huang Xiaolong ignored the existence of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island and didn't bother visiting Island Master Wang Yuan. He merely secluded himself in his residence as he took out a portion of the jade stones to renovate the area around him. As for the city's layout, Huang Xiaolong ordered his men to widen the main roads before splitting the city up into 4 quadrants. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong instructed them to reinforce the city walls before requesting for the 4 guardians to lay down new protective formations and spirit-gathering arrays. Under the combined effort of Huang Xiaolong and the various experts, Mirage Sea Spiritual Island underwent a transformation in 10 mere days. The city was completely different from when Huang Xiaolong first arrived. It was especially so for the Mirage Sea City Manor. Huang Xiaolong retrieved 10,000 top-grade Chaos Spirit stones from the space in the Lightning Bead and took out 10,000 pieces of the best jade stones he had found from the Jiang family's treasury to renovate it. The density of spiritual qi in the air was astounding. Adding to the celebrations, the slaves that Huang Xiaolong had saved from the Chun family entered the venerable realm one after another with the help of the pills he gave them. A bubble of festivities covered the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island. Good things were never meant to last as a group of people appeared in the air above the city. There were only 100 of them, but all of them were venerables. The aura they exuded was frightening as they stood in the skies above the city. Every single one of them was clad in a faint blue robe, and there was a trident hanging on their backs. The words Divine Sea were carved into the blades of the trident. It went without saying that they were experts from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island. The renovations the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island made isn't too bad. The envoy at the very front, Wuxia, wore a brilliant smile on his face as he turned to face the Mirage Sea City Manor. His eyes turned into crescents when he smiled, and he looked exceptionally sly with his weirdly grown goatee. Seeing as the chief envoy was happy, another expert, Gao Songyuan, laughed. Lord Envoy is right. It seems like we didn't waste a trip here today. Laughter filled the air as the members of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island chuckled. It seemed as though their gains from this trip were going to surpass their imaginations. I hope that this Lu Ji isn't as stupid as the old master of the island. A cold sneer formed on Wu Chenkuan's face. Hee hee. I wish for the exact opposite of that. Gao Songyuan sniggered. I'll just break his neck and take over the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island myself. Let's go. Lu Ji should have sensed our presence by now. Wu Chenkuan sneered as he charged towards the Mirage Sea City Manor. Very quickly they appeared in the skies above the manor. When they felt the dense spiritual qi in the air, their eyes lit up. Nice, very nice. The Mirage Sea spiritual island really outdid themselves this time. Wu Chunkuin smiled once again and continued, I'm starting to like this place now. Gao Songwen laughed in response. If Lord Envoy really likes this place, we can build an Envoy Palace right here. That's a good idea. Wu Chunkuin nodded his head. It's time. Call him out to welcome me. One of the experts behind him reacted instantly. Lord Envoy Wu Chunkuin of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island is here. Why is no one from the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island welcoming him? Too bad no one responded even after a long time. Wu Chunkuin frowned. But soon, he sneered. It was impossible for them to miss their instructions, and there was only one possibility. They were ignoring him. Do it again. If Lu Ji doesn't appear, charge in and kill them all. Wu Chunkuin growled as a frosty light flashed through his eyes. Charging in to kill them all was the modus operandi of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island. Yes, Lord Envoy. Once again, the expert from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island yelled his lungs out. After a few seconds of waiting, no one appeared. Killing intent started to congeal in Wu Chunkuin's eyes. Just as he was about to lay down the order to kill Lu Ji and the others, a group of people appeared before him. The person in the lead was a youngster, and Wu Chunkuin widened his eyes in shock. Lord Envoy, that's Lu Ji. Someone pointed at Lu Zh, who was standing behind Huang Xiaolong. A trace of doubt soon formed in Wu Chunkuin's eyes. The group that stood before him consisted of Huang Xiaolong, the four guardians, Feng Tianyu, Lu Ji, and several others. But the only person they could point out was Lu Ji. Seeing as the members of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island were finally there, Huang Xiaolong's gaze landed on Wu Chunkuin, and he asked, Are you the special envoy sent by the Divine Sea Spiritual Island? Preposterous! An expert standing behind Wu Chunkuin roared when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Why aren't you calling him Lord Envoy? What audacity! As soon as the words left his lips, the guardian behind Huang Xiaolong flicked his finger, and a hole appeared in the space between the expert's eyebrows. Under the shocked gazes of everyone present, the expert turned into dust and was blown away in the wind. What? Wu Chunkuin and the other experts, who had come along with him, widened their eyes in shock. The person who was killed was at the peak of the early Second Order Venerable Realm. His strength was ranked in the top 10 of the group sent by the Divine Sea Spiritual Island. Even someone like that was killed with a flick of the finger by the other party. A single flick was enough to reduce him to dust. After they got over their shock, rage welled up in their heart. Wu Chunkuin glared at Huang Xiaolong and Lu Ji. Lu Ji, what's the meaning of this? How dare you kill someone from our Divine Sea Spiritual Island? I was planning to take you under my wing. However, there is no longer a chance of that happening now. The experts from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island drew their weapons, and their auras locked onto everyone from the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island. The moment Wu Chunkuin gave his order, they were prepared to attack. Even though the other party had used a single flick to kill a peak early Second Order Venerable on their side, Wu Chunkuin and the others felt that taking down the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island with their combined strength was possible. Haha! Envoy from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island. Are you stupid? My master is a holy prince from the Holy Gate. Why aren't you guys on your knees? Holy prince from the Holy Gate. Wu Chunkuin and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong with a look of disbelief in their eyes. However, one Gao Songyuan started to roar with laughter. Lu Ji, why don't you call him the Holy Gate's patriarch instead? Anyone can bullshit. Laughter soon filled the air when the members of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island heard what he said. How can an early 10th Order sovereign be a holy prince? Wu Chunkuin continued. This is the first time I've heard that there's a sovereign realm holy prince in the Holy Gate. Ha ha ha. It was clear that none of them believed that Huang Xiaolong was a holy prince. Even though many top-tier families and clans knew of Huang Xiaolong's ascension as the newest holy prince and his battle with Huang Zhouping on the holy stage, there were many other powers that had no idea of his existence. People like Wu Chunkuin were naturally ignorant about Huang Xiaolong's presence. Of course, as a sovereign, it was really hard to convince anyone that he was actually a holy prince of the Holy Gate. Li Ji couldn't help but rage when he heard how Wu Chengquan and the rest were mocking his master. However, Huang Xiaolong stopped him before he could say anything. Glancing at Wu Chengquan and the rest, Huang Xiaolong said, "How about this? I'll allow you to leave if you manage to block a single punch." Everyone stared at him like they were looking at a retard. Wu Chengquan was the first to laugh. "You will allow me to leave if I manage to take a single punch? Aren't you missing something here?" Gao Songyuan chuckled. "Brat, don't you know that our Lord Envoy is at a late second order venerable? How about this? I'll let you leave if you manage to take on my punch." Even though Gao Songyuan wasn't a late second order venerable, he was at the peak of the mid-second order venerable realm. "Enough of your nonsense. All of you, come at me." Huang Xiaolong's body shook as he punched towards Wu Chengquan and Gao Songyuan. "You're looking to die." Wu Chengquan felt a trace of anger boiling in his heart when he saw that Huang Xiaolong had the guts to launch the first attack. A sneer soon formed on his face. "Brat, regardless of your identity, I'll kill." Before he could complete his sentence, a terrifying force emerged from Huang Xiaolong's fist, causing his expression to change drastically. "Divine Sea Spiritual Turtle." Wu Chengquan screamed as an icy light covered his body. The image of a turtle shell soon appeared to protect him. The Divine Sea Spiritual Turtle was a technique left behind by an ancient expert, and even though it wasn't comparable to half-true saint techniques, it was a high-level venerable secret art. The defensive properties of the Divine Sea Spiritual Turtle technique was shocking. A turtle shell covered Gao Songyuan's body in the next instant. Only those who were valued by the Divine Sea Island Master would be able to cultivate the Divine Sea Spiritual Turtle technique. With Wu Chengquan's strength, even peak late second order venerables would find it difficult to shatter his defense. By the time the shell was fully formed, Huang Xiaolong's fists arrived. It slammed into their bodies without the slightest sign of weakening. Boom! An explosion rang through the skies. The turtle shells around the two of them shattered in an instant and blinding rays of light filled the space around them. Wu Chengquan and Gao Songyuan raised their arms hastily as they tried to block the punch. However, the two of them were simply too weak. When the punch connected, their arms shattered like dried-up branches of a tree. Unable to stop Huang Xiaolong's attack, they were sent flying. After slamming into a random rock on the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island, two massive craters were formed in the land. PFFF. The two of them vomited mouthful after mouthful of fresh blood as their vision went dark. Everyone from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island stared at them in shock. Lord Envoy. When they rushed over to Wu Chengquan's side, they saw that the divine armor on his body had long been shattered. They couldn't move as their breaths slowly became shallower and shallower. "Kill that brat!" Someone in the Divine Sea Spiritual Islands party screamed. In an instant, everyone pounced at Huang Xiaolong. With a wave of his hand, Huang Xiaolong indicated for everyone to stay back. As light enveloped his body, Huang Xiaolong charged into the battle. His figure flashed non-stop as he flittered around the battlefield. Every time he appeared, he sent an expert from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island flying. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 experts from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island were left sprawled on the ground. Amongst them, Wu Chengquan and Gao Songyuan were the strongest. Since Huang Xiaolong could finish them off with a single punch, there wasn't much suspense when he was dealing with the rest. Soon, Lu Ji and the other experts from the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island dragged the bodies of Wu Chengquan and the others to Huang Xiaolong. "You? Who are you?" Wu Chengquan gasped for air as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. However, blood sprayed out from his mouth the moment he parted his lips. Huang Xiaolong retrieved a golden token and waved it in front of Wu Chengquan's face. "Holy Prince token." Everyone from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island felt a tremor run through their hearts. The youngster they were planning to kill was really a holy prince from the Holy Gate. Fear took over Wu Chengquan's mind and the anger he had felt previously disappeared. "This, Your Highness, we didn't know." Huang Xiaolong raised his arm and interrupted Wu Chengquan. Go inform your island master about my presence. Let him bring the law enforcers of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island here to welcome me." Wu Chunkuin stared at him in shock, and he didn't know how to reply. Raising his finger to point towards Wu Chunkuin's forehead, a hole soon emerged from the other side of Wu Chunkuin's head. Wu Chunkuin's breathing stopped as he fell to the ground. The various experts from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island looked at Wu Chunkuin's motionless body, and they didn't dare to breathe loudly. Fear filled their hearts as they had no idea what Huang Xiaolong would do to them. "You, go, inform your island master about my presence. Let him bring the law enforcers of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island here to welcome me." Huang Xiaolong turned to Gao Songyuan and repeated his orders again. Gao Songyuan's body trembled, and he turned deathly pale. However, he nodded his head eventually. "Yes, Your Highness." Huang Xiaolong ordered Gao Songyuan to hide his identity when making the report. The only thing Gao Songyuan needed to tell Wang Yuan was that the experts from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island were currently hostages on the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island. In order to bring them back, Wang Yuan would have to personally appear to pay a hefty ransom. Based on Huang Xiaolong's prices, they would need 500 holy bills to redeem a single hostage. Since there were around 100 of them, Wang Yuan needed to pay 50 million holy bills. Gao Songyuan listened to everything Huang Xiaolong said, and he obediently sent a report to Wang Yuan. "Your Highness, what will happen to us?" Gao Songyuan looked at Huang Xiaolong as his heart pounded. "Bring them to the Mirage Sea Spiritual Islands prison." Huang Xiaolong ignored Gao Songyuan and turned around to order Lu Ji. Acknowledging his order, Lu Ji and the others got ready to bring the prisoners away. The expressions on the faces of Gao Songyuan and those from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island changed. "Your Highness, we—" Gao Songyuan couldn't complete his sentence before Lu Ji interrupted him. After sealing the energy in the bodies of all the experts from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island, he brought them away. When Gao Songyuan and the others were sent to the prison, Wang Yuan's transmission symbol shook. On the Divine Sea Spiritual Island, hundreds of millions of miles away from the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island, Wang Yuan's expression slowly changed. "Lord Island Master this?" Chan Yizhen, an enforcer of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island, noticed the change to Wang Yuan, and he could help but ask. Wang Yuan threw the transmission symbol over, and Chan Yizhen looked through it. His jaws dropped in shock. This can't be real." Like Wang Yuan, he didn't believe the news. As the various enforcers in the hall learned of the news, they didn't know how to react. All 103 of them were captured by the enemy. They were stopped by Lu Ji of the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island. How can something like this even happen? They even expect us to pay them a ransom of 500,000 per person. Su Zijia stared at the transmission symbol, and he felt that it was completely ridiculous. However, he soon laughed. Gao Songyuan is getting more and more outrageous. How dare he play tricks like this on us? Su Zijia turned to Xiao Xinping, another enforcer, and said, "Brother Xinping, Gao Songyuan is one of your men. Are you sure his behavior is acceptable in the Divine Sea Spiritual Island?" A frown formed on Xiao Xinping's face, and he shook his head. "It's impossible for Gao Xiaoyuan to pull a joke like this." Another enforcer agreed. "That's true. Someone like Gao Xiaoyuan wouldn't joke around like this." Everyone in the hall looked at each other, as they felt lost. Finally, Wang Yuan got to his feet as a cold glint flashed through his eyes. If this is true, there has to be someone standing behind Lu Ji. According to the intelligence they had gathered on the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island, there were less than 20 venerables in the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island. With Wu Chengquan, Gao Xiaoyuan, and the others, they had the ability to raise the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island to the ground if they wanted to. However, Gao Songyuan had actually said that all of them were captured by Lu Ji. Did the Sandy Islands step in? Su Zijia muttered all of a sudden. Even though the Divine Sea Spiritual Island was pretty strong, and they controlled a portion of the seas, they weren't lacking in competitors. The Sandy Island was one of them. Since the Sandy Island was closer to the Divine Sea Spiritual Island, they would clash with each other frequently. It was reasonable for Su Zijia to pin everything on the Sandy Island. Sandy Island. Chun Yizhen raged the moment he heard their name. Fire burned in his eyes as he growled. If the members of the Sandy Island are behind this, a sinister smile appeared on his face when he mentioned them. In the past, his personal disciple had died at the hands of the experts from the Sandy Island. Regardless of whoever the people behind Lu Ji are, we have to save Gao Songyuan and the others. Wang Yuan muttered resolutely. Does Island Master mean that we will be giving them 50 million holy bills? Su Zijia asked. A cold smile formed on Wang Yuan's face. Of course. Let's go and see if they have the ability to take my 50 million. Regardless, Wang Yuan decided to play it safe and conduct another investigation on the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island before they killed their way over. Very quickly, the reports arrived, and Wang Yuan was stunned for a solid second. The person behind Lu Ji is a mere peak early 10th Order sovereign? Wang Yuan didn't dare to believe his eyes when he read the report. Yes, Island Master. The only problem is that no one knows of the brat's origins. Su Zijia laughed. Haha, it's just a puny little sovereign. Chun Yizhen roared with laughter. It seems like the brat is a young master of a certain super family. If he only has Lu Ji under his command, the faction behind him wouldn't be too strong. Wang Yuan nodded his head and laid down his order to gather all the experts in the Divine Sea Spiritual Island. Several hours later, Wang Yuan and the experts of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island flew on a flying ship as they headed straight for the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island. In Gao Songyuan's report, Huang Xiaolong had only requested for Wang Yuan and the enforcers of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island to head over. However, Wang Yuan wasn't planning on holding back. He gathered all the experts the Divine Sea Spiritual Island had to offer and charged right over. He brought 5,000 Venerable Realm experts along with the enforcers. That was basically all the Venerable Realm experts the Divine Sea Spiritual Island could send out. Even though the other party was only a Sovereign Realm expert, Wang Yuan was prepared to decimate the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island by mobilizing the full strength of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island. There were plenty of Venerables in the Divine Sea Spiritual Island, and even peak-level factions wouldn't be able to send out 5,000 Venerables at one go. Even though there wasn't a single high-level Venerable on the side of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island, they made up for it in quantity. Thinking about supreme sects of dynasties under the Holy Gate, supreme sects like the Nine Heavens Gate only had several Venerable Realm experts. Any dynasty would be hard-pressed to face 5,000 Venerables, even if they were low-leveled ones. Your Highness, Wang Yuan and the others are currently on their way. Lu Ji quickly received the report from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island the moment Wang Yuan left. Is he coming with the enforcers? Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in satisfaction. Lu Ji shook his head. Even though it seems like he only brought the enforcers, he also brought along a ton of Venerable Realm experts in the dark. He seemed to have mobilized the full strength of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island. One of the guardians, who overheard the conversation, chuckled. If Wang Yuan learns that that was your original plan all along, I wonder how he will react. Taking them all down at once was indeed Huang Xiaolong's intention. I would need to trouble seniors to make a move. Huang Xiaolong chuckled as he bowed towards the four guardians. That's easy. Doyen Li Wen requested for us to protect your highness. We can't possibly remain idle when the other side has so many venerables. Laughter filled the hall. Several days later, a flying ship appeared in the horizon as Wang Yuan and the experts of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island disembarked. They stood in the space above the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island and stared at the Mirage Sea Spiritual City. A cold light flashed through Wang Yuan's eyes when he looked at the city standing before him. Island Master, why don't we raze the city to the ground this very instant? We'll just capture Lu Ji and that Sovereign Realm brat that way, Chun Yizhen suggested. That's right, Island Master. We'll capture them all before saving Gao Songyuan and the others, Xiao Xinping suggested. We'll just kill everyone else. We can use this chance to remind other islands of the consequences of challenging us. All the enforcers nodded their heads in agreement. Wang Yuan's eyes lit up. Just as he thought about raising the Mirage Sea Spiritual City to the ground, a group of experts emerged from the city. like Gao Songyuan and those who came previously, Wang Yuan, Chen Yizhen, and the various enforcers stared at Huang Xiaolong and Lu Ji. Are you the master acting behind the scenes? Wang Yuan glared at Huang Xiaolong and asked, Speak. Which family do you come from? Are you from a supreme sect? You have guts to mess with my divine sea spiritual island. An indifferent expression remained on Huang Xiaolong's face. Wang Yuan, didn't I tell you to only bring the enforcers over? What's the point of bringing so many experts over? Oh, you thought that I wouldn't find out? Why don't you call them out now? There is no point in hiding. Even though the other experts from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island were hiding their aura with a type of sealing restriction, how was it possible for them to hide from Huang Xiaolong's perception? There wasn't even a need to talk about the 4 guardians from the Holy Gate. Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze over and looked at a spot in the void not too far away from Wang Yuan. Everyone, who was standing in front of Huang Xiaolong, stared at each other in shock. Hee, since you have already noticed their presence, there is no need to hide it any longer. Wang Yuan waved his hand and ordered, Show yourselves. Come take a look at this sovereign realm brat. Wang Yuan's mocking tone couldn't be more obvious. As soon as the words left his lips, the space behind him started to tremble. Flying ships appeared one after another, and venerable realm experts emerged. There were a total of 10 ships, and 500 venerables rode in each one. 5,000 venerables soon showed themselves. As they formed an orderly formation behind Wang Yuan and the enforcers, they seemed to blot out of the sky. A look of satisfaction formed on Wang Yuan's face. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, he had managed to save the lives of many venerables, allowing him to build up the power of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island to what it was currently. Even though there wasn't a single high-level venerable, 5,000 venerables were a force to be reckoned with. Even top-tier factions wouldn't possess 5,000 venerables. Brat, what do you think? Now that I have revealed all my forces, aren't you going to release Gao Songyuan and the others? Wang Yuan stared at Huang Xiaolong and snorted. Get those experts behind you to step forward. I wish to see your family leader or whoever the patriarch of your sect is. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in response. Wang Yuan, you seem to have gotten something wrong. What the fuck are you talking about? Wang Yuan sneered. Are you still dreaming of victory at this point? The experts from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island burst into laughter. Turning to the 4 guardians, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Seniors, shall we make our move? One of the guardians agreed in amusement. Why don't we make this a competition? I wouldn't dare to challenge seniors. Huang Xiaolong nearly burst out laughing when he heard the suggestion. Just as Wang Yuan was about to explode with a barrage of curses, Huang Xiaolong and the 4 guardians moved. Reaching out with a single arm each, the guardians slapped downwards. As for Huang Xiaolong, he wasn't able to act so casually. 1,000 arms appeared behind him as holy light enveloped his body. Even though it looked familiar, it wasn't the shumi godly art Huang Xiaolong had learned in the lower worlds. Instead, he had managed to develop an upgraded version of it after studying Wan Zhiyuan's holy martial arts. 1,000 arms appeared, and none of them were phantom images. Every single one was a corporeal bodies. It was as though each arm was Huang Xiaolong's clone, and they were filled with ancient dragon runes, Sanskrit blessings, and devil curses. Huang Xiaolong didn't hold back. Boom! As the 1,000 arms fell, the space seemed to shudder as the void showed signs of cracking. Unable to do a thing, Wang Yuan stared in horror as Huang Xiaolong's attack came crashing down on him. He was the first to be sent flying, and the enforcers soon followed. Miserable shrieks filled the air. When the holy light in the air dissipated, the surroundings regained its serenity. Not a single person from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island was left standing, and massive craters filled the land beneath them. With a single move from each of them, Huang Xiaolong and the 4 guardians dealt with the combined strength of all the experts in the Divine Sea Spiritual Island. Lu Ji, Feng Tianyu, and everyone else who were on Huang Xiaolong's side stared at Wang Yuan and the rest with a dumbfounded expression. Over 5,000 venerable realm experts were smashed into the ground. They were defeated with a single move. Lu Ji, Feng Tianyu, and the others weren't the only ones who were surprised. The four guardians stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. They had never imagined that Huang Xiaolong would improve so quickly and demonstrate such terrifying combat abilities. When Huang Xiaolong unleashed his secret technique, he managed to attack 1,000 Venerable Realm experts, including Wang Yuan. None of those he targeted were weak, and Wang Yuan was at the peak of the late Third Order Venerable Realm. The enforcers were all in the Third Order Venerable Realm, but all of them were sent flying. One had to know that even late Fourth Order Venerable Realm holy princes with terrifying talent wouldn't be able to do something like that. Wouldn't that mean that Huang Xiaolong's battle prowess was stronger than late Fourth Order Venerable Realm holy princes? When Huang Xiaolong looked at Wang Yuan and the others who were lying on the ground, he turned to the guardians and chuckled. I am really unable to match up to seniors. Even though Huang Xiaolong had taken out 1,000 of them, the four guardians had taken out a little more than 1,000 each. One of the guardians, Gu Tianxing, couldn't help but smile. We merely did a little better. We old men nearly lost to your highness, the holy prince. Huang Xiaolong shook his hand and laughter filled the air. Your highness? Holy prince. When Wang Yuan and the others heard how Gu Tianxing addressed Huang Xiaolong, their bodies shook uncontrollably. Terror filled their eyes and they looked at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. Holy Prince of the Holy Gate. Huang Xiaolong. As complicated thoughts filled their mind, Huang Xiaolong approached them. Half a day later, nearly all the experts of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island submitted to Huang Xiaolong. As for the handful who refused to submit, Huang Xiaolong killed them without batting an eyelid. When Huang Xiaolong accepted those from the Divine Sea Spiritual Island as his subordinates, a group of experts from the Evolving Dragon Holy Ground were speeding towards the Zhuiyuan Holy Ground. The person in the lead was a young man who donned golden robes. His aura was suffocating, and it was clear that he was several times stronger than Jiang Tian. Behind him were Holy Prince Tan Hongyi and several others. Senior brother Luo Hong. I'm afraid Li Wan and the rest will never agree to hand Huang Xiaolong over. Tan Hongyi spoke to the man in the golden robes. Luo Hong. He was the top-ranked holy prince in the Evolving Dragon Holy Ground. Even though Jiang Tian was the strongest holy prince in the Zhuiyuan Holy Ground, and he had terrifying talent, he was clearly inferior when compared to Luo Hong. A smirk formed on Luo Hong's face when he heard what Tan Hongyi said. Refuse to hand him over? I'm afraid that's not part of their options. They'll have to hand him over whether they like it or not. Arrogance laced his words, and it was clear that Luo Hong was extremely confident that they would return with Huang Xiaolong as their captive. Even though the Evolving Dragon Holy Ground didn't send out too many experts, all 200 members who entered the Zhuiyuan Holy Ground were in the 10th Order Venerable Realm or higher. Moreover, Luo Hong was extremely confident in his strength. With his current strength, even someone like Li Wen wouldn't be able to challenge him. Right now, there wasn't a single individual in the Zhuiyuan Holy Ground who had the power to hold him back. That was also the source of his confidence. Even if his master, the Patriarch of the Evolving Dragon Holy Ground, wasn't present, he was 100% certain that they would be able to accomplish their mission. Senior brother Luo, if Li Wen really refuses to hand him over, we should do things according to my plan. We'll just annihilate the Zhuiyuan Holy Ground and take it as our own. Tan Hongyi piped up from the side. A deep glow flickered in Luo Hong's eyes, but he eventually shook his head. We are unable to confirm Wan Zhuiyuan's current location. He might have left the Zhuiyuan Holy Ground temporarily to travel around, or he might have already experienced reincarnation in order to transcend his current cultivation level. We cannot do anything to the Holy Ground until we are certain that Wan Zhuiyuan has already been reincarnated. A trace of fear appeared on Luo Hong's face when he mentioned Wan Zhuiyuan. Even his master, a second Heaven True Saint Realm expert, was afraid of Wan Zhuiyuan. If they could have determined whether or not Wan Zhuiyuan had really entered the reincarnation cycle, they would have long since exterminated the Zhuiyuan Holy Ground. Senior brother Luo Hong, are we really planning to leave the Zhuiyuan Holy Ground alone if we fail to ascertain Wan Zhuiyuan's current predicament? If he doesn't appear for 100,000 years, are we going to let the Zhuiyuan Holy Ground do whatever they want? Chu Jiangmeng couldn't help but complain. 100,000 years? That's too long. We have planted a spy in the Holy Gate, and his position isn't low at all. As he rises through the ranks, we'll soon know if Wan Zhuyan reincarnated. In the Mirage Sea spiritual city, two grand mist purple dragons revolved in the air above Huang Xiaolong's head. A look of joy appeared on his face when he looked at the grand mist dragons. This was because the two grand mist purple dragons were obtained after he had subdued Wang Yuan of the Divine Sea Spiritual Island and ransacked through the Divine Sea Spiritual Island's treasury. His gains were really an unexpected surprise. Huang Xiaolong was looking for purple grand mist aura all this while, and he never would have thought that he would obtain it after conquering the Divine Sea Spiritual Island. Huang Xiaolong also heard from Wang Yuan that the two grand mist purple dragons were obtained when he had traveled through one of the dangerous regions of the Dragon Heart Island, somewhere in the Blue Sea. Moreover, the two purple dragons were obtained in the outer regions of the danger zone. If he continued to explore, there could be some purple grand mist aura. Dragon Heart Island, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. Dragon Heart Island was pretty famous in the Blue Sea. It was one of the largest spiritual islands, and it was several times bigger than the Hongtong Island he had come across in the past. Of course, the Dragon Heart Island was located deep within the Blue Sea, and the whirlpools around it, along with the strong sea beasts, made it several times more dangerous than the Hongtong Island. Soon, Huang Xiaolong managed to calm himself down, and he started to circulate the Grand Mist parasitic medium. He refined the two Grand Mist purple dragons easily. He had decided to head over to Dragon Heart Island after he was done with the refinement process. If there were really several strands of purple Grand Mist aura located on the Dragon Heart Island, Huang Xiaolong would be able to reach the peak of the late 10th level of the Grand Mist parasitic medium. There was even a possibility of entering the 11th level of the legends. Even his master, the King of Grand Mist, wasn't able to cultivate the technique up to the 11th level. A trace of anticipation welled up in Huang Xiaolong's heart when he thought about the 11th level of the Grand Mist parasitic medium. The two Grand Mist purple dragons eventually transformed into strands of qi before surging into Huang Xiaolong's body. Purple light enveloped him. With Huang Xiaolong's newly enhanced saint godheads, saint bloodlines, and his saint physique, the speed of refinement was extremely quick. In a mere 20 days, he devoured both Grand Mist purple dragons. He entered the mid-10th order sovereign realm without much surprise. Even though he entered the mid-10th order sovereign realm, Huang Xiaolong still felt as though he was ascending too slowly. With his speed, he would take several tens of years before he could enter the venerable realm. Several tens of years to enter the venerable realm from the mid-10th order sovereign realm might be a phenomenal speed in the eyes of others, but it was too slow in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. If he improved so slowly, he wouldn't be able to match up to Jiang Tian even if he was given 100,000 years. It seems like the only way to speed things up will be to improve my saint attributes. Huang Xiaolong wasn't lacking in resources at all. He had origin spiritual pills at the 6th and 7th rank, along with Wan Zhuyan's treasury. He had even managed to obtain half of the Jiang family's treasury. The only problem he would face was his slow cultivation speed. If his saint godheads, saint bloodlines, and saint physique were to rank in the top 1,000, Huang Xiaolong was certain that he wouldn't take several tens of years to enter the venerable realm with the help of his treasures. After thinking about it for a moment, Huang Xiaolong got to his feet. Even though the origin spiritual pills could allow him to improve his saint attributes, the speed of improvement was too slow. The best way would be to devour other geniuses with saint attributes surpassing him. Of course, there was no way he could set his sights on the disciples of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. With almost no other choice left, Huang Xiaolong decided to head over to the Dragon Heart Island to obtain the purple Grand Mist aura before returning to the Holy Gate in order to accept missions to hunt down the disciples of the evil factions. There were tons of disciples in the evil factions, and many of their top geniuses were like those he had killed in the past. They had complete Tao saint godheads, saint physiques, and saint bloodlines. As soon as he left for the Dragon Heart Island with the 4 guardians, his transmission symbol shook. Retrieving the symbol, a frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Li Wen was the one who had sent the message, and he was summoning Huang Xiaolong back to the headquarters because of the members of the Evolving Dragon Holy Ground. Even though Li Wen didn't mention their purpose, Huang Xiaolong was more than clear about their objective. They were definitely there to deal with Yang Rong's death. They're pretty quick, Huang Xiaolong sneered. It seemed as though his plan to head to Dragonheart Island had to be put on hold. Li Wen and the others were extremely clear about Huang Xiaolong's importance to the Holy Gate. Since they were willing to ask him to return, Li Wen should be able to protect him in case anything happened. Huang Xiaolong quickly passed down his order to Wang Yuan and Lu Ji, the two island masters, before taking his leave. Along with the four guardians, Huang Xiaolong brought Feng Tianyu and several others as they headed back to the headquarters. A month later, Huang Xiaolong arrived back at the headquarters. Before entering the main palace, he brought Feng Tianyu and the rest back to his Myriad Dragon Peak. He didn't come back alone either. He chose 100 talents from the two islands, and he brought them back with him. When Zhang Wenyue, who had been waiting for Huang Xiaolong to return, saw that he had kept his word and brought back a bunch of strong subordinates, she was overjoyed. Resting for half a day in the Myriad Dragon Peak, Huang Xiaolong finally brought the four guardians along with him to the main palace. In the palace of the Holy Alliance, senior brother Jiang Tian, that brat, is finally back. He's headed to the main palace now. Zhang Yongjia bowed as he made his report to Jiang Tian. A frosty light flashed through Jiang Tian's eyes. He really had the guts to return. It's good that he's back. Wuxia added, senior brother Jiang Tian. Even though Holy Prince Luohong is leading the group of experts from the Evolving Dragon Holy Ground, Li Wen and the others wouldn't hand Huang Xiaolong over to them. They wouldn't have called Huang Xiaolong back otherwise. Luohong's strength isn't something we can speculate. Now that he's here, Li Wen and the others wouldn't be able to stop him even if they wanted to. Is Luohong planning to make a move in our headquarters? Another holy prince gasped in surprise. Jiang Tian chuckled. That's right. Tan Hongyi told me in secret that if Li Wen refuses to hand Huang Xiaolong over, Luohong would no longer hold back. The Patriarch of the Evolving Dragon Holy Ground has already given the supreme order to bring Huang Xiaolong back no matter the cost. Zhang Yongjia hesitated for a moment before asking, senior brother Jiang Tian, did the Patriarch really experience reincarnation? A light flashed in Jiang Tian's eyes all of a sudden, but he shook his head in response. I have no idea. Master didn't inform me of his whereabouts. The only thing Master left behind was an order to Li Wen and the others. The Holy Prince who enters the True Saint realm would immediately take over as the Patriarch of the Zhuiyuan Holy Grounds. Jiang Tian swept his gaze across the rest of the Holy Princes and warned, I hope that none of you will continue to speculate about the matters of the Patriarch. Zhang Yongjia, Wu Shi, and the others felt their hearts tremble as they nodded their heads in affirmation. Let's go. We'll head over to the main palace as well. Jiang Tian got to his feet all of a sudden. Zhang Yongjia and the others looked at him in shock. However, they were met with a chuckle from Jiang Tian. Don't you guys want to see Luohong's strength? Don't you want to see how Luohong takes Huang Xiaolong down? This is going to be the showdown of an era. Senior brother Jiang Tian is right. We can't miss this for anything. Zhang Yongjia laughed in response. Let's go. Jiang Tian led the members in the Holy Alliance and left for the main palace. When Huang Xiaolong arrived in the main palace, he strode in with the four guardians beside him. As soon as he entered the hall, Huang Xiaolong saw the various experts of the Evolving Dragon Holy Ground staring at him. Tan Hongyi, Chu Jiangmeng, and the others stared at him the moment he appeared. Looking past them, Huang Xiaolong noticed the person sitting in front of all the disciples of the Evolving Dragon Holy Ground. As he saw this person, clad in a golden robe, Huang Xiaolong knew that there was no mistake. The person leading the group was Luohong. Even though he had never seen Luohong before, Huang Xiaolong could be sure that that was him. Luohong stared at Huang Xiaolong, and a mysterious wave of energy shot towards him. The wave of energy was gentle, yet it contained a terrifying amount of corrosive energy within. If it entered his body, he was done for. His 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads and Divine Soul would rot in an instant. Even though he wouldn't die from it, he would become a complete retard. Li Wan and the other eminent elders had never expected Luo Hong to act so audaciously. A supreme expert like Luo Hong would actually make such a sinister move on Huang Xiaolong the moment they met. Even at their level, they knew that they wouldn't be able to make it in time to intercept the attack. Just as the corrosive energy was about to devour Huang Xiaolong, Gu Tianxing made a move. Reaching out with a single hand, rays of light smashed toward Luo Hong's energy. Boom! A loud explosion rang out in the hall and Gu Tianxing was sent flying. He slammed into the walls of the main palace as blood trickled down his face. His expression darkened and it was obvious he was seriously injured by the corrosive energy. The members of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate widened their eyes in shock. Gu Tianxing was a seventh tribulation half-true saint. However, he was sent flying with a single wave of energy unleashed by Luo Hong. Moreover, everyone could see that it was merely a casual attack sent out by Luo Hong. Of course, Li Wan and the others were merely shocked for a second before they snapped back to their senses. Rage filled their hearts. Luo Hong, you're going too far. Li Wan leaped to his feet as his aura surged. It charged towards Luo Hong without any intention of stopping. Dragon Qi filled the hall in an instant as Luo Hong counterattacked. He ignored Li Wen's aura completely and chuckled. Li Wan, why are you throwing a tantrum here? I was merely testing your disciple's reaction. I had no other intentions. Look, isn't he perfectly fine? The upper echelons of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate could no longer hold back their rage when they heard what he said. If not for Guardian Gu's assistance, Holy Prince Huang Xiaolong would be in danger. Chan Shiming, an eminent elder of the Holy Gate, glared at Luo Hong. Even if nothing happened to Holy Prince Huang Xiaolong, you injured Guardian Gu Tianxing. Guardian? If this is a guardian of your Holy Gate, he's nothing but trash. You can't blame me for injuring a useless bastard. What? Everyone in the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate felt rage bubbling in their heart when they heard what Luo Hong said. Seemingly unaffected by those from the Holy Gate, Luo Hong continued. Huang Xiaolong killed my junior brother, Yang Rong. I'm here on my master's order to capture his murderer. It's best for all of you to hand him over to me right now. As long as you hand Huang Xiaolong over, the relationship between our holy grounds will remain the same. Murderer! Huang Xiaolong sneered. Luo Hong, your holy prince took the initiative to challenge me to a life-or-death battle. He signed it and he died in the central arena. You can't blame me for taking out the garbage. Of course, if that's a holy prince of your holy ground, he's nothing but trash. You can't blame me for killing a bastard. He couldn't even take a single slap from me. Well said. Li Wan and the others nearly jumped in joy when they heard what he said. A trace of anger flashed in Luo Hong's eyes when he glared at Huang Xiaolong. That's not what my junior brother said. You were the one who forced Yang Rong to sign the life-or-death agreement. That's right. I can vouch for what he said. Huang Xiaolong was the one who forced Yang Rong to sign the agreement. A voice echoed in the hall all of a sudden, and Jiang Tian led the members of the Holy Alliance into the hall. No one had expected Jiang Tian to side with the outsiders the moment he appeared. No one had expected him to smear Huang Xiaolong's name in front of everyone present. Jiang Tian, how dare you make up lies to side with the outsiders? How dare you frame Holy Prince Huang Xiaolong? Li Wen roared in anger. When Yang Rong was baited by your Jiang family to challenge Huang Xiaolong, everyone saw how you chose to make them sign the life-or-death challenge contract. Jiang Tian sneered. Eminent elderly one. I'm merely speaking the truth. Why would I frame Huang Xiaolong? As for your accusation of me siding with the outsiders, that's what framing is. Even if you're an eminent elder, you can't accuse me of something I didn't do. You need to be punished for framing a holy prince. Even if you say that there are many people who saw me forcing Huang Xiaolong to sign the contract, you can call them out to testify against me. Jiang Tian smirked. As for Li Wan and the others, their expressions were in stark contrast as they turned gloomy the moment Jiang Tian challenged them. When Jiang Tian had forced Huang Xiaolong to sign the life-or-death contract, the family leaders present were those who were on the Jiang family's side. There was no way they would testify against Jiang Tian. Luo Hong sneered. Li Wan, Did you hear that? Huang Xiaolong was the one who forced my junior brother to sign the life or death contract. He conspired against a holy prince of my evolving dragon holy ground. Since your head disciple can be a witness, why are you stopping me from taking the culprit away? Tan Hongyi couldn't help himself as he quickly tried to kick them while they were down. Not only do you have to hand Huang Xiaolong over, but you also need to pay us with 1,000 level 7 origin spiritual pills as tribute. Otherwise, our master will personally come over to negotiate with you guys. If he shows up, you'll have to take out 10,000 rank 7 origin spiritual pills at the very least. What? 1,000 level 7 origin spiritual pills? Li Wen and the others raged. Even as eminent elders, they wouldn't be in possession of more than several level 7 origin spiritual pills. Even if they swept through the entire Zhuiyuan holy ground, they wouldn't be able to find 100 of them. Right now, the other party was requesting for 1,000 of them. You're going too far. Su Jun smashed the jade teacup in his hand and he seethed with fury. Tan Hongyi? Who do you think you are? The members of your evolving dragon holy ground came here to look for trouble, and Luo Hong even tried to assassinate our holy prince. Do you really think that we won't kill all of you right here and now? Killing intent congealed throughout the hall, and it locked on to Luo Hong and everyone from the evolving dragon holy ground. Feeling the killing intent locked onto him, Luo Hong chuckled. Su Jun, why are you going so far for a single Huang Xiaolong? Do you really want to stake your Zhuiyuan holy ground on this? If you dare to harm any single one of us, my master will lead the evolving dragon holy ground to stomp on your Zhuiyuan holy gate. Do you think you will be able to endure the wrath of my patriarch? Hand over Huang Xiaolong and 1,000 level 7 origin spiritual pills, and we'll pretend as though nothing happened. How about that? 1,000 level 7 origin spiritual pills isn't a large number at all. We spent so much to nurture junior brother Yang Rong, and you should compensate us for it. Jiang Tian interrupted all of them before anyone could rebut Luo Hong. That's right. Eminent Elder Li Wen, are you really going to send our holy gate down the path of no return for a mere Huang Xiaolong? As the leader of the holy princes, I have to stand up for us. We cannot allow you to ruin our future over a small conflict. Wan Zhuiyuan laid down the order in the past. When the 13 doyens were unable to come up with a conclusion, Jiang Tian, as the top-ranked holy prince, would be allowed to make the decisions for them. Since the eminent elders were biased towards Huang Xiaolong, Jiang Tian had made up his mind to tear off all pretenses and go to war with them. Now that the evolving dragon holy ground had sent people to get rid of Huang Xiaolong for him, he would go along with it, sending his strongest competitor to the afterlife without lifting a finger. Jiang Tian. Gong Chun lost it, and he growled. As a holy prince of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate, you have been siding with the evolving dragon holy grounds the moment you stepped into the hall. You have been trying to send Huang Xiaolong to his death all this while, and according to the rules of the Holy Gate, we eminent elders should strip you of your rank and send you to the Holy Prison. The Holy Prison was a place used to detain holy princes who broke the rules of the Holy Gate. However, Jiang Tian seemed completely unaffected as he said, Gong Chun, bring out the evidence if you wish to accuse me. You're accusing me of plotting against a fellow holy prince because I spoke the truth. This is blatant ignorance of the rules. Am I fair to say that all of you are conspiring against me? Enough! Luo Hong stood up and interrupted them. Enough of the internal affairs of your Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. Right now, I'll give you 5 minutes to consider whether or not you'll be handing Huang Xiaolong over. I have no time to waste with you. Moreover, you'll have to give us 1,000 level 7 origin spiritual pills in a month's time. All of you doyens will bring them to me personally in the evolving dragon holy ground. Luo Hong laid down the order and prepared to leave. Too bad for him. All he was met with was a cold snort from Li Wen. Luo Hong, let me tell you our answer now. Firstly, we will not be handing Holy Prince Huang Xiaolong over to you. Secondly, neither are we going to give you level 7 origin spiritual pills as compensation. Thirdly, you carried out a sneak attack on our Holy Prince and injured Guardian Gu Tianxing in the process. For that, you will have to leave your spatial divine artifacts behind as an apology. Li Wen's words rang through the hall, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Huang Xiaolong wasn't stupid as he quickly made his way to the 13 eminent elders' side. Luo Hong roared with laughter when he heard what Li Wen said. Li Wen, what the fuck did you just say to me? Are you delirious? All right, since you refuse to hand him over, you have to bear the consequences. You forced me to make a move. Luo Hong released his aura completely, and a terrifying gale swept through the hall. With the suppressive might of his aura, the 13 eminent elders felt an irrepressible pressure landing on them, and they found it difficult to breathe. Ninth Tribulation Half-True Saint. Li Wen's expression finally changed. Luo Hong chuckled coldly in response. That's right. I am already at the peak of the Ninth Tribulation Half-True Saint realm. With my top 100 ranked Saint Godhead, Saint Bloodline, and Saint Physique, none of you can fight me. He raised his arm and grabbed at Huang Xiaolong, who was standing beside Li Wen. Huang Xiaolong, get over here. A massive claw appeared in the air before Huang Xiaolong, and terrifying waves of energy caused all the eminent elders to feel despair filling up their hearts. What audacity! Li Wen yelled and slapped towards Luo Hong's claw with a palm of his own. A massive dark green palm formed in the air as it gathered endless might. It whistled through the air as it slammed towards Luo Hong's attack. Boom! The earth shook when the two attacks clashed with each other. It was as though every disciple of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate heard the explosion as it reverberated through the skies. As a muffled groan escaped Li Wen's lips, he retreated several steps. Every step he took left a gigantic footprint imprinted onto the ground as cracks started to spider web around it. Eventually, Li Wen slammed into the pillar supporting the main hall. Unable to stop his advance, the pillar shattered into pieces and scattered throughout the hall. Even though the pillar was refined by people like Li Wen and the other eminent elders with metal essence found in the holy world, it could not withstand the collision's impact. Just this point alone was enough to show the difference in strength. Eminent Elder Li Wen, Su Jun and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. They rushed forward to support Li Wen. After taking on the attack by Luo Hong, Li Wen felt the blood draining from his face. It was clear that he was injured after that single exchange. He had never thought that Luo Hong would possess such horrifying strength. Even though they were both at the peak of the Ninth Tribulation Half-True Saint realm, their combat strength was separated by a gap wider than the heavens and earth. Several tens of thousands of years ago, he had seen Luo Hong battle. In the past, Luo Hong was only at the peak of the Eighth Tribulation Half-True Saint realm. According to Li Wen's calculations, Luo Hong would have barely broken into the Ninth Tribulation Half-True Saint realm. Alas, he was wrong. Was that the true terror of someone who possessed saint attributes ranked in the top 100. The speed of Luo Hong's cultivation had already surpassed Li Wen's wildest imaginations. As he swept his gaze across the flabbergasted Li Wen, Luo Hong sneered, "You overestimated yourself." He didn't pause as he started to make his way towards Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think that you'll be safe beside Li Wen? Do you really think that they can protect you? You better follow me back like a good dog to receive the punishment meted out by our evolving dragon holy grounds. Su Jun and the other eminent elders jumped out all of a sudden to block Luo Hong. As the experts of the Zhuiyuan holy ground released their aura, they locked on to one person and one person alone, Luo Hong. As for Jiang Tian and the other holy princes in his alliance, they retreated to a corner in the hall to watch the fantastic show playing out in front of them. Weird light flashed in Jiang Tian's eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Seeing the eminent elders of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate standing in his way, Luo Hong sneered, "Su Jun, even Li Wen couldn't take a single strike from me. Do you really think that tiny shrimps like you can stop me for a second? If you're hellbent on stopping me, you can't blame me for going on a killing spree. Let's see if anyone here can stop me today." Luo Hong raised his head and unleashed an ear-shattering roar. Just as he was about to fulfill his promise to slay everyone in his path, a terrifying wave of true saint might emerged from one of the forbidden regions of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. It was as though the heavens itself had materialized when the true saint's might appeared and the boundless energy covered the lands. It seemed to contain the will of the world as it came crashing down on everyone present. In the face of the terrifying true saint's might, everyone felt as though they were a mere ant crawling on the ground. They felt fear lingering in the depths of their soul, and even peak ninth tribulation half-true saints like Luo Hong couldn't help but feel that he was like a speck of dust, floating in the wind. As a ninth tribulation half-true saint, he was half a step away from the true saint realm. He had touched on the border of the true saint realm, and he was someone unbeatable by anyone who wasn't a true saint. In the face of the supreme pressure coming from the depths of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate, Luo Hong felt as though an insurmountable mountain was placed before him. Even if he tried his hardest, he wouldn't be able to challenge the prestige of a true saint. That was the gap between him and a true saint. If Luo Hong was feeling such pressure, there was no need to speak for the rest. True saint realm expert. A look of terror appeared on the face of Luo Hong and the others. How could there be another true saint expert in the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate? There was no mistake about it. Only true saint realm experts would be able to unleash such invincible might. However, according to all the intelligence they had gathered over the years, they only knew of a single person who had entered the true saint realm in the Zhuiyuan Holy Ground. It was Wan Zhuiyuan himself. How could there be another true saint realm expert? Even though the true saint realm expert was currently residing in the depths of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate, and he was several hundreds of millions of miles away, Luo Hong could clearly feel that he was locked onto by the other party's aura. If he dared to make a single move, he would be blown to dust before he could count to one. That was the might of a true saint realm expert. Even if he was a billion miles away, all he needed was a single thought to crush anyone beneath the true saint realm. When Luo Hong's world spun upside down, and terror filled his heart, Su Jun and the others rejoiced. It was clear that they weren't expecting there to still be a true saint realm expert in the Holy Gate. The only people who weren't surprised were Huang Xiaolong and Li Wen. As the leader of the eminent elders, Li Wen knew that there was a true saint realm expert residing in the holy ground. Huang Xiaolong was also no stranger, as he had already obtained a part of Wan Zhuiyuan's memory. Boom! All of a sudden, the void started to shake, and it felt as though a giant, strong enough to split the world in half, had woken up from its deep slumber. It started to walk towards the main hall, and with every step it took, every structure in the Zhuiyuan holy ground trembled. Boom! 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 As footsteps resounded through the skies, the giant got closer and closer to the main hall. The true saint's might became stronger as the giant approached, and Luo Hong turned deathly pale. The feeling of death filled his mind. Having no idea how much time had passed, Luo Hong and the others saw the true appearance of the true saint realm expert. True saint beast. It was a holy beast that had entered the true saint realm. When Luo Hong saw the opponent he was up against, he sucked in a cold breath. The expression on his face changed and dread overwhelmed him. Everyone knew that a holy beast was stronger than a cultivator of the same realm. There were rumors that there was a true saint realm holy beast in the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate, but no one had ever seen it before. After all, Wan Zhuiyuan had never ridden the beast to battle. No one knew how strong Zhuiyuan's holy beast actually was. There were even some who said that it was a mere second tribulation half-true saint realm holy beast. No matter how exaggerated the rumors were, not a single person believed that the beast had entered the true saint realm. It was a miracle for a cultivator to enter the true saint realm, and it was even more difficult for holy beasts to break through. According to logic, it was 10 times more difficult for a holy beast to enter the true saint realm compared to a human cultivator. Under the gaze of everyone present, the beast revealed itself. Like a tiny chaos mountain, the beast stood before the main palace. It had the head of a dragon with horns poking out of its forehead, and the body of a lion. Even with the height of several thousand feet, the main palace was merely the size of its toe. I greet Lord D. Li Wen kneeled, and the eminent elders quickly snapped back to reality. They quickly kneeled to show their respects, but the same couldn't be said for Luo Hong and the others. Luo Hong and the others felt their legs going soft as they sank to their knees in fright. Holy Prince of the evolving dragon holy ground? The holy beast slowly opened its mouth as its voice boomed through the void. Yes, We are holy princes from the evolving dragon holy ground. The evolving dragon holy saint is my master. Holy Prince Luohong greets senior true saint. Luohong kowtowed as beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. As soon as the words left his lips, the holy beast moved. With a single kick, it sent Luohong and everyone else from the evolving dragon holy ground flying out of the main palace. No one knew how far they flew, but they disappeared into the horizon as they flew out of the entrance of the Holy Gate's headquarters. As everyone from the evolving dragon holy ground was sent crashing into the ground outside the Holy Gate, their bones and internal organs were shattered completely. Terrifying wounds appeared all over their bodies as blood gushed out from them. Senior True Saint Luohong crawled to his feet as a look of fear appeared on his face. With cold eyes, the holy beast stared at Luohong. Weren't you about to unleash a reign of terror on my holy gate? Weren't you about to start your killing spree? Didn't you ask if there was someone able to stop you? Shaking his head hastily, Luohong begged for mercy. Senior True Saint, this junior didn't mean any disrespect. I was planning to exchange several blows with eminent elder Li Wan and the others, nothing else. That's right. It was only a friendly exchange. The explanation came pouring out from his mouth as though he was afraid that the holy beast would send him to the afterlife with a single blow. Friendly exchange? A cold harumph left the beast's lips. Grabbing Luohong with a single arm, it dangled him in the air and continued. Why don't I exchange several blows with you? Come look for me if you're planning to carry out your friendly exchanges. The blood drained from Luohong's face the moment he heard what the true Saint Holy Beast said. Shaking his hand as his life depended on it, he begged for mercy once again. Luohong isn't daring enough to compare notes with Senior True Saint. Please show mercy on my master's account. With a casual flick of the wrist, the holy beast flung Luohong to the ground once again. Several more wounds appeared on his body. Leave. Killing you guys will only dirty my hands. I'll let you live so that others won't go spreading rumors about me bullying juniors. The dragon lion sneered. If you appear in front of me again, you'll wish you were dead. Yes, yes, yes. Luohong seemed as though he had received the imperial pardons as tears streamed down his face. I thank Senior True Saint for showing mercy. We shall leave this instant. With the members of the evolving dragon holy ground in tow, Luohong beat a hasty retreat in case the dragon lion holy beast changed its mind. Looking at how they ran away after pushing themselves to the limit, no one would think that they were injured. After the members of the evolving dragon holy ground were gone, the dragon lion turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong. The frosty expression on his face disappeared, and a look of benevolence took its place. Little one, come with me. I need to speak with you. Under the envied gaze of Jiang Tian and the others, Huang Xiaolong soared into the skies and disappeared with the dragon lion holy beast. As he saw Huang Xiaolong's figure growing smaller and smaller, the worry in Jiang Tian's heart became larger and larger. As the leader of the holy princes, he had no idea an existence at the True Saint realm was holding the fort in the Zhuiyuan holy ground. After seeing the look of unease on Jiang Tian's face, Li Wen sneered, Jiang Tian, aren't you disappointed that Huang Xiaolong wasn't taken away by the members of the evolving dragon holy ground? A trace of rage burned in Jiang Tian's heart when he heard what Li Wen said. However, he forced himself to retain his smile. Eminent Elder Li Wen must be joking. I was merely trying to ease the friction between our factions. My greatest hope is for the disciples of the Holy Gate to remain safe in the face of an external threat. Su Jun chuckled in amusement. It seems like you're pretty proud of yourself. In the past, Su Jun had held no grudges towards Jiang Tian, and so had the other eminent elders. However, they were no longer able to remain indifferent when it came to Jiang Tian, as this episode had left a dirty taste in their mouths. A feeling of disgust appeared in their hearts whenever they looked at this traitor, who had sided with the members of the evolving dragon holy ground. In the past, Su Jun had sided with Jiang Tian, and he had even encouraged the formation of the Holy Alliance. He had to admit that Jiang Tian's talent was indeed promising, and there was a chance for him to enter the true Saint realm. The moment he broke through, he would be able to lead the Holy Gate to greater heights. Never in his wildest imagination would he have thought that Zhang Tian would force Huang Xiaolong down the path of no return due to a little grudge he had formed. With the stand he took previously, it was clear that he wasn't on the Zhuiyuan's Holy Gate's side. Looking at Su Jun, Zhang Tian snickered, "Eminent Elder Su Jun, I am devoted to the Holy Gate, and I have always been looking out for our disciples. Why else would you have supported my decision to create the Holy Alliance?" His speech of devotion was met with a single cold snort from Su Jun. One day later, in the main palace of the Holy Alliance, Zhang Tian was pacing about the hall as the sense of unease in his heart grew stronger. "Senior brother Zhang Tian, there is no need to worry. You didn't do anything wrong. Eminent Elder Li Wen wouldn't dare to do anything to you. He isn't crazy enough to kick all 14 of us out of the Holy Gate." Zhang Yongjia tried to appease Zhang Tian when he saw the nervous expression on Zhang Tian's face. "Senior brother Zhang is right. Senior brother Zhang, I refuse to believe that Eminent Elder Li Wen and the others can do anything to the 14 of us," Wuxia added. Zhang Tian shook his head slowly. "Li Wen and the others might not dare to, but what about Senior Holy Beast?" Zhang Yongjia and the others stared at him in stunned silence. "Is it even possible for him to kick us out because of a mere Huang Xiaolong?" Yuan Peng sneered. "We might as well join the evolving dragon holy ground if they expel us from the Holy Gate." The other holy princes nodded in agreement when they heard what Yuan Peng said. To their surprise, Li Wen and the other eminent elders entered the hall as they were thinking of the possible punishment they were about to face. Zhang Tian's heart sank when he saw that all 13 eminent elders were present. "Is there something you need from us?" Zhang Tian asked. With an expressionless face, Li Wen commanded, "Holy princes of the Holy Alliance, kneel to receive Lord Di Huai's order." He retrieved a holy edict, and the might of a true Saint Realm cultivator filled the hall. The air in the hall turned stale, and everyone felt as though the heavens were falling on them. Lord Di Huai's holy edict. Zhang Tian's heart sank further. After hesitating for a split second, he decided to kneel. After seeing their leader on his knees, Zhang Yongjia and the others quickly followed suit. Opening the holy edict, Li Wen started to read out Lord Di Huai's order. The more he read, the uglier the look on the faces of the holy princes became. According to Lord Di Huai's holy edict, Zhang Tian's title as the leader of the holy princes would be stripped, and all 14 holy princes of the Holy Alliance would be thrown into the holy prison. They would only be released after 10,000 years. The worst part was that the Holy Gate would not provide them with any resources in their 10,000 years of confinement. The origin spiritual pills, jade stones, and other treasures they would have gotten would be confiscated and given to Huang Xiaolong. Zhang Yongjia leaped to his feet the instant Li Wen completed the edict. Unable to contain the fury in his heart, he roared, "Li Wen, Lord Di Huai isn't the patriarch of our Holy Gate. Even if he's a true saint, he has no rights to order for our imprisonment." "That's right. As holy princes of the Holy Gate, the only person who can issue our punishment is the patriarch himself." Wuxia, Yuan Peng, and everyone else seethed with fury. A cold sneer appeared on Li Wen's face as though he had already expected this to happen. He took out another holy edict and said, "This is a holy edict left behind by Patriarch Zhuiyuan in the past. If a new patriarch hasn't been appointed, Lord Di Huai would be in charge of the Holy Gate." As Li Wen unfurled Zhuiyuan's holy edict, Zhang Tian and the others felt the world around them collapsing. Their expressions turned ugly, and none of them knew what to do. Several days after Zhang Tian and the others were thrown into the holy prison, Di Huai passed down another order that Huang Xiaolong would be the new leader among the holy princes, and a huge storm blew through the Holy Gate. Since Zhang Tian and the others entered the holy prison, the Holy Alliance palace sank into unprecedented gloom. In stark contrast, celebration filled the myriad dragon peak. It was a joyous occasion as Zhang Tian and the others were thrown into prison. However, the point of the celebration was that Huang Xiaolong was now the chief disciple of the holy princes. After the celebration ended, night fell, and silvery moonlight fell upon the land. Standing on the roof of his palace, Huang Xiaolong faced the wind as he thought about what the dragon lion holy beast had spoken to him about. Even though Di Huai had managed to fend off Luo Hong and the others, for the time being, no one could be sure if the evolving dragon holy ground would launch a full-out offensive against the Zhuiyuan holy ground. The only thing Di Huai knew was that they would be safe temporarily. As for Huang Xiaolong's ability to improve his saint godhead, saint bloodline, and saint physique, he was afraid no one would be able to conceal the news for long. When the members of the evolving dragon holy ground learned about it, they would ignore all their losses and send endless amounts of troops down to capture Huang Xiaolong. If the evolving dragon holy ground threw caution to the wind and went all out, even Di Huai wasn't confident of protecting Huang Xiaolong. As such, Di Huai planned to let Huang Xiaolong join the Holy Heavens. The Holy Heavens was one of the strongest organizations in the Holy World. It was created by several peak existences, who had already surpassed the true saint realm, and the power behind the organization was unfathomable. As long as one was a venerable realm holy prince, one could take part in their selection process. The moment Huang Xiaolong entered their organization, even with 1,000,000 times more courage, the evolving dragon holy ground wouldn't dare to touch a single strand of hair on his head. Holy heavens! Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself as brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Even though they only accepted holy princes, they were extremely strict when it came to accepting disciples. Even holy princes who had saint attributes ranked in the top 100 wouldn't be able to enter. However, Huang Xiaolong was confident in his abilities. That was because he had the ability to continuously evolve his saint attributes. The only problem he had was to enter the venerable realm. According to Lord Di Huai's intentions, he planned to unseal a forbidden ground in the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate for Huang Xiaolong to enter seclusion. However, he was rejected by Huang Xiaolong. Even though increasing his cultivation in seclusion in the forbidden region would decrease the time he needed to enter the venerable realm compared to regular cultivation, it would take 20 years. Huang Xiaolong felt that 20 years to enter the venerable realm was too slow. He was afraid that the evolving dragon holy ground would have already led their troops to lay siege on the Zhuiyuan holy ground in 20 years. As such, he had decided to accept the missions given out by the Holy Gate to hunt down members of the evil factions. He would devour their saint attributes and force himself to enter the venerable realm as soon as possible. Young master, are you thinking about the evolving dragon holy ground? Zhang Wenyue appeared behind Huang Xiaolong as her soft voice entered his ears. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head slowly. I've heard about what happened that day. Will the evolving dragon holy ground still dare to mess with us? Huang Xiaolong explained. The strength of the evolving dragon holy ground has long since surpassed our Zhuiyuan holy gate. According to Lord Di Huai, the evolving dragon holy gate has already allied themselves with the Taihong holy gate. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but chuckle softly when he spoke up to this point. However, there is nothing for you to worry about. If there comes a day where they send troops down to the Zhuiyuan holy gate, Lord Di Huai will be more than capable of protecting us as we retreat. On the very next day, Huang Xiaolong left the Myriad Dragon Peak to accept missions to deal with the disciples of the evil factions. This time, the Hall Master personally came out to receive Huang Xiaolong. Zhang Su was extremely respectful as he attended to Huang Xiaolong and gave him all the missions he wanted. With a single word, Huang Xiaolong asked Zhang Su to bring out all the missions they had to slay disciples of the evil faction. This time, he chose everyone in the Fourth Order Venerable Realm or weaker. With his current strength, none of them would be able to pose a threat to him. Eventually, Huang Xiaolong picked out 20 missions in total. Every single evil cultivator Huang Xiaolong chose to kill were under the Fourth Order Venerable Realm, and the strongest was only a Third Order Venerable. As for the weakest, it was a First Order Venerable Realm cultivator. Of course, every single one he chose had either a complete Tao Saint Godhead, Saint Bloodline, or Saint Physique. After seeing how Huang Xiaolong took 12 mission slips in one go, Zhang Su couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Your Highness, are you really planning to take on all these missions by yourself? Even though Huang Xiaolong was currently the leader of the Holy Princes and was able to receive many benefits in addition to the special attention given to him by the Doyens and Lord Di Huai, he would still be punished by the rules of the Holy Gate if he failed to complete the missions. Out of the 12 missions he picked, there were indeed several of them that were nigh impossible to complete. For example, the third order Venerable Huang Xiaolong chose to kill was called Zhou. He had a saint godhead and a saint bloodline, and they were both ranked in the high 1000s. With Huang Xiaolong's current strength, it was an impossible task to kill someone so much stronger than him. What? Am I not allowed to accept these missions? Huang Xiaolong said, half-jokingly. Zhang Su shook his hands and explained, No. That's not what I meant. Your Highness is currently the leader of the Holy Princes, and you can take as many missions as you want. However, there are several missions here that you might not be able to complete. Afraid that Huang Xiaolong was really unaware of the dangers, Zhang Su broke down every aspect of the mission he chose. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head after hearing the explanation and chuckled. I will take note of what you said. When the missions are completed, I shall invite Hall Master Zhang to take a look at them. Huang Xiaolong left the palace as soon as he spoke. Zhang Su stood rooted to his spot as he stared at Huang Xiaolong's disappearing figure. What happened just now? A month later, in the central holy continent, above a certain frozen lake, blood-red mist filled the skies. A look of disbelief appeared on the nefarious king's face as he stared at Huang Xiaolong before falling to the frozen land below. For months later, in a random mountain cave in the eastern winged crow continent, Huang Xiaolong blew a hole through the chest of Cui Yun from the evil faction. Several dozen minutes later, Huang Xiaolong left the cave with a dried-up corpse inside it. Very quickly, 3 years passed. In the 3 years, Huang Xiaolong completed 8 missions and killed 8 members of the evil faction. Their strength ranged from the First Order Venerable Realm to the late Second Order Venerable Realm. After devouring their saint attributes, Huang Xiaolong's saint godheads, saint bloodlines, and saint physique evolved at a terrifying rate. They became ranked in the 2000 by the time he was done. As for his strength, he approached the peak of the late 10th Order Sovereign Realm, and his combat prowess took a leap forward. Sitting in a courtyard in a branch of the ancient Emperor Beast continent, Huang Xiaolong took out the other mission slips. Those were the hardest ones, and the strength of all his remaining targets was at the Third Order Venerable Realm. The strongest of them all was Zhou at the late Third Order Venerable Realm. The White Bone Blade Devil, Yu Dongyuan. Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze across the mission slips and locked onto the second hardest mission. The mission was to kill the White Bone Blade Devil, Yu Dongyuan. According to the basic report written on the mission slip, Yu Dongyuan was hiding in one of the islands near the Dragon Heart Island. The island he was on was called the Dark Devil Island. From Huang Xiaolong's current location, it wouldn't take him long to travel to Dark Devil Island. After killing Yu Dongyuan, he could head over to Dragon Heart Island to look for the Purple Grand Mist Aura. If he managed to obtain the Purple Grand Mist Aura, it wouldn't be too late for him to head over to kill the remaining 3 after he entered the peak of the late 10th Order Sovereign Realm. Huang Xiaolong had already made up his mind. He would kill Zhou last. After killing and devouring Zhou's saint attributes, he would be at the gates of the Venerable Realm. His saint godhead would also enter the top 1,000 ranks. Every 1,000 ranks was a watershed, and the difference between the ranks meant a difference of heaven and earth. The difference between a rank 3,000 saint godhead and a rank 4001 was like a deep ravine, while the difference between a rank 2,000 and a rank 3,000 saint godhead was like the void that filled the space between heaven and earth. If Huang Xiaolong wanted to increase the rank of his saint godhead from the 900th rank to the 800th rank, it would be several tens of times harder than breaking into the 1,000 rankings. However, that was a problem for another time. His goal for this mission was to enter the top 1,000 ranks. Nothing more. Leaving the Holy Gates branch the very next day, Huang Xiaolong charged towards the Dark Devil Island without rest. This time, he wasn't riding on the Golden Pig treasure. Instead, he rode on the back of a phoenix that was enveloped in multicolored light. The tiny rainbow phoenix had hatched from the holy beast egg Huang Xiaolong had obtained in the past. Even though it had already hatched for quite some time, this was the first time he had called it out. As a rainbow phoenix, Huang Xiaolong was extremely perplexed when he noticed the 9 tails growing on its back. No matter how he searched through his memories or books he obtained in the holy world, Huang Xiaolong failed to learn of its identity. Despite its tiny appearance, it possessed unbelievable speed. It wasn't any slower than the golden pig. With the ability to move so quickly even at a young age, Huang Xiaolong had no doubt that it would only fly faster and faster as it matured. The little rainbow phoenix soared through the heavens with Huang Xiaolong on its back and crossed mountain range after mountain range. However, it slowed down all of a sudden. It opened its mouth and started to chirp loudly, and a smile broke out on Huang Xiaolong's face when he heard it. Retrieving a level 1 origin spiritual pill that emitted brilliant rays of light, Huang Xiaolong tossed it into the little phoenix's mouth. After swallowing the pill, the little rainbow phoenix cried out in joy as it started to accelerate once again. Ever since the egg had hatched, and the little fellow was born, Huang Xiaolong had fed it fire-attributed level 1 origin spiritual pills occasionally. Well, it wasn't because Huang Xiaolong was restricting its diet to fire-attributed pills. Instead, it was because the little bird wouldn't eat anything other than fire-attributed origin spiritual pills. It matured extremely quickly under the assistance of the origin spiritual pills, and the 9 colored feathers on its body emitted a resplendent glow that seemed to increase in intensity every other day. Little brat, you're lucky I'm your master. If you follow any other disciple from the Holy Gate, you'll probably starve to death in a year. Your master will go from a rich man to a pauper by feeding you. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. The golden pig treasure was satisfied with a top-grade chaos spirit stone, and even though that was an acceptable expense to Huang Xiaolong, it was pretty extravagant for others. However, whatever the golden pig treasure didn't matter when compared to the little rainbow phoenix. It ate a level 1 origin spiritual pill a day. Even though it was only a level 1 origin spiritual pill, it was several thousands of times more valuable than a top-grade chaos spirit stone. In a year, how many holy bills were required to purchase 365 level 1 origin spiritual pills? Thinking ahead, the little bird was merely an infant. As it grew up, it would probably feed on level 2 and level 3 origin spiritual pills. There was even a possibility that Huang Xiaolong would have to feed it level 4 origin spiritual pills. Even with Huang Xiaolong's wealth, it would prove to be a huge problem. When Huang Xiaolong was thinking about how he should feed it in the future, the little bird turned around and looked at him with its large round eyes. Hee. I'll just call you Little 9 from now on. The rainbow phoenix nodded its head and chirped in joy. Several tens of days later, Huang Xiaolong returned to the Blue Sea. As soon as he arrived, he decided to make a trip to the Mirage Sea Spiritual Island. After ensuring that there weren't any problems with the management of the 2 islands, he left for the Dark Devil Island. Half a month later, Huang Xiaolong and Little 9 stopped in the space above a massive island. Different from all the islands around it, devil qi pierced the skies as frigid qi dominated the lands. It went without saying that that was the Dark Devil Island. Even though they were pretty high above the island, Huang Xiaolong could hear the wails of mournful spirits coming from the island. After pausing for a moment, Huang Xiaolong tore through the devilish qi in the skies and entered the island. Despite the shocking might of the frigid devil qi on the island, Huang Xiaolong could withstand it with his fleshy body alone. He didn't bother circulating energy in his body at all. As for the little rainbow phoenix, it wasn't afraid of the devil qi in the slightest. In fact, the flames around its body were the bane of all devilish existences. The moment he entered the island, Huang Xiaolong led Little 9 towards one of the desolate lands in the northern part of the island. That was where the white-bone blade devil Yudongyuan was hiding. Along the way, they ran into piles and piles of bones. There were bones of desolate beasts, and there were bones of those from ancient races. There were even bones of several beings Huang Xiaolong couldn't identify. Some of them were as large as mountains, and there were also some as small as specks of dust. Corpse qi gathered in the air above them, and a vortex of corpse qi could be seen swirling about in the skies above them. With the concentration of corpse qi, even half-step venerables would enter the gates of hell the moment a trace of it entered their bodies. Not long after Huang Xiaolong entered the island, he was met with waves of assault from dark devil beasts. All of them cultivated by absorbing the devil qi in the air surrounding the Dark Devil Island, and the frigid qi they emitted was terrifying enough. Out of all the beasts in the Azure Sea, The dark devil beasts were one of the most terrifying species. However, they couldn't even approach Huang Xiaolong when they were smashed to bits by the tiny chaos axe formed by his sovereign's will. Along the way, the number of dark devil beasts that died in his hands numbered in the thousands. Junior sister, are there really Langya trees here? We've been searching for dozens of days, but we failed to catch even the shadow of the tree. A voice rang through the air and entered Huang Xiaolong's ear as he soared through the skies. I'm sure. A woman's voice pierced through the skies. I learned about this from the sect leader of the Blade Wind sect. Even if he was tired of living, he wouldn't dare to lie to me. Whatever the case, he only told me that Langya trees grow on this island. He didn't say where to find them. A group of people soon appeared in Huang Xiaolong's sights. He was stunned when he saw the insignia on their robes. They were from the revered River Divine sect, the number 1 sect in the Holy Ground. He was no stranger to them. In fact, he had already seen the leader of their sect, Fan Fan. It seemed as though the relationship between the revered River Divine sect had close relations with the Jiang family. As if on cue, the members of the revered River Divine sect turned around and noticed Huang Xiaolong. Junior sister, why don't we capture that brat and beat the answer out of him? One of the disciples asked. Sure. He looks pretty suspicious anyway. He might even be here for the Langya tree. The lady nodded her head and quickly agreed to the suggestion. Go. Capture that brat and bring him to us for interrogation. The male disciple turned and ordered another disciple beside him. It was clear that the statuses of the male and female disciples were higher than the ordinary disciples. Yes, senior brother Suizang. The disciple who was ordered nodded his head and flew towards Huang Xiaolong. The disciple who approached Huang Xiaolong was not a mere half-step venerable. He was someone who had already solidified his cultivation and was only waiting for a moment of inspiration to break through. As he approached Huang Xiaolong, he didn't bother speaking any sort of nonsense. The first thing he did was to greet Huang Xiaolong with a punch. As the first-ranked sect in the Zhuiyuan Holy Ground, they were as strong as the Jiang family. As one of the hegemons, the disciples they possessed had an arrogant air that permeated their bones. They had always acted overbearingly, and the disciple was naturally disinclined to speak to someone he didn't recognize. However, one of them was clearly more confident in himself. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother looking at the disciple who was sending a punch to his chest, and he merely clicked his finger. In an instant, the disciple from the revered River Divine sect exploded into a mist of blood. He didn't even have the chance to scream. Huang Xiaolong held no respect for the members of the revered River Divine sect. As such, there was no reason for him to show any mercy. What? Suizang and the female disciple revealed dumbfounded looks as they stared at the sight before them. Luckily or unluckily for them, they managed to react quickly as all the members of the revered River Divine sect surrounded Huang Xiaolong and the little phoenix. How dare you kill a disciple from my divine sect? Suizang roared with killing intent spilling from his eyes. Brat, you must be tired of living. You! Too bad for him. Huang Xiaolong reached out to grab him before he was done speaking. Like grabbing a duck by the neck, Huang Xiaolong raised him into the air. How dare! Suizang stared at Huang Xiaolong with a terrified gaze and tremors ran through his heart. He was astounded that, as a 10th-order sovereign, Huang Xiaolong was able to suppress a first-order venerable such as himself. The other party was strong to the point where he couldn't even lift a finger to defend himself. However, he was angrier that someone had dared to move against him. The other disciples of his sect were enraged when they saw that their senior brother was captured by the enemy. Release senior brother Suizang at once. The female disciple Wu Weiwei screamed. Let me tell you right now. Senior brother Suizang is the personal disciple of Elder Chun Shaokong of the revered River Divine sect. If you dare to harm a single hair on his head, your entire family and sect will be dragged to hell with you. The other disciples glared at Huang Xiaolong, hoping that he would release their senior brother at once. Chun Shaokong? Huang Xiaolong furrowed his brows. That's right. He's an elder of our revered River Divine sect. Wu Weiwei snapped. I am the young lady of the sect's enforcement hall, and you can't escape from our divine sect if you harm senior brother Sui Tseng. As she raged on about her identity and status in the sect, Huang Xiaolong tightened his grip on Sui Tseng. A trace of divine flame appeared from his body and turned the man into a pile of ashes. Wu Weiwei and the other disciples stared at Huang Xiaolong with a dumbfounded expression as they alternated their gazes between the youngster before them and the pile of ash scattering in the wind. The other party actually killed Sui Tseng. You. Wu Weiwei pointed at Huang Xiaolong, and she was at a loss of words. She wasn't angry. Instead, it felt as though a bomb had gone off in her head as terror clouded her mind. Who's Chun Xiaokong? I've never heard of him. Huang Xiaolong stared at her with an indifferent expression and continued, By the way, I hate those people who point and curse at me. Wu Weiwei stared at him with her jaws agape. Even though she didn't believe that the youngster would kill the young lady of the enforcement hall of the revered River Divine Sect, she didn't dare to test it out. She hastily withdrew her arm and placed it obediently by her side. My father and Elder Chun Xiaokong are nearby. Wu Weiwei glared at Huang Xiaolong as a trace of hope ignited in her eyes. You won't be able to escape after killing senior brother Sui. Huang Xiaolong nearly yawned when he heard what she said. If I wanted to escape, I would have already ran. Go call your father and whatever elder you call him. I'm going to remain on the island for several more days. Shooting a final glare at Huang Xiaolong, Wu Weiwei grabbed the disciples of the revered River Divine Sect and fled. Hold up. I allowed you to call for backup, not them. Huang Xiaolong snorted. Before Wu Weiwei could question him, the tiny chaos axe appeared in the air and slammed against the group of disciples. In an instant, more than a dozen disciples fell from the skies. Looking at her companions, who were slaughtered by the youngster before her, the blood drained from her face. A different type of fear formed in her eyes. Under the influence of the dread she felt for Huang Xiaolong, she disappeared into the distance. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother with her, and he continued to travel towards the northern regions of the island. A day later, Huang Xiaolong stood at the peak of a mountain as he stared at the patch of desolate wasteland beneath him. In the space above the wasteland, balls of concentrated frigid devil chi swirled and danced around. Huang Xiaolong released his divine soul and covered the lands. After checking out his surroundings, he rode on the Rainbow Phoenix and charged into the desolate wasteland. Before he got far, a ball of frigid devil chi brushed over his head, and a shadowy figure rushed towards him with the intention of killing him. As it approached, it was slapped away by a single palm from Huang Xiaolong. As the shadow smashed into the ground, Huang Xiaolong saw its true appearance. It was a black leopard, and it resembled a dangerous black devil beast. Black Shadow? It was a special type of black devil beast that had the transformation ability. Its speciality was its ability to hide, and its terrifying speed. Huang Xiaolong didn't tangle himself with it as he continued his journey. Several hours later, he stopped in the space above the wasteland. Blade Chi soared into the skies as a figure who was wrapped in Blade Chi tore through the skies. Wherever the Blade Chi swept past, a black devil beast would fall. More than 100 black devil beasts were slain in the blink of an eye. When they were all dead, the figure finally stopped moving as the Blade Chi in the air dissipated. Huang Xiaolong stared at the man who was as thin as a skeleton and greeted, White-boned Blade Devil. The man had dark green eyes, and his face was completely devoid of blood. As Yu Dongyuan stared at Huang Xiaolong, it didn't take long for him to lose interest in the weakling before him. He soon turned to stare at the Rainbow Phoenix as a smile lit up on his face. Excellent mount. Even though he didn't recognize the Rainbow Phoenix, he knew that it wasn't ordinary. Are you a disciple of the Holy Gate here to kill me? Yu Dongyuan casually asked. That's right. A chuckle escaped his lips. There were several disciples who accepted the mission to hunt me down. However, I'm still as fine as can be. None of the disciples from the Holy Gate managed to survive their encounter with me. All of them turned into ghosts under my blade. Raising the white-boned devil blade in his arm, Yu Dongyuan continued, You shall be number 23. Huang Xiaolong stared at him with a placid expression. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'll kill you and hang your head in the headquarters of the Holy Gate. Ha ha ha. What qualifications do you have to take me down? You're a mere 10th order sovereign. Do you really think you're Jiang Tian, Xianxia, or Wuxia? As a mid-third order venerable, he was extremely confident in his abilities. Moreover, his saint attributes weren't low. His saint godhead and saint bloodline ranked pretty high up the ladder, and he was comparable to the holy princes. Even a holy prince at the same cultivation level as him wouldn't be able to take him down with absolute certainty, much less a 10th order sovereign like Huang Xiaolong. Jumping off the body of the rainbow phoenix, Huang Xiaolong activated his 3 saint godheads and saint bloodlines before sending a punch towards Yu Dongyuan's head. You're asking for it. Yu Dongyuan snickered, and he didn't bother to raise the blade in his hand to block the attack. White-colored corpse qi emerged from his body as he received Huang Xiaolong's punch with one of his own. Under Yu Dongyuan's constant refinement, the corpse qi was strong enough to corrode any sort of origin energy. Boom! Their fists met and a resounding explosion filled the skies. Yu Dongyuan's expression changed the moment he felt the strength contained in Huang Xiaolong's fist. The 10th order sovereign before him wasn't as weak as he thought. A terrifying surge of energy rushed through his arms. The force caused him to retreat again and again. Unable to stabilize himself, he drew 2 long lines across the ground as he slid backwards. Only after flying for several thousand miles did he manage to stop himself. Staring at the exposed bones in his arm, Yu Dongyuan raised his head to look at Huang Xiaolong in shock. How could this happen? A look of disbelief filled his face. As someone who cultivated the white bone devil art, his defensive capabilities were terrifying to the extreme. Even without a saint physique, his fleshy body wasn't weaker than someone who had one. However, a 3rd order venerable like himself was actually injured by a holy prince, who was at the 10th order sovereign realm. Who the hell are you? Yu Dongyuan's expression turned solemn, and he slowly retrieved his white-boned devil blade. I've seen so many holy princes in my life, but I have never seen you before. With Huang Xiaolong's strength, he was definitely someone from the Holy Gate. However, he recognized all the holy princes, and none of them had the appearance of the youngster before him. It was no wonder Yu Dongyuan didn't recognize Huang Xiaolong. He had been living in seclusion all this while to cultivate his white-bone devil art. He had no clue what had happened in the outside world, especially when Huang Xiaolong had risen in the past several tens of years. I'm a holy prince of the Holy Gate. My name is Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong casually said. Tyrannical might pulsed out from his body as he glanced at Yu Dongyuan. The other party was slightly stronger than he had expected. Even after activating his 3 saint godheads and saint bloodlines, he only managed to slightly injure Yu Dongyuan. Narrowing his eyes, Yu Dongyuan sneered. A holy prince who just ascended? No wonder you're only at the 10th order sovereign realm. Looks like your talent is pretty good. You should be ranked in the top 10 among the princes, right? Who would have thought that the upper echelons of the Holy Gate would allow you to kill yourself by accepting the mission to hunt me down? Even though he suffered slightly from Huang Xiaolong's previous blow, he knew that with the strength Huang Xiaolong showed, it was a far cry from being able to deal with him. Are you so sure? Huang Xiaolong chuckled as he soared into the skies once again. Circulating his energy through all 3 saint godheads, he punched with both arms. 8 desolate holy light fist. 2 massive fists formed in the air as brilliant rays of light filled the surroundings. The frigid devil qi in the air seemed to have met its archenemy as it was purified completely. A solemn expression formed on Yu Dongyuan's face as he realized that Huang Xiaolong's combat abilities were growing stronger once again. White-boned devil blade, devil massacring ghost prison. Buzz. Countless rays of blade light shot towards the 2 fists and a massive white-boned devils crawled out from under the ground. They rushed towards Huang Xiaolong's fist without hesitation. Boom! The blade qi was shattered, and the white-boned devils were turned into nothing but white dust. A tiny hole appeared in Huang Xiaolong's attack, but it didn't matter as it continued on its path to slam into Yu Dongyuan. Finally realizing that he was in trouble, Yu Dongyuan's figure flickered as he tried to dodge the attack. In the instant his figure disappeared from its original location, Huang Xiaolong's fists arrived. It slammed into the ground and the wasteland trembled. Two massive craters were formed in the land and the space above it shone with holy light. Despite dodging the attack, Yu Dongyuan felt waves of pain shooting through his body as waves of holy qi assaulted him. Due to his cultivation of the white-bone devil art, Huang Xiaolong's 8 desolate holy light fist perfectly countered him. As such, his blood seemed to flow in reverse when the holy qi slammed into him. Before he could stabilize himself, a figure flashed and appeared before him as Huang Xiaolong started his assault once again. Final boundless sword art. Sword qi filled the space around them in an instant as they pierced towards Yu Dongyuan. White-boned devil armor. As he pushed himself to the limit, tiny white skulls formed around him. Even though the skulls were only the size of a fist, they managed to fuse together to form an armor that surrounded his body. There were countless runes swirling around each skull, and devil light pierced through the air. It was too bad that Huang Xiaolong's sword qi arriving before his armor was fully formed. Rip! The final boundless sword art tore the white-bone devil armor into shreds before emerging from Yu Dongyuan's back. Despite the defensive abilities of the devil armor, it was impossible for it to withstand a blow from a true saint martial art. Yu Dongyuan's miserable shriek rang through the air as he slammed into the ground below. Streaks of blood decorated his body. As he got to his feet shakily, he stared at Huang Xiaolong with equal parts of shock and anger. Of course, he was no fool. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, he unleashed his final move. Every single part of his body glowed with a devilish light, and he seemed to have transformed into a white-boned devil. Sword assimilation. Die! Absorbing the white-boned devil blade into his body, Yu Dongyuan transformed into a massive blade that slashed towards Huang Xiaolong with everything he had. Yu Dongyuan's face appeared on the edge of the blade. The lightning bead emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body before Yu Dongyuan could slam into him. Lightning qi filled the air. Lightning clouds filled the air and the sky turned dark in an instant. The wasteland that was devoid of all life was filled with lightning bolts instantly. Bang! The lightning bead slammed into the white-bone devil blade and a giant crack formed on Yu Dongyuan's body. As if he had lost all his strength, the blade fell from the skies and landed on the ground. Huang Xiaolong didn't remain in the air as he slowly drifted down towards Yu Dongyuan. This saint artifact. Yu Dongyuan stared at the lightning bead in the space above him with an apprehensive look. Retrieving the lightning bead, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. That's right, this is a saint artifact. With the resources provided by the Holy Gate, he had long since restored the lightning bead to its peak state. No matter how strong Yu Dongyuan was, it was impossible for him to withstand a blow from the lightning bead. Huang Xiaolong slowly walked towards Yu Dongyuan. Thinking about his miserable fate, Yu Dongyuan revealed a helpless smile. I would never have thought that I would die in the hands of a sovereign. I've killed several disciples from the Holy Gate previously, managing to obtain the treasury of a certain ancient devil venerable in the past few years. I hid everything on Dragon Heart Island, and I'll leave them all to you in hopes for a quick death. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. All right. After he spoke, he dragged Yu Dongyuan towards himself. Tens of minutes later, Huang Xiaolong devoured Yu Dongyuan's saint attributes and scattered his dust into the wind. Half a month later, he arrived on Dragon Heart Island. In the time he spent traveling, Huang Xiaolong had completely refined Yu Dongyuan's complete Tao Saint Godhead and his saint bloodline. Dragon Heart Island. Looking at the massive island before him, Huang Xiaolong felt his heart shaking. The moment he entered, he could feel the faint presence of a dragon's might as dragon qi swirled round him. It seems like the legends are true, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. Rumors had it that the Dragon Heart Island was refined from the heart of one of the ancient members of the dragon race. As for the bloodline of the dragon who was killed, it was hidden somewhere deep in the island. Since countless years ago, tons of experts had tried to locate the bloodline of the dragon whose heart was refined to form the island. However, none of them had succeeded. Dragon bloodline, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. He had a saint dragon bloodline running through his veins. If he managed to devour the dragon's bloodline on the island, it would be of immense assistance to his bloodline. The dragon's bloodline was the other reason Huang Xiaolong wanted to head over to the island. The main reason was the purple grand mist aura, followed by the dragon's bloodline. Yu Dongyuan's treasures were merely something he would pick up along the way. Of course, he was rich, but no one hates money. The more, the merrier. Moreover, there was a little brat who devoured money following him around. If Huang Xiaolong didn't pick up everything he could along the way, even his deep pockets would just run dry one day. An origin spiritual pill a day was no small expense. Huang Xiaolong also knew that the number of treasures left behind by Yu Dongyuan would be of a significant amount. The amount of origin spiritual pills and holy bills he had left behind would definitely be a substantial amount. At the very least, he should be able to obtain several 100 million holy bills. Huang Xiaolong tried his best to locate the dragon's bloodline on the island by pushing the myriad dragon saint bloodline in his body. Too bad for him, he failed to gain the slightest clue even after an entire day of searching. After searching for an entire day, Huang Xiaolong spotted a valley. The hidden valley seemed ordinary, but it was where Yu Dongyuan had kept all his treasures. Huang Xiaolong didn't hesitate as he scanned his surroundings to ensure that there weren't any traps around. Making sure that it wasn't a trap, Huang Xiaolong punched out and tore away all the restrictions set down by Yu Dongyuan. Reaching towards the solid wall in front of him, Huang Xiaolong retrieved a jade bangle. Despite its tiny appearance, it was a special spatial artifact, and all of Yu Dongyuan's treasures were hidden in it. Huang Xiaolong quickly shattered the restriction Yu Dongyuan had placed on it, and he saw mountains upon mountains of spiritual stones. There were origin spiritual herbs scattered inside the artifact space, and they were thriving on mountain ranges Yu Dongyuan had torn from the land he had found them in. There were tons of metal essences, jade stones, and were even several jade bottles lying in the middle of the artifact. As he looked at the bottles, Huang Xiaolong knew that they contained origin spiritual pills. After looking through them, he realized that they contained rank 3 and rank 4 origin spiritual pills. Even though Huang Xiaolong had no use for rank 3 origin spiritual pills, he could give them to Feng Tianyu and the subordinates under him. He could even save them to feed the rainbow phoenix when it matured. After tossing the jade bangle into the lightning bead, Huang Xiaolong left the valley and continued to head towards the depths of the island. 2 days later, the purple grand mist aura in his body started to fluctuate violently. Huh? A smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face. Purple grand mist aura. He was right. Purple grand mist aura really existed on the island. After jumping onto Little Nine, Huang Xiaolong charged towards the location where he felt the qi. Father, that's him. He's the one who killed senior brother Suizang and the others. A voice rang through the air all of a sudden. Huang Xiaolong was no stranger to the voice. As he turned around, a familiar face greeted him. It was precisely Wu Weiwei of the revered River Divine Sect. Huang Xiaolong had allowed her to leave so that she could call her father over. However, he had left Dark Devil Island soon after, and he hadn't expected for them to look for him in the Dragon Heart Island. The moment her voice fell, the members of the revered River Divine Sect tore through the air and arrived before Huang Xiaolong. Wu Sun, the hall master of the enforcement hall, was in the lead. Elder Chen Shaokong and various other experts stood behind him, and even though there were only 30 of them, none of them were weaklings. Even the weakest of them was in the mid-level venerable realm. As a 10th order sovereign, he was nothing but a weak little critter before so many terrifying experts. Brat, I bet you didn't expect to meet us here after killing my beloved disciple. Chen Shaokong sneered and a vicious smile appeared on his face. Hall Master, do we capture him? One of the experts turned to Wu Sun and asked. Wu Sun stared at Huang Xiaolong and hesitated for a second. Are you someone from the Holy Gate? Initially, he had made guesses on Huang Xiaolong's identity with his daughter's description. After all, there weren't too many people in the world who dared to make a move on the disciples of the revered River Divine Sect. There was a 90% chance the other party was someone from the Holy Gate. Of course, it was nothing much if the other party was a mere disciple from the Holy Gate. The Jiang family's influence in the Holy Gate wasn't weak at all. With their relationship with the Jiang family, there wasn't much he needed to be afraid of. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother wasting time explaining his actions. He retrieved the Holy Prince's token and tossed it over. Wu Sun was unwilling to take a second glance at the piece of trash a 10th Order sovereign could take out, but he was glad he did. The moment he caught the token, his heart nearly stopped beating. He nearly dropped it, and he thanked his lucky stars that he had caught the token before it fell to the ground. After seeing the reactions of their hall master, the elders and the other members of the divine sect felt a trace of suspicion flashing through their mind. When they caught sight of the token in his arm, their expression changed. Disciple Wu Sun of the revered river divine sect greets your highness. Wu Sun didn't know that your highness was in the area, and I hope you would show mercy. Wu Sun got to his knees in an instant and kowtowed before handing the token back to Huang Xiaolong. The other elders and experts of the divine sect didn't dare to remain on their feet as they mirrored Wu Sun's actions. A flustered expression was plastered on their faces. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his token and muttered, I am Huang Xiaolong of the Holy Gate. I think all of you should have heard of me before. Huang Xiaolong. Wu Sun and the others felt their bodies trembling in fear when they heard his name. Even though Yu Dongyuan had no idea who Huang Xiaolong was, how could members of the revered River Divine Sect not know about his identity? Huang Xiaolong had killed Huang Zhouping in the past, before killing Holy Prince Yang Rong of the Evolving Dragon Holy Ground in the Central Arena. Next, he had taken over Jiang Tian as the chief disciple of all the Holy Princes. The news had spread like wildfire the moment he had taken over, and almost all the peak-tier families and sects had learned about it. Your Highness, we have heard of you. You are the esteemed chief disciple of the Holy Princes, and your reputation hangs high in the sky. Wu Sun nearly stuttered as beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. You should know how to apologize after offending a holy prince, not to mention the chief disciple? Huang Xiaolong snorted. Wu Sun opened his mouth to argue his way out, but he thought against it, and he admitted his mistake. We sincerely apologize to your highness, and we will request for punishment from the enforcement hall of the Holy Gate after getting back. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother replying as he left on the back of the Rainbow Phoenix. After he disappeared in the distance, Wu Sun and the others crawled to their feet. Father, are we really going to turn ourselves in? Wu Weiwei couldn't help but rage. A chilly light flashed through Chun Xiaokong's eyes. Hall Master Wu, why don't we? He drew a line across his neck as killing intent burst out from his body. Wu Sun was no fool. He shook his head resolutely and growled, Not a chance. If the Holy Gate pursues the matter, we won't be the only ones going to hell. The entire sect will join us in the netherworld. Your family will also be dragged down in the mess that ensues. Moreover, killing him wouldn't be easy. Li Wan and the others would have definitely equipped him with tons of escape symbols and protective runes. Relax. The enforcement hall and punishment hall are filled with people on our side. Moreover, we didn't injure Huang Xiaolong in the slightest. Even if they punish us, they won't go overboard with our identities as members of the revered River Divine Sect. Wu Sun explained. Chun Xiaokong and the others felt their chests loosen when they heard his evaluation. None of them could have expected their conversation to enter Huang Xiaolong's ears. In the next instant, Huang Xiaolong retrieved a transmission symbol and sent a report to the hall master of the enforcement hall in the headquarters, Zhang Yunqi. Huang Xiaolong no longer bothered with them after sending the report, and he continued to head into the depths of the Dragon Heart Island. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong stopped in the space above a certain spot on the island. More than 20 strands of purple grand mist aura danced in the air before him as a look of joy flashed in his eyes. Purple grand mist aura. There were more than 20 strands before him. Initially, Huang Xiaolong had expected there to be only 6 to 7 strands of purple grand mist aura on the island. More than 20 strands had already exceeded the scope of his imaginations by a large margin. After killing Yu Dongyuan and refining his saint attributes, Huang Xiaolong had arrived at the peak of the late 10th Order Sovereign Realm. With the purple grand mist aura before him, Huang Xiaolong believed that coupled with the rank 6 origin spiritual pills he had obtained in the past, he would be able to enter the half-step venerable realm. Half-step venerable. When he killed the other 3 members of the evil faction and devoured their saint attributes, Huang Xiaolong would be able to charge straight into the venerable realm after returning to the Holy Gate to turn in his missions. With his strength in the half-step venerable realm, he would be able to kill someone like Zhou Zhe in the blink of an eye. Even if Zhou Zhe had arrived in the late Third Order venerable realm and possessed a saint godhead and saint bloodline in the top 1,000 ranks, Huang Xiaolong believed that he would be able to kill him, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Huang Xiaolong retrieved the purple grand mist aura before him and threw all the strands into the lightning bead. With a wave of his hand, he left the Dragon Heart Island on the back of the Rainbow Phoenix. 2 days later, they arrived above a desolate island located somewhere in the Blue Sea. After choosing a place to enter seclusion, Huang Xiaolong started to refine his newfound gains. As he started to refine the purple grand mist aura, a sorry sight could be seen in the holy prison in the Holy Gate. Jiang Tian, Zhang Yongjia, Wu Shi, and several others had sorry appearances as they wore the robes of ordinary criminals. A dispirited atmosphere surrounded them, and they no longer had the arrogance they once had. Senior Brother Jiang, do we really have to stay here for 10,000 years? Zhang Yongjia couldn't help but reveal a vicious look in his eyes, as killing intent welled up inside him. Huang Xiaolong can do as he pleases out there, but we're stuck here like common criminals. This is bullshit. He deserves to die. The first thing I'll do after getting out will be to tear him limb from limb. Wu Shi's eyes were filled with hatred as well. The moment I leave, I'll crush him to death. Jiang Tian faced the wall as a deep look flashed through his eyes. Not to worry, they can't keep us here for 10,000 years. We'll be released soon. Do you mean the evolving dragon holy ground? Zhang Yongjia asked. Jiang Tian nodded his head. That's right. I shall not hide anything from you guys anymore. The evolving dragon holy ground will send their army here to battle the Holy Gate. Soon, we'll be released, and the day we leave is the day Huang Xiaolong dies. Wu Shi hesitated for a moment, and it seemed as though he thought of something. With that holy beast in the Holy Gate, why would the evolving dragon holy ground risk it all to attack us? Jiang Tian snickered. You don't have to worry about that. The evolving dragon holy ground will definitely kill their way over. They won't be here for us. Instead, all of them would be focused on killing Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong? Everyone stared at Jiang Tian in puzzlement. That's right. The evolving dragon holy ground will stop at nothing to kill Huang Xiaolong. The secret he has is too heaven-defying. Senior Brother Jiang, what do you mean by that? Even though he had clearly admitted to it, Jiang Tian shook his head before they could inquire further about the matter. There is no need to probe further about the secret Huang Xiaolong holds. Right now, all we need to do is to cultivate patiently and increase our strength. A sigh left his lips soon after. We won't be able to stay in the Zhuiyuan holy ground for much longer. A year quickly passed. One fine day, rays of brilliant light emerged and shot towards the sky above one of the islands on the Blue Sea. Divine dragons swam through the air as archdevils filled the skies. Golden light illuminated the space around the island. A figure tore through the light and stood proudly in the space above the island. It was none other than Huang Xiaolong, who had successfully refined the purple grand mist aura. Finally! I finally arrived in the half-step venerable realm. As soon as he spoke, Huang Xiaolong waved his arm and turned a small island 1,000,000 miles away into dust. As if that wasn't enough, he continued to test out his strength until he had completely destroyed several hundred islands. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in satisfaction. Right now, he was only a hair's breadth away from arriving in the venerable realm. The venerable realm was like a supreme existence to him in the past. As long as one was a venerable, they would be heavily nurtured no matter where they went. Regardless of which holy ground they decided to settle down in, resources would be poured into them to make them as strong as possible. It's time to finish my mission, Huang Xiaolong said as he jumped onto the back of the Rainbow Phoenix. This time he had spent around 5 years outside the Holy Gate. Once he killed the 3 other members of the evil faction, he would return to turn in his missions. After all, one was given 6 years to complete any mission they accepted. Several months later, in the Falling Star mountain range located in the Divine Phoenix secret continent, Huang Xiaolong stood facing Zhou Zhe. Before he faced off against Zhou Zhe, Huang Xiaolong had already killed the other 2 experts of the evil faction. He had completed the refinement of their saint attributes, and now the only one left was Zhou Zhe. Huang Xiaolong of the Holy Gate? Zhou Zhe guessed the moment he saw the man. That's right. Zhou Zhe's lips curled upwards in amusement. Huang Xiaolong, it seems like you have already broken into the half-step venerable realm. It's no wonder Di Huai would throw Jiang Tian and the others into prison in order to protect you. I have a proposition for you. Why don't you join me on the dark side? The upper echelons will stop at nothing to protect you. The Devil Palace was like the holy heavens, and they were considered one of the superpowers in the holy world. The strength the Devil Palace possessed covered the holy world. People like Yu Dongyuan, who had died in Huang Xiaolong's hands, were disciples of the Devil Palace's branch sects. With the ability to challenge the various holy grounds, the Devil Palace was naturally backed by experts who had surpassed the true saint realm. Devil Palace? Huang Xiaolong muttered. Whatever. You should think of your last words instead of trying to convince me. Zhou Zhe's pupils shrank and he chuckled. A devilish spear appeared in his hands as he leaped into the sky. In an instant, the tip of the spear arrived in front of the space between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows. Last words? Do you really think that someone like you has the ability to kill me? Since you're so eager to die, you can go to hell now. As the spear was about to pierce through Huang Xiaolong's skull, golden dragon scales appeared on Huang Xiaolong's palm as he blocked the tip of the spear. Clang! A crisp sound of striking metals rang out. Sparks flew in the air and Zhou Zhe widened his eyes in shock when he realized that he failed to pierce through Huang Xiaolong's dragon scale. Then, as he faced Huang Xiaolong's unbudging palm, a wave of pain shot through his arm. Zhou Zhe finally realized that something was off, and he quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, he retrieved his spear and glared at Huang Xiaolong. You! He had never thought that Huang Xiaolong's defense would be so strong. He even wanted to ask Huang Xiaolong how he had managed to train his defense. In fact, when Huang Xiaolong had devoured Yang Rong in the past, his saint attributes weren't the only thing that Huang Xiaolong had assimilated. His memories were intact and Huang Xiaolong had pieced them all together to form another set of holy martial art. It was passed down to the holy princes of the evolving dragon holy ground, and it was called the undying dragon art. As long as one had a dragon-attributed saint physique, one could cultivate the skill to increase the defensive capabilities of their fleshy body. Along with Huang Xiaolong's constant evolution of his saint physique, his body became stronger and stronger. Zhou Zhe couldn't destroy the scales on his body with a single strike. Even if Zhou Zhe wielded a top-grade supreme spiritual treasure, it wouldn't be enough to pierce through Huang Xiaolong's defenses. Zhou Zhe, it's time for you to unleash your withered glory devil art. Otherwise, you won't be able to damage me in the slightest. Huang Xiaolong slowly approached Zhou Zhe and suggested. The withered glory devil art was a semi-holy martial art. Of course, not everyone was like Huang Xiaolong. The semi-holy martial art was the strongest weapon Zhou Zhe had in his arsenal. The look in Zhou Zhe's eyes condensed and killing intent flashed through them. Did you use some sort of holy martial art to defend yourself? After I kill you, I'll learn it for myself. Devilish light pierced through the skies as soon as the words left his mouth. The pillar of devil light that pierced into the skies contained 2 opposing types of energies, and they surrounded Huang Xiaolong. The ground beneath them started to crack, but they reformed themselves in the next instant. That was the withered glory devil art. Withered glory devil chi. Zhou Zhe's spear shot towards Huang Xiaolong once again, and with the assistance of the withered glory devil chi, it was no longer as weak as before. Die! The look in Zhou Zhe's eyes turned sharp as bark-like scales appeared around his body. It was formed from the energy from his saint bloodline and possessed extraordinary defense. Deciding against taking the attack head-on, Huang Xiaolong was a little more cautious. his figure blurred as he dodged the spear. Soon, the two of them were locked in a fierce battle. Destructive shockwaves slammed into their surroundings, causing no small amount of damage. Mountain ranges crumbled and forests were swept clean. Dragon roars filled the skies as devil's shrieks rang out occasionally. Their battle attracted the attention of the various experts around them. What's going on? That's the withered glory devil Qi. Old devil Jose is fighting someone. Someone actually dared to challenge the old devil himself. Who has the guts to do something like this? Several tens of years ago, the Ocean Emperor sect leader had led a group of experts to kill Jose, but all of them had ended up paying with their lives for their foolishness. They gasped in shock as fear gripped their hearts. Dozens of minutes later, the dragon roars stopped and the devils in the air dissipated. Everyone stared at each other, at a loss of what to do. Did old devil Jose kill the other party already? That's fast. As they guessed the outcome of the battle, a figure tore through the skies with a certain object in his hand. As they looked at him approach, they saw that he was someone clad in golden dragon armor. The object in his hand was Jose's head. Jumping into the air in fright, everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. They retreated to the side, as though they were afraid of blocking his way. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother with the complicated looks they shot him. Getting onto the rainbow phoenix, he sped away. Only after a long time did everyone regain their senses. That young man seems to only be in the half-step venerable realm. How can that be? Even holy princes in the Holy Gate wouldn't be able to kill old devil Jose with such ease. How can a half-step venerable accomplish such a feat? When Huang Xiaolong returned to the headquarters, he quickly left for the mission hall. After retrieving the heads of his targets and placing them on the counter, he called the hall master out to verify his accomplishments. This, Your Highness, you managed to complete them all. Zhang Su stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. However, he realized that whatever he said was a little misleading, and he hastily explained himself. I didn't mean any disrespect. I was merely shocked. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand and laughed. I understand. Make your verification. If there are no problems, I would like to retrieve my rewards. I have to return to the Myriad Dragon Peak to cultivate. Zhang Su bowed and continued, Your Highness, please wait a moment. He verified the identities of those Huang Xiaolong killed before giving out the rewards for all the missions. As soon as Huang Xiaolong left, he made a report to Li Wen and the other eminent elders. Of course, that was what the doyens had instructed him to do. Young master! Zhang Wenyue ran out from the Myriad Dragon Peak the moment Huang Xiaolong approached, and she yelled in joy. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head as a smile appeared on his face. Young master, you're finally back. A sweet smile blossomed on Zhang Wenyue's face as she slowly flew towards Huang Xiaolong. That's right. I'm back. Brother Huang. Feng Tianyu and his beloved disciple, Xueqi, appeared to greet him. Let's enter the palace. Huang Xiaolong knew that if he responded to them now, there would be no end to the questions. As such, he decided to return to the palace before speaking to them. Brother Feng, congratulations. You finally entered the venerable realm. Huang Xiaolong turned to Feng Tianyu and chuckled. With Huang Xiaolong's abilities, he saw that Feng Tianyu had already broken through in the time he was away. Feng Tianyu snickered. It was by pure luck, all thanks to Brother Huang's spiritual pills. I managed to break through. The smile on his face froze when he looked at Huang Xiaolong once again. You're already in the half-step venerable realm. Huang Xiaolong had already entered the half-step venerable realm in the short time he had spent away. Ha ha ha, I was lucky. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. I used the rank 5 and rank 6 origin spiritual pills to hasten my breakthrough. Lucky? Everyone stared at him in shock. Soon, Huang Xiaolong arranged for a banquet to celebrate Feng Tianyu's ascension to the venerable realm. He also celebrated the fact that he had managed to complete all 20 missions within the deadline. Moreover, he wanted to celebrate his rapidly improving saint attributes. Even though he hadn't tested them, he knew that his saint godheads, saint bloodlines, and Saint Physique should have already entered the top 1,000 ranks after he devoured Zhou Zhe. In the dead of night, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged in a secret room in the Myriad Dragon Peak. He took out all 8 level 7 origin spiritual pills Su Jun had given to him. Looking at the 8 golden Buddha divine pills before him, Huang Xiaolong sucked in a deep breath. He had decided to enter the venerable realm in one go. After a short moment of hesitation, he swallowed all 8 pills. If Su Jun, Li Wen, or any other eminent elders saw what he did, their hearts would stop beating in fright. Those were level 7 origin spiritual pills they were talking about. Huang Xiaolong actually swallowed 8 of them in one go. Even high-level venerables wouldn't be able to withstand the surge of energy provided by the pills. However, a half-step venerable like Huang Xiaolong actually swallowed 8 of them in a single go. The moment the pills entered his stomach, rays of resplendent golden light emerged from his body. They were like torrential waves that battered against him, slamming into every inch of his body. Not a single pore was spared as golden light poured out from them. Like a massive dam that overflowed with golden light, the immense medicinal qi from the 8 rank 7 origin spiritual pills rushed out from his body. Boom! As the light pierced into the walls of the secret room he was cultivating in, a massive explosion rang through space as weird fluctuations of light blinded everything in his surroundings. Of course, he had long since been prepared for something like this. Before he swallowed the pills, Huang Xiaolong had already laid down countless restrictions around the secret room. Despite his preparations, he wasn't able to fully brace for the impact of swallowing all 8 pills at once. As the golden qi raged in his body started to slowly collapse. Even if his saint physique ranked in the top 1,000, it was unable to withstand the destructive might of the incredible amount of energy contained in the pills. His skin cracked, and his muscles exploded. Even with his 3 saint bloodlines, he couldn't stop the destruction. As his body started to crumble, golden blood lined the floor of the secret room, and his golden bones were revealed to the world. However, they started to crumble before long, and the only things left of Huang Xiaolong were his 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads. The 4 divine fires, the lightning bead, and the golden pig treasure emerged from his body, and they revolved around the 3 saint Godheads. Circulating the grand mist parasitic medium with whatever consciousness he had left, Huang Xiaolong's Godheads started to absorb the strands of golden qi at an extreme pace. Boundless light soon emerged from the 3 saint Godheads. His body that had shattered soon started to reform. Restoring itself, Huang Xiaolong's body seemed more perfect than it was before. It seemed as though every part of him was nourished by the immense energy contained in the pills, and all his cells were filled with endless vitality. He felt like the impurities in his body were washed away. Not long after his body regenerated, the terrifying amount of energy contained in the pill destroyed it. Again and again, his body crumbled before restoring itself. Again and again, his body became more perfect than it once was. Finally, it felt as though Huang Xiaolong's body was crafted from the will of the heavens itself. With the assistance of the medicinal qi from the 8 golden Buddha divine pills, Huang Xiaolong's saint attributes started to evolve. It was especially so for his 3 complete Tao Saint Godheads. Initially full of origin energy, they started their transformation and traces of supreme energy started to gather. The might of a venerable soon filled the room Huang Xiaolong was in, and the concentration of the energy he released reached a terrifying degree. Supreme energy was a type of energy similar to the origin energy that filled the world, but it was definitely of a higher grade. The might contained behind the energy contained irrepressible strength. A month passed just like that. Initially, Huang Xiaolong's body was unable to withstand the bombardment of energy from the 8 rank 7 origin spiritual pills for a single minute. However, as his body evolved, he was slowly able to endure for 2, 3, 4 minutes and so on. It went on and on until he held his ground for over an hour. After the month passed, he was finally able to hold on for half a day. It took half a day for the energy to rupture his skin and destroy his body. Everything pointed to the fact that Huang Xiaolong's physique was becoming stronger and stronger. Everything about him became more perfect, and 2 months passed just like that. Eventually, Huang Xiaolong's body no longer crumbled. For months later, the supreme energy in his 3 saint godheads reached its saturation limit. One fine day, holy light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's saint godheads and pierced into the skies. The light was different from the one when he had taken the test to enter the holy gate, but it was something that signified his rebirth. It contained an endless life force, and the light that emerged was so thick that it formed a pillar that pierced high into the heavens. Even the secret room that he had prepared was unable to stop the advancement of the light as it rose high above the myriad dragon peak. In an instant, it was as though the entire mountain peak was bathed in gold light. Seemingly able to resonate with a hidden energy deep within the holy ground, the space above the mountain started to tremble. Soon, it was followed by the shaking of the lands as rays of golden light rained down from the heavens to cover the myriad dragon peak. When the light fell upon the lands, every single individual in the holy gate was affected. Even elders, hall masters, and eminent elders weren't able to ignore its effects. Even holy beast Di Huai was affected by the golden rain. What's going on? How can there be such terrifying holy might? Could it be that someone in the holy gate has entered the half-true saint realm? Who could it be? Several disciples couldn't contain themselves as they started to gossip about the recent happenings. Of course, Li Wen and the other eminent elders were half-true saints themselves, and they were naturally able to feel the abnormality. That's no half-true saint. A trace of suspicion flashed past Li Wen's eyes. It's impossible for a half-true saint to cause such a huge commotion. Su Jun frowned. Did someone cross a tribulation in the half-true saint realm? It doesn't seem like it. There weren't any signs of tribulation. Everyone looked at each other in puzzlement. According to what they knew, it was impossible for there to be such a huge disturbance unless someone had broken into the half-true saint realm. However, they couldn't feel the signs of a new half-saint being born. This isn't a holy tribulation. Of course, there isn't a sign of one. A voice rang through the skies. No one knew when, but Di Huai had already appeared behind them. As the eminent elders turned around in shock, they nearly jumped in fright. Never in their wildest imaginations would they have expected Lord Di Huai to be affected by the commotion outside. Ordinarily, Holy Beast Di Huai wouldn't appear unless an event great enough to shake the holy gate happened. "We greet Lord Di Huai," the doyens greeted hastily. Pardoning all of them, Di Huai stared at the myriad dragon peak, and a trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. "I never thought that I would be able to witness something like this in my years of existence." Li Wen and the others stared at each other, dumbfounded. No one had any idea what event would cause a true saint like Di Huai to be so worked up. There has been a legend circulating in the holy world. When a peak genius strong enough to shake up the still waters of the holy world enters the venerable realm, they would receive the acknowledgement of the holy world and receive the care and attention of the holy world's origin energy. Di Huai revealed a look of admiration as he explained everything to Li Wen and the others. Someone received the attention and care from the holy world's origin energy. The eminent elders felt a bomb going off in their minds when they heard what Di Huai said. One had to know that only true saint realm experts could cultivate by absorbing the origin energy from the holy world. Even ninth tribulation half-true saints wouldn't be able to do so. Right now, someone had actually received the care and attention from the origin energy of the holy world when entering the venerable realm. Di Huai revealed a look of melancholy and continued to explain after seeing the look of shock on their faces. When one receives the care and attention of the holy world's source energy, one can condense a thread of memory imprint that contains a holy mandate. Anyone with a holy mandate imprint would be able to devour the source energy of the holy world to further their cultivation. What? Li Wen and the others felt their jaws dropping to the ground. They felt that receiving the holy world's source energy's care and attention wouldn't amount to much. After all, it was a one-off occurrence. They felt that it would at the very most increase one's strength when they entered the venerable realm. Never in their wildest imaginations would they have thought that the individual would be able to devour the holy world's origin energy when cultivating. Wasn't this too much of a cheat code? Lord Di Huai, How can this be possible? Aren't true Saint Realm experts the only ones who can devour the origin energy of the holy world? Su Jun couldn't help but ask. Li Wan and the others stared at Di Huai in shock. A chuckle left Di Huai's lips. That's right. Ordinarily, one would only be able to absorb the holy world's origin energy when one enters the true saint realm. Even ninth tribulation half-true saints are no exceptions. However, there have to be several chosen ones. As long as one had a holy mandate imprint, they will be able to do something even ninth tribulation half-true saints wouldn't be able to do. Li Wan, Su Jun, Chun Shiming, and the other eminent elders stared at each other as a complicated feeling flashed through their hearts. Since that was really the case, they could already foresee that the person's cultivation with the holy mandate imprint would soar in a short period of time. His cultivation would rise quicker than a rocket. After all, one would receive the assistance of the exclusive energy only true Saint Realm experts could absorb. The origin energy of the holy world was no joke. In fact, the person who obtains the holy mandate imprint isn't just able to absorb the origin energy of the holy world. Di Huai continued. What? That wasn't all? A terrifying storm swept through the hearts of the eminent elders. Someone with the holy mandate imprint would be able to nourish their body with the origin energy of the holy world. After the constant absorption of the origin energy, their body would contain a part of it. When one challenges the heavens to obtain the holy mandate in the future to enter the true saint realm, they won't face a bottleneck, and breaking through would be a matter of time. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock, and the eminent elders no longer knew what to say. One had to know that even monstrous geniuses, who had saint godheads in the top 100 ranks only, had a 20% chance of entering the true saint realm in the future. Right now, Di Huai had informed them that someone with a holy mandate imprint would be able to enter the true saint realm with 100% certainty. The information was too much for them to process. Li Wan finally opened his mouth and the words came out in a weird way. Lord Di Huai, wouldn't that mean that someone with a holy mandate imprint would possess more talent than someone who has a top 10 saint godhead? Di Huai chuckled. You can say that. Even though someone with a saint godhead ranking in the top 10 would be hard to find, there will definitely be someone lucky enough to possess it among the countless lives in the various holy grounds. Even so, it's more difficult to find someone with a holy mandate imprint. According to what I know, there has only been 3 people in the past billions of years that managed to enter the true saint realm while holding a holy mandate imprint. 3. Wouldn't that mean that someone with a holy mandate imprint is harder to come by than someone who can evolve their saint attributes? Chun Shiming sucked in a cold breath. Di Huai nodded his head solemnly. That's right. Even if they can evolve their saint attributes, it wouldn't mean that they would be able to receive a holy mandate imprint. From what I know, there is only one person in the holy heavens who managed to enter the true saint realm with a holy mandate imprint. Other than Senior Heavenly Master, no one in the entire organization has managed to enter the true saint realm with a holy mandate imprint. Wouldn't that mean that His Highness, Huang Xiaolong, would be the 4th person in the holy world to possess the holy mandate imprint? Since the source of the disturbance came from the Myriad Dragon Peak, there was only one possibility. The person who had received the holy mandate imprint was definitely Huang Xiaolong. After all, the only person qualified to obtain the care and assistance of the holy world's origin energy was Huang Xiaolong and Huang Xiaolong alone. A look of anticipation appeared on Di Huai's face. That's right. Huang Xiaolong will become the 4th person in the holy world to obtain the holy mandate imprint. Honestly, even someone like me is getting jealous of the little kid. As if it wasn't enough for him to be able to evolve his saint attributes, he even obtained the care and assistance from the holy world's origin energy. Laughter filled the hall in an instant. It seems like there will be a new true saint in our Zhuan holy ground soon. Di Huai laughed. Lord Di Huai, how long do you think it will take for Huang Xiaolong to enter the true saint realm? Li Wan asked all of a sudden. After a short moment of consideration, Di Huai spoke. It's hard for me to say. In the past, when Lord Heavenly Master received the holy mandate imprint, his cultivation went from the first order venerable realm to the true saint realm in a mere 10,000 years. What? 10,000 years to become a true saint. The eminent elders stared at Di Huai in horror. Even though they had already made some guesses, their predictions were in the million-year range. Ha ha ha! Now you guys know how terrifying someone with a holy mandate imprint is. As long as one receives the imprint, they would be able to cultivate several hundred times faster than anyone with the same level of saint attributes. Even if Huang Xiaolong's talent is a little worse than the others, it will take him a maximum of 20,000 years to enter the true saint realm. What about the realm surpassing the true saint realm? Su Jun asked. Even though one's cultivation speed would slow down a whole lot after entering the true saint realm, he would probably be able to advance several times faster than his peers. Di Huai was completely right. However, there was one thing he didn't mention. Anyone with the holy mandate imprint could tap on the origin energy of the holy world when battling their enemies. Their combat prowess would rise to a terrifying degree whenever they did that. A terrifying ball of energy originating from the depths of the holy world passed through the barrier around the Zhuiwen holy ground and fell on Huang Xiaolong's body. A golden imprint soon appeared in the space between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows. Holy mandate imprint. The fourth holy mandate imprint in the holy world made its appearance. The moment it appeared, everyone in the holy ground felt as though a mountain was pressing down on them. Luckily for them, the feeling soon disappeared, and they felt as though it was a mere hallucination. Holy energy streamed into Huang Xiaolong's body, and it only stopped after half a day. Rays of resplendent light emerged from the holy mandate imprint on Huang Xiaolong's forehead and covered the lands. The light around the myriad dragon peak only disappeared after a full day, and the holy world finally regained its tranquility. As he opened his eyes, a terrifying wave of energy emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body. Let's go. We'll head over to the myriad dragon peak to find the little guy. Seeing as everything was over, Di Huai turned to the eminent elders and said, Yes, Lord Di Huai. As Di Huai and the rest made their way to the myriad dragon peak, Huang Xiaolong had already emerged from the secret room. What? Huang Xiaolong met Feng Tianyu's gaze the moment he emerged. Seeing the weird look in the eyes of everyone around him, he couldn't help but look at himself. Did I wear my clothes wrong today? A bitter smile appeared on Feng Tianyu's face. Of course not. Brother Huang, aren't you a little too merciless? How can you enter the venerable realm so quickly? At this rate, I won't be able to catch up to you even if my cultivation soared. His complaints were met with a chuckle from Huang Xiaolong. Xueqi and Zhang Wenyue giggled in their clear voices. Let's go. Huang Xiaolong finally felt that it was time to set up another banquet to congratulate himself. Previously, he was a mere half-step venerable. Now, he was a real venerable, and that was something he could celebrate. Of course, he wasn't merely celebrating the fact that he had broken into the venerable realm. He had never expected for himself to receive the care and assistance of the holy world's source energy when he broke through. Even though he knew that his talent was terrifying, he didn't expect to receive a holy mandate imprint when entering the venerable realm. That was a holy mandate imprint they were talking about. As no stranger to the history of the holy world, he knew that he had obtained the fourth piece of the holy mandate imprint fragment in the history of the holy world. Initially, he was troubled at the fact that he wouldn't be able to enter the peak of the seventh tribulation half-true saint realm in 1,000 years to challenge Zhang Tian's position. However, he knew that there was no longer anything he needed to be afraid of. Soon, Di Huai and the elders arrived on the myriad dragon peak. When they looked at him, a complicated look swirled in their eyes. At the same time, traces of admiration and amazement appeared in them. Huang Xiaolong's hair stood on end when he felt their burning gazes on him. Eminent elderly one, can you stop looking at me like that? Huang Xiaolong joked. I hope nobody gets the wrong idea. Laughter rang through the air as the eminent elders broke into laughter. Di Huai stared at the holy mandate imprint on Huang Xiaolong's forehead, and a look of appreciation appeared in his eyes. Little brat, I really wish to take a look at your parents. Hearing Di Huai's words, Huang Xiaolong stared at him in shock. Who in the world had the ability to give birth to a monster like you? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. My parents? Lord Di Huai, you should be mistaken. They aren't terrifying experts. They are mortals in the mortal world. Mortals? Di Huai jumped in fright. However, there was a trace of suspicion flashing in his eyes. That's impossible. Of course it's possible. My parents came from the mortal world. Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to hide anything, and he quickly spoke about his experience of crossing the 33 heavens gates to arrive in the holy world. Feng Tianyu is a friend I made in the lower worlds before coming here. We came to the holy world together. Huang Xiaolong pointed at Feng Tianyu. Noticing the doubts in the eyes of everyone present, Feng Tianyu started to explain the situation. Lord Di Huai, eminent elders, it's great that all of you are here. Huang Xiaolong welcomed everyone into the main palace. After an entire day of feasting and celebrating, Di Huai and the eminent elders left the next morning. Returning to the secret room, Huang Xiaolong touched the imprint in the space between his eyebrows. Without Huang Xiaolong's activation, it remained as a tiny red spot that remained on his forehead. Anyone who didn't know what it was would only think that it was a type of ancient rune. There were several ancient races who ingrained special runes into their glabella. As such, Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid that anyone would recognize the Holy Mandate imprint. Only Di Huai and the eminent elders knew about his Holy Mandate imprint. Even people like Feng Tianyu and Zhang Wenyue had no idea. Regardless, the Holy Mandate imprint wasn't the only thing Huang Xiaolong obtained in the baptism of source energy. After careful observation, Huang Xiaolong realized that he had managed to awaken another 2 saint physiques. Like his godheads and saint bloodlines, he now had 3 saint physiques. Moreover, his ability to evolve his saint attributes didn't change. Despite not knowing the ranking of his 2 new saint physiques, Huang Xiaolong knew that they were a little stronger than his original saint physique. At the very least, they were ranked in the top 1,000. He didn't take too long to observe the changes to his body. After leaving the secret room, Huang Xiaolong entered the space under the Myriad Dragon Peak and opened Wan Zhuyuan's treasury. With the strength he had obtained, he was confident of opening the second hall in Wan Zhuyuan's treasury. Just the night before, he had spoken to Di Huai about lots of stuff. They had decided to leave the Zhuyuan Holy Ground 2 days later to head over to the Holy Heavens. As such, Huang Xiaolong had decided to take everything he could. Passing through the first hall, Huang Xiaolong retrieved everything and tossed them into the space inside the lightning bead. Walking towards the second hall, Huang Xiaolong swept away all the rank 6 origin spiritual pills and spiritual herbs. Trying his luck, Huang Xiaolong tried to open the third hall but to no avail. I can only try after coming back in the future, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself as he stared at the entrance to the third hall. The treasury was hidden really well, and one could only enter if they used a special method. Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid that anyone would be able to enter by mistake. Taking away everything in the first and second hall, Huang Xiaolong took it upon himself to mess with Wan Zhuyuan. The moment he met Wan Zhuyuan's holy soul, streams of profanities entered his ears. After having a nice chat with Wan Zhuyuan's holy soul, Huang Xiaolong continued to plunder the treasury. After leaving the Zhuyuan holy grounds, Huang Xiaolong didn't know when he would be able to return. There were many things he needed to arrange and take care of before he could leave. 2 days passed in a flash, and Di Huai appeared on the Myriad Dragon Peak to meet with Huang Xiaolong. They had to travel a considerable distance to the headquarters of the Holy Heavens, and Di Huai decided to personally protect Huang Xiaolong along the way in order to ensure his safety. Huang Xiaolong didn't reject his goodwill. After all, the journey was indeed far. With his strength at the First Order Venerable Realm, he would definitely meet pirates who lived in the void spaces in the Holy World. The pirates and bandits who could establish themselves in the Holy World weren't weaklings. Even though he would be enough to deal with most problems, it would be troublesome if he met with high-level venerables or half-saints. After considering the fact that there was a possibility of the evolving Dragon Holy Ground launching an attack on the Zhuyuan Holy Ground, Huang Xiaolong brought Feng Tianyu and the others with him. Other than Feng Tianyu, Zhang Wenyue, and Xue Qi, Huang Xiaolong brought several subordinates who had considerable talent. After all, the journey was long, and there would be times he would take rest along the holy grounds he passed. They would be extremely convenient to have around when that happened. Of course, Huang Xiaolong didn't bring too big an entourage with him. As a result, there were only 10 people leaving the Holy Gate. As the 13 eminent elders and chief of hall masters Yang Jingji sent them off, Huang Xiaolong and the others got on the semi-saint-ranked flying ship and left the Zhuiyuan holy ground. Despite them riding in a semi-saint artifact, the holy world was too vast. They needed 6 to 7 years before they would be able to arrive at the headquarters of the holy heavens. According to Di Huai, several years of travel was nothing but normal. Several holy grounds located in weird locations would require several tens of years of traveling before they could arrive at the headquarters of the holy heavens. Semi-saint flying ship. 30 to 40 years of traveling time. Zhang Wenyue felt her mind spinning. The Zhang Wenyue of the past wouldn't be able to imagine something like that. How far would they have traveled if they sat on a semi-saint artifact for several tens of years? Little girl, this isn't anything strange. In order to travel around holy grounds, one might need to travel for several hundreds of years. If they didn't have a semi-saint flying ship, they would need thousands and thousands of years to get around. Several thousand years? Zhang Wenyue sucked in a cold breath. Who in the world traveled for thousands of years at a time? The scope of the holy world surpasses our imagination. Di Huai shook his head and continued. Even peak true saints have no idea where the end of the holy world is, much less someone like me. The only ones who might have an idea are those seniors who have already surpassed the true saint realm. Perhaps Senior Heavenly Master is aware of the enormity of the holy world. Senior Heavenly Master? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but think about the Heavenly Master he had met in the lower worlds. He knew that one of them was a lot stronger than the other. The Senior Heavenly Master Di Huai spoke of stood at the peak of the holy world. He was a founder of the holy heavens, and one of the strongest experts in the holy world. Senior Di Huai, I've heard Brother Huang say that the holy heavens is one of the largest organizations in our holy world. They are extremely strict when accepting disciples. Will Brother Huang really be accepted when we arrive? Feng Tianyu couldn't help but ask. Di Huai turned to look at him as a snort left his lips. That's right. Even I was rejected at the door when I tried to join the organization in the past. What? Zhang Wenyue and Xueqi yelled in shock. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback at the news. He had no idea that Holy Heavens had rejected Di Huai in the past. Are you surprised? Di Huai broke out into laughter all of a sudden. My saint attributes rank in the top 100. And I'm a holy beast. Even someone like me was rejected. You can only imagine the difficulty in entering the holy heavens. Wouldn't that mean? Feng Tianyu frowned. Even someone with Di Huai's talent was rejected at the door. Even though he didn't know the truth behind Huang Xiaolong's terrifying talent, he knew that Huang Xiaolong's saint attributes were a far cry from the top 100 ranks. Nothing in this world is set in stone. The ranking of one's saint attributes isn't good enough to determine their true talent. The ranking of one's saint attributes isn't the only way of entering the holy heavens. Feng Tianyu, Zhang Wenyue, and Xueqi stared at Di Huai with question marks spinning around in their mind. This brat will definitely be accepted into the holy heavens. Di Huai didn't want to go into detail, and he casually brushed them off. Of course, Di Huai had left something very important out. With Huang Xiaolong's current talent, it wouldn't be a stretch if the Heavenly Master accepted him as a personal disciple. Time passed quickly and half a year shot by in a flash. Huang Xiaolong took the time to consolidate his foundations, and he quickly arrived at the peak of the early First Order Venerable Realm. In one of the secret rooms in the flying ship, the imprint on Huang Xiaolong's brows glowed with golden light and turned into some sort of ancient rune. That was the true appearance of the Holy Mandate imprint after it was activated. Streams of golden qi poured down from the void and entered his body the moment he activated the imprint. Without a doubt, the golden qi was the origin energy of the holy world. With the assistance and constant nourishment of the origin energy, the 3 saint godheads in Huang Xiaolong started to emit rays of brilliant light. The 3 saint bloodlines in him glowed a similar golden hue as they revolved around his body. He only stopped after half a day. The imprint on his forehead slowly started to fade, and it turned into a thin red dot once again. If this keeps up, I'll be able to enter the late Second Order Venerable Realm when I arrive at the Holy Heavens. No, I might be able to charge straight into the Third Order, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. He had a feeling that it would take him 10 odd days to enter the mid-First Order Venerable Realm, and his estimation wasn't exaggerated at all. The speed of his advancement was completely different from before. After obtaining the Holy Mandate imprint, Huang Xiaolong supplemented his cultivation with the immense amount of level 6 origin spiritual pills. His cultivation speed reached a terrifying level, and it was even faster than top geniuses like Zhang Tian. Moreover, he hadn't evolved his saint attributes to the maximum. That was only him with a godhead, bloodline, and physique ranked in thousands. If they were ranked in the top 100, he would have already touched on the gates of the Second Order Venerable Realm. Whatever the case, Huang Xiaolong knew that he could only continue his evolution after he had entered the Holy Heavens. One fine day, the flying ship stopped above a certain holy ground. Di Huai and Huang Xiaolong stepped out, and they noticed the massive continent floating in the void before them. A melancholic look appeared on Di Huai's face as he sighed. In the blink of an eye, it has already been 1.6 billion years. He had come to the Emperor Yu Holy Grounds 1.6 billion years ago. To him, it was like yesterday. He didn't know how his old friend was doing. Several seconds later, Di Huai seemed to have reached a decision, and he laughed. Let's go. Little one, since we're here, I'll bring you in to meet my friend. Retrieving the flying ship, the two of them flew towards the Emperor Yu Holy Grounds. Di Huai had spoken about the Emperor Yu Holy Grounds on the flying ship. He casually spoke about the times he had spent in the Emperor Yu Holy Grounds to Huang Xiaolong. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to learn that the old friend Di Huai referred to was the patriarch of the Emperor Yu Holy Grounds. As they approached, they were unceremoniously stopped by the experts of the Holy Ground. The guards quickly requested to verify Huang Xiaolong's identity before allowing them to enter. Even Di Huai was shocked when he discovered the strict security. Friend of the Holy Master? The guards stared at Di Huai with a suspicious look when they heard what he said. I've never heard of the patriarch having a friend called Di Huai. The experts stared at Di Huai coldly. Isn't it a little too coincidental for you to come now? Di Huai's expression sank, and he growled, What do you mean by this? The expert from the Emperor Yu Holy Grounds was one of the hall masters in their holy gate, and he was called Li Libo. A look of mockery appeared on his face as he continued. What do you think I meant? Stop pretending. Aren't you spies from the Devil Palace sent here to mess with us? Our patriarch was injured by the bastards from your Devil Palace. Stop wasting my time here. Spies from the Devil Palace? What? Emperor Yu is injured. Di Huai frowned. Li Libo sneered, pretty good acting. How can you be unaware of Emperor Yu's injuries as his friends? We have caught tons of spies from the Devil Palace these few days. Since you're all suspicious, take a trip back with me. Too bad Di Huai wasn't planning to deal with any of their bullshit. Reaching out with a single hand, he pulled Li Libo towards him. As a first tribulation half-true saint, no matter how strong he wasn't able to put up the slightest resistance when facing a true saint. The experts around them couldn't help but suck in a deep breath. Release Hall Master Li at once. Someone in the crowd raged. Li Libo was enraged, but he was surprised at the same time. Fire spewed out from his eyes as he screamed, You better release me, or else. What? Do you really think that you can do anything to me? Di Huai looked into Li Libo's eyes and caused the man's heart to tremble in fear. Take me to Emperor Yu now. In your dreams. What did you just say? Di Huai was finally unable to endure the disgusting treatment he was getting, and he shot towards the holy ground with Li Libo in his grasp. Huang Xiaolong and the others didn't dare to dilly-dally. They followed behind Di Huai as everyone entered the Emperor Yu Holy Grounds surrounded by layers upon layers of guards. Huang Xiaolong stared at Li Libo, whose neck was held firmly in Di Huai's palm, before turning to look at the scores of experts beside them. He couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that they would run into trouble while visiting a friend? Soon, Di Huai's party entered the holy ground, and they flew towards the headquarters of the Emperor Yu Holy Gate. However, before they could arrive, a large group of experts emerged from the headquarters and stopped them. An eminent elder of the Emperor Yu Holy Gate stepped forward and spoke to the intruders. "What is your identity in the Devil Palace?" The eminent elder stared at Di Huai coldly and snorted. "You better release the member of our holy gate now." Di Huai's frown became deeper, and he growled, "Are you a new eminent elder from the Emperor Yu Holy Gate?" The eminent elder, who had come to welcome the party, had indeed newly ascended. After all, an eminent elder who had held the post for a long time should know his identity. Like Di Huai had expected, the person who had stopped them had ascended to the position of an eminent elder a billion years ago. Hearing Di Huai's question, the eminent elder waved his arm and ordered the experts from the Emperor Yu Holy Gate to surround the group. Right before he could order them to attack, Di Huai grabbed the space before him and dragged the eminent elder towards himself. "What?" Everyone stared at Di Huai as though he was a monster. The eminent elder, who had appeared, was leagues ahead of Li Libo in strength, but the other party captured him like a dead chicken along the street. "Stop!" A voice boomed through the air as terrifying pressure emerged from the headquarters. The figure of a young man who was shrouded in holy light shot out from the headquarters, and all the eminent elders of the Holy Gate followed behind him. "We greet your majesty, Emperor Yu." The members of the Emperor Yu Holy Gate widened their eyes in shock as they kneeled on the ground to greet the patriarch. It was clear that the person who had arrived was the one and only Emperor Yu. Ignoring those who were on their knees, Emperor Yu looked at Di Huai and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. "Brother Di Huai, it's been too long. You look better than ever." "Brother Di Huai." The members of the Emperor Yu Holy Gate stared at Huang Xiaolong's group and felt a bomb going off in their heads. It was especially so for Li Libo and the eminent elder who had tried to stop them previously. "Senior, we didn't know that you were really a friend of the patriarch." Li Libo looked at Di Huai with a terrified gaze and apologized. "You had no idea?" Di Huai tossed them away. "Didn't I tell you that I was a friend of Emperor Yu?" The eminent elder standing behind Emperor Yu didn't hesitate as they stepped forward to greet Di Huai. "Lord Di Huai, please quell your anger." Emperor Yu chuckled and spoke up for his subordinates. "Brother Di Huai, they have no idea who you are. Moreover, there were people messing about in the holy ground recently. It's all a misunderstanding." With his status as a true saint, Di Huai was too lazy to pick on people like Li Libo and the other eminent elder. He nodded his head and decided to let the matter pass. Without anything else to stop him, Di Huai introduced Huang Xiaolong to Emperor Yu and the others. When Emperor Yu heard that Huang Xiaolong was the chief disciple of the holy princes, the look in his eyes changed. A look of interest formed on his face as he sized Huang Xiaolong up. "Little one, come greet Senior Emperor Yu." Di Huai chuckled and called out to Huang Xiaolong. Cupping his fists, Huang Xiaolong bowed. "Huang Xiaolong greets Senior Emperor Yu." When the members of the Emperor Yu Holy Gate saw Huang Xiaolong's actions, they couldn't help but frown. Wasn't he acting a little too rudely? Even as the leader of the holy princes of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate, he should be kneeling when greeting the holy emperor of the Emperor Yu Holy Gate. Emperor Yu frowned as well, but after thinking about it, he nodded towards Huang Xiaolong. "All right." After speaking a single word to the disrespectful youngster, he no longer bothered with Huang Xiaolong. He turned to Di Huai and said, "Brother Di Huai, it's a rare occasion for you to visit. You have to stay for several days before leaving." As soon as he spoke, he invited everyone into the headquarters. A smile broke out on Di Huai's face, and he started to ask about the Devil Palace. When he heard that Emperor Yu was injured by an eminent elder of the Devil Palace, he jumped in fright. "Do Rue? That's him." The look in Emperor Yu's eyes turned deep, and he continued, "I had never thought that Do Rue would improve so quickly. He managed to obtain a saint fate in 100,000 years and enter the true saint realm. He was even able to injure me. Has he already entered the second heavens?" Emperor Yu nodded his head. "Even if he hasn't, he wouldn't be too far away." "How will you rate Do Rue's talent?" Huang Xiaolong interrupted them all of a sudden. A frown quickly formed on Emperor Yu's face. As Di Huai and himself were both true saints, they were able to converse as friends. However, as a holy prince of the Zhuan Holy Gate, Huang Xiaolong interrupted him, and a trace of irritation appeared in his heart. In the eyes of Emperor Yu, their statuses were too different. Huang Xiaolong was like an ignorant brat to him. However, the other party was brought over by his good friend, and it wouldn't be too good if he scolded the youngster. Of course, Di Huai didn't feel that Huang Xiaolong did anything wrong. Turning around, he explained to Huang Xiaolong, "That's right. Dou Rui's talent is indeed amazing. He's the most talented disciple that appeared in the Devil Palace in the past several billion years. His talent is comparable to the top holy princes. His saint attributes rank in the top 10. Top 10. Huang Xiaolong widened his eyes in disbelief. Feng Tianyu and the others failed to hide their shock when Di Huai mentioned Dou Rui's talent. Even though they knew that Emperor Yu was injured by the other party, this was the first time they were learning of the other party's strength. That's right. His saint attributes rank in the top 10. Emperor Yu sighed. His talent should be ranked in the top even in the entire holy world. His strength was unfathomable even before he entered the true saint realm 100,000 years ago. Who would have thought that he would have already progressed to such a point? Emperor Yu was someone in the second heavens of the true saint realm. Moreover, he was no ordinary second heaven true saint. One could only imagine how strong Dou Rui had to be. Emperor Yu sighed. In a few thousand years, he should be able to consolidate his foundations in the second heaven's true saint realm. Di Huai shared several pieces of interesting information with Emperor Yu after he explained the strength of Dou Rui to everyone present. Even though the Devil Palace was messing around in the whole world, as a true saint, Dou Rui couldn't leave the Devil Palace as he wished. Emperor Yu didn't wish to hide anything from the rest, and he quickly spilled some interesting information. A golden tortoise bug appeared in the purple cloud sea. When I located it, I was suddenly ambushed by Dou Rui, and he managed to take the bug away. Even though Emperor Yu didn't explicitly state it, it was clear that he was injured in the exchange. Golden tortoise bug. Huang Xiaolong and Di Huai exclaimed at the same time. The golden tortoise bug was a level 8 origin spiritual herb. It was one of the main ingredients to refine level 8 origin spiritual pills. Emperor Yu stared at Huang Xiaolong as a trace of disbelief flickered in his eyes. It seemed as though Huang Xiaolong's knowledge about the bug shocked him. After retreating back to the Holy Gate, I've been trying to regain my strength. The Devil Palace didn't hold back as they infiltrated my holy ground to slay the experts under my command. In the past few years, they have exterminated several odd dozen venerable level sects. Emperor Yu said, I feel much more reassured with Brother Di Huai here. As they spoke, they approached the headquarters of the Emperor Yu Holy Gate. As soon as they entered the main hall, Di Huai turned to Emperor Yu. I have nothing to hide from you. Anyway, we came to visit you because you were along the way. We should be heading to the Holy Heavens headquarters soon. Why are you going to the headquarters of the Holy Heavens? Emperor Yu jumped in shock. Brother Di Huai Yu. Everyone in the hall sucked in a cold breath. Pointing at Huang Xiaolong, Di Huai continued. I'm bringing this little one there. The gazes of everyone in the hall landed on Huang Xiaolong. Oh? Does Holy Prince Huang Xiaolong possess saint attributes in the top 100 ranks? Emperor Yu asked. Nope. Di Huai chuckled and shook his head. Emperor Yu couldn't help but laugh along with Di Huai. Brother Di Huai, you should be more aware than all of us. No one with saint attributes outside of the top 100 ranks will be considered. You're going to make a wasted trip there. The fees to register for the Holy Heavens test aren't cheap. It was clear that he was persuading his friend to give up on a hopeless dream. Whatever the case, one can hope. Di Huai didn't explain the situation, and he simply brushed Emperor Yu's concerns off. It seems like you're pretty confident in the little brat. I wonder what Saint Godhead he has? Do you have some sort of special complete Tao Saint Godhead? There were several members who managed to enter the Holy Heavens because of several special attributes. Even though their saint attributes didn't rank in the top 100, they were accepted into the organization. Even though Di Huai knew that Huang Xiaolong could constantly evolve his saint attributes, He had never seen Huang Xiaolong's godhead in person. In fact, he had no idea about Huang Xiaolong's progress. Senior Emperor Yu, my godhead ranks in the top 900. Huang Xiaolong reported truthfully. As soon as he spoke, the hall turned silent. The members of the Emperor Yu Holy Gate stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. A "pft" was heard in the air, and someone burst into laughter. Looking in the direction of the laughter, they discovered that it was a holy prince of the Emperor Yu Holy Gate. 900. Emperor Yu's expression changed. He stared at Di Huai and asked, "Is this the top talent of the Zhuan Holy Gate?" If it was an ordinary holy prince, no one would have laughed at the fact that their saint attributes ranked in the 900. However, Huang Xiaolong was the chief disciple of the holy princes. His talent was definitely lacking when they had to compare leaders of holy princes of the different holy gates. In stark contrast, Di Huai's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. When Huang Xiaolong first entered the holy gate, his saint attributes ranked in the 4,000. How did he improve it by more than 3,000 ranks in such a short amount of time? It took less than 20 years. Wouldn't that mean that? Di Huai didn't care to continue thinking in the direction as beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He finally realized that he had severely underestimated Huang Xiaolong's talent. "Brother Di Huai." Emperor Yu's voice suddenly rang in his mind and he snapped back to reality. "Brother Yu, may I inquire as to when the holy river will be opening its gate?" Di Huai asked all of a sudden. "I wish to ask for a slot in the holy river." This time, he wasn't merely there to visit his old friend. He wanted to let Huang Xiaolong enter the holy river of the Emperor Yu holy grounds along the way. That was Di Huai's main goal of the trip. The holy river of the Emperor Yu holy gate was extremely beneficial to those with high talent. If Huang Xiaolong could cultivate in the holy river, he would gain a whole lot. Even though Huang Xiaolong had already entered the venerable realm, his absolute strength was a little too lacking. After all, venerables were merely weaklings in the eyes of half-saints. Di Huai really wished that Huang Xiaolong could use the chance to enter the mid-level venerable realm. According to his calculations, the holy river would be opening soon. Holy river? Emperor Yu stared at Huang Xiaolong for a second. Then, a troubled look appeared on his face, and he turned to face Di Huai. Even though the holy river will be opening in 3 days, I can only send 5 people into it. Di Huai nodded. I know that. I also know that I will have to trouble you for this. I only need a single slot. For this, I am willing to pay 10 trillion holy bills. What? 10 trillion holy bills? The eminent elders of the Emperor Yu Holy Gate felt their jaws dropping in shock. Emperor Yu had never expected his friend to be willing to take out 10 trillion holy bills to cultivate a piece of trash like Huang Xiaolong. The amount of 10 trillion holy bills was no pocket change. It was a significant amount, even to true saints. Emperor Yu fell silent for a moment, and he finally muttered, "Brother Di Huai, I shall give you a single slot when the holy river opens. However, with the talent of your holy prince, he wouldn't be able to last for more than 2 hours in it." Even though the benefit of entering the holy river was large, it depended on the natural talent the individual possessed. Those who had impressive aptitude would be able to last for a longer time. As for someone with rank 900 saint attributes, it would be of no use if he could only stay for 2 hours. It could be said that the 2 hours spent in the holy river would amount to nothing. Emperor Yu couldn't help but feel sorry for Di Huai, who was spending 10 trillion holy bills for nothing. However, he was met with a cheery expression by Di Huai. "Many thanks to Brother Yu." He retrieved 10 trillion holy bills and passed them to Emperor Yu without a second thought. Seeing as his friend was adamant about it, Emperor Yu shook his head. He had never thought that Di Huai would be so delusional. Accepting Di Huai's holy bills, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. "Brother Di Huai, it's fine." Di Huai shook his hand and laughed. Everyone in the Emperor Yu holy grounds had no idea, but Di Huai was willing to take out even 20 trillion holy bills for a chance to send Huang Xiaolong into the holy river. I wonder if this brat can last for 4 months in the holy river, Di Huai thought to himself. According to his knowledge, The longest a person had stayed in the Holy River was an entire month, and the record was set by Emperor Yu himself. After arranging for the residence for Di Huai and the others, everyone waited for the Holy River's opening in 3 days. After Huang Xiaolong and the rest left, Holy Prince Lu Qing of the Emperor Yu Holy Gate went up to Emperor Yu in the main hall and said, "Master, Senior Di Huai is wasting his efforts on Huang Xiaolong. Even if he manages to enter the Holy River, he won't last for an hour. He's wasting the resources of our Holy Gate." Lu Qing was the leader of the Holy Princes of the Emperor Yu Holy Gate, and he was Emperor Yu's one and only personal disciple. His talent was nothing to scoff at, and his saint attributes ranked in the 90s. His aptitude was even higher than Jiang Tian of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. That's right. Another holy prince, Zhang Shishing, stood up and complained, "There are only 5 slots to enter the Holy River. We fought so hard to obtain a slot. But Senior Di Huai obtained a slot the moment he showed up. Moreover, he plans to send a piece of trash with no talent into the Holy River. This is too unfair to us." Bullshit. Several tens of holy princes had fought for the 5 slots, and all of them had only managed to obtain a slot after considering their talents. Since Zhang Shishing was the 5th-placed holy prince, his slot would be the one Huang Xiaolong took. A trace of rage flashed in his heart. Holding his palm out, Emperor Yu finally stopped their nagging. "When did you guys become qualified to discuss the matters of a true saint?" Emperor Yu asked. "Disciple is sorry." 2 voices rang through the air in an instant. Di Huai had saved me in the past. Since he had already made the request, I can't possibly deny his wish. 10 trillion holy bills should more than make up for our losses. Taking out 1 trillion holy bills, he passed it to Zhang Shishing as compensation. Whatever the case, Senior Di Huai is a little too optimistic to bring someone like Huang Xiaolong to the holy heavens. One of the eminent elders, Zhang Yilong, shook his head and sighed. "What's there to feel sorry about? He's definitely doing it after Huang Xiaolong's endless pestering." Another eminent elder laughed. "Senior Di Huai is really too affectionate to this disciple of his. Huang Xiaolong is truly a shameless bastard. I've never seen anyone with a rank 900 dank godhead trying to enter the holy heavens in my life. He's definitely the first one. I'm afraid Senior Di Huai is going to turn into the laughingstock of the holy world." The eminent elders of the Emperor Yu Holy Gate discussed among each other, but they were interrupted by Emperor Yu. "Enough. There is no longer a need to speak of this matter. When the Holy River opens in 3 days, the Devil Palace will definitely show up to mess up our plans. Step up all patrols and increase the security." "Yes, Holy Emperor." The disciples of the Holy Gate voiced their acknowledgement and left to carry out their duties. 3 days passed in a flash, and on the 3rd day all was well and the Holy Gate remained quiet. At long last, the Holy River was about to open, and Di Huai brought Huang Xiaolong to meet with Emperor Yu before heading over. The Holy River wasn't a real river, and it wasn't too large in size. It was merely several hundred feet long, and it was covered in a golden glow. Layers upon layers of restrictions were laid above the river, and no one could see the situation under the endless layers of restrictions. When Huang Xiaolong's senses passed through the barriers and restrictions above the river, he felt a sort of mysterious energy coming from the source of the river. Even though it wasn't the same as the source energy produced by the holy world, Huang Xiaolong felt that the energy was no weaker than it. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. He had never expected there to be such a miraculous place located in the Emperor Yu Holy Gate. Emperor Yu and the eminent elders started to move as they lifted the restrictions around the river. As soon as it was open, Emperor Yu yelled, "Go!" For figures, along with Huang Xiaolong, rose into the air and flew towards the center of the river. As the 5 of them sank beneath the surface, the layers above the holy river recovered. "Brother Di Huai, you can wait for him there." Emperor Yu pointed towards a mountain peak in the distance. There was an observatory built there, and one could easily tell the situation of the holy river when sitting there. They would know as soon as Huang Xiaolong emerged. "Sure." Di Huai nodded and followed Emperor Yu to the mountain peak. Very quickly, 2 hours passed. A trace of suspicion appeared in Emperor Yu's mind when he noticed that the holy river was as peaceful as can be. Even though the members of the Emperor Yu Holy Grounds were getting suspicious, they didn't feel as though there was anything off. That was until another hour had passed, and they failed to see Huang Xiaolong's emerging figure. Doubts flashed in their eyes when they noticed that Huang Xiaolong showed no signs of emerging. Half a day passed just like that, but the holy river didn't even show signs of ripples. A strange feeling swept through Emperor Yu's heart. How could someone with saint attributes ranking in the 900s last for more than 2 hours? Half a day had already passed, but the little kid wasn't out yet. Could it be that the youngster lied about his saint attributes' rank? Emperor Yu felt a sense of distaste in his heart, and he turned to Di Huai. Brother Di Huai, are you sure Huang Xiaolong's saint attributes rank in the 900s? Did you lie to me? The experts of the Emperor Yu Holy Grounds stared at Di Huai. As Emperor Yu widening his eyes in shock, Di Huai chuckled in amusement. I don't think the brat will lie to me. However, even I have no idea about the true ranking of his saint godhead. What do you mean? Emperor Yu frowned. Brother Di Huai, that kid is a holy prince of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. How can you be unsure of his talent? As the guardian beast of the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate, it was impossible for them to hide anything from him, not to mention the fact that he was a true saint. Ha ha ha. I've always been cultivating in the forbidden land of the Holy Gate. It has been several billion years since I last emerged. I have no idea what that brat's talent is. Emperor Yu knew that Di Huai was hiding something, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to probe further. As the true saints conversed, Huang Xiaolong and the 4 other holy princes sat cross-legged in the middle of the holy river. They circulated their special arts to devour the energy coming from the lake. The greater the amount of energy they absorbed, the brighter the glow around their bodies became. Of course, if anyone could see the light revolving around their bodies, they would notice that the glow around Huang Xiaolong was several times brighter than the others. As thread-like streams of golden light entered Huang Xiaolong's body, the holy mandate imprint in the space between his eyebrows emitted rays of resplendent light. Endlessly devouring the energy contained in the holy river, Huang Xiaolong felt a wave of comfort wash over his body. It was as though his soul had received some sort of enlightenment. It felt like he had arrived in another completely different world, covered in golden light. Huang Xiaolong felt as though the shackles on him were released, and everything in the golden world had to listen to his every command. The holy Tao from the holy world couldn't be felt, and Huang Xiaolong felt endless might coursing through his veins. In that instant, Huang Xiaolong seemed to have transcended the 6 Tao paths and broken free of the restrictions of reincarnation. Scenes passed through Huang Xiaolong's mind without end. Images of his life flashed in his mind, and there were some that consisted of his previous life. Huang Xiaolong's life on earth flashed past his eyes, and it was as though he experienced it once again. Every scene was as vivid as could be. Days quickly passed, and on the 10th day, the holy river started to rumble. That was a sign of someone emerging from the holy river when they could no longer bear the stress the special energy placed on their body. A smile appeared on Emperor Yu's face. Brother Di Huai, your disciple is pretty impressive. He managed to last for 13 whole days. With his talent, lasting for 13 days is really admirable. It's no wonder Brother Di Huai is willing to spend 10 trillion holy bills to send him into the holy river. Di Huai could hear the sourness in Emperor Yu's tone when he spoke of Huang Xiaolong. However, he merely chuckled. I'm really shocked that he managed to last for 13 days too. He knew that this old friend of his was definitely blaming him for hiding Huang Xiaolong's true talent from him. It was also clear that this old friend of his had an extremely bad impression of Huang Xiaolong. A figure tore through the surface of the lake and soared high into the skies. It's Kong Hui. Someone from the Emperor Yu Holy Gate yelled, and everyone turned to look at him. The person who emerged was Kong Hui of the Emperor Yu Holy Grounds, and his talent was the worst out of the 4 disciples sent by the Emperor Yu Holy Gate. His godhead ranked in the 300s, but no one had expected him to emerge earlier than Huang Xiaolong. Like everyone else, Emperor Yu had expected Huang Xiaolong to be the first to leave the river. Seeing that it was a disciple of his own holy gate, Emperor Yu couldn't help but frown. Brother Di Huai, it seems like I've underestimated the strength of your holy prince. Emperor Yu turned to Di Huai and chuckled. However, I feel that he will definitely be the next person to leave the river. Brother Yu, let's make a bet. If Huang Xiaolong emerges from the holy river next, I'll give you another 10 trillion. Otherwise, you'll have to return the money I paid you to send him in. How about that? This, Emperor Yu couldn't help but hesitate. However, a chuckle eventually left his lips. Let's bet on the last person to emerge. If my disciple Lu Qing lasts the longest, you will have to give me another 10 trillion. If Huang Xiaolong lasts longer than Lu Qing, I'll return you 10 trillion holy bills. How about that? Di Huai was stunned for a second, and hesitation flashed in his eyes. Even though Huang Xiaolong's saint attributes could evolve, they only ranked in the 900s. Even if he had the Saint Fate memory imprint, Di Huai couldn't estimate the time Huang Xiaolong could spend in the holy river. Fine. Di Huai thought for a moment and nodded his head at last. Seeing as Di Huai had agreed, Emperor Yu burst into laughter. Brother Di Huai, I'm afraid that you have already lost. Lu Qing's saint attributes rank in the top 90s. Top 90s? Di Huai couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Ha ha ha. That's right. It seemed as though Emperor Yu was extremely happy that he had managed to accept such a talented disciple, and he stared at Di Huai with a smug expression plastered on his face. Several days passed once again, and the surface of the lake shook. Seeing that another person was about to emerge, the members of the Emperor Yu Holy Gate stared at the space above the lake in anticipation. However, their hearts fell when they saw the person who emerged. It was another disciple from their holy gate. Just like that, another 8 days passed. Someone else emerged, but to everyone's dismay, it was another disciple from the holy gate. On the 43rd day that they entered, the originally peaceful lake started to shimmer with light. Emperor Yu couldn't help but straighten his back when he saw the abnormality. Di Huai widened his eyes as the next person to emerge would determine who would win the bet of 10 trillion holy bills. Not a single person moved a muscle as they stared at the space above the lake. Someone finally emerged, and before Emperor Yu could celebrate, he recognized the figure to be his disciple, Lu Qing. A look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Di Huai finally managed to heave a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Qing's face. 3 months later, Huang Xiaolong and Di Huai returned to their flying ship and continued their journey to the headquarters of the Holy Heavens. Several days ago, Huang Xiaolong had emerged from the Holy River. During his time in the Holy River, Huang Xiaolong had shockingly managed to enter the second-order Venerable Realm. But that wasn't all. His divine head soul experienced a special transformation. Even Huang Xiaolong couldn't put his finger on what had changed. But he knew that his divine soul had evolved to the point where it was slightly similar to the holy soul of true saints. It's a pity, Huang Xiaolong sighed. If he could cultivate in the holy river for several years, he was sure that his divine soul would definitely evolve into a holy soul. When that happened, Huang Xiaolong would have truly broken through the restraints of the 6 Tao paths and transcended reincarnation. Transcending the 6 Tao paths and reincarnation would render his soul inextinguishable. Even true Saint Realm experts wouldn't be able to kill him when that happened. Senior Di Huai, will the holy river in the Emperor Yu Holy Grounds only be open every 1,000,000 years? Huang Xiaolong turned to Di Huai and asked. A stunned expression appeared on Di Huai's face. What? Are you planning to enter again? He knew that Huang Xiaolong had managed to obtain a whole ton of benefits when cultivating in the holy river. As such, he joked. The gaze Emperor you had in his eyes caused my head to go numb when you left the holy river. Don't tell me you didn't see it. If you took the chance to enter again, he will probably duke it out with me. The energy in the holy river was something they had to accumulate for a long period of time. They had only managed to gather a little bit of energy in 1,000,000 years, and Huang Xiaolong had practically sucked it dry the moment he had entered. It was no wonder Emperor Yu was devastated when Huang Xiaolong had emerged. Even though it's only open once every 1,000,000 years, the effects of going in a second time will never match up to the first. Huang Xiaolong felt a wave of disappointment in his heart. He wanted to transform his divine soul completely, but it seemed as though his plan was toast. A bitter smile appeared on his face. If he had known that his divine soul would evolve in the holy river, he would have waited for a better time. I know of another place with a place like the Holy River, Di Huai said all of a sudden. Huang Xiaolong's eyes slowly widened, and a look of joy appeared in them. Where? It's in the headquarters of the Holy Heavens. Di Huai nodded slowly. That's right. There's a massive lake in the headquarters of the Holy Heavens. It's a fire and ice dual attributed lake, and the effects of cultivating in it are several times better than the Holy River of the Emperor Yu Holy Grounds. Every few years, the Holy Heavens holds a massive competition among the Holy Princes. The top 3 will be allowed to cultivate in the ice and fire lake. Holy Princes competition, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. That's right. However, you need to be in the 9th Tribulation Half-True Saint realm to even think of fighting for the top 3 spots. The disciples who managed to obtain a slot in the past have godheads ranking in the top 10. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. With his terrifying cultivation speed, he would be able to enter the 9th Tribulation Half-True Saint realm in 2,000 to 3,000 years. The only problem was the advancement of his saint attributes. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong would be trashed by the disciples fighting for the top 3 slots even if he arrived at the 9th Tribulation Half-True Saint realm. In the blink of an eye, 6 years passed. Huang Xiaolong didn't leave the ship, and he cultivated non-stop for the entirety of the 6 years they spent on the journey. Occasionally, he would look for Di Huai to chat about the matters of the holy world. There were also times when he would ask about the happenings in the other holy grounds. In the end, Huang Xiaolong learned that there were 4 peak powers in the holy world: the Holy Heavens, the Devil Palace, the Holy Lands Alliance, and the Clear Snow Palace made up the 4 pillars of the holy world. Out of the 4 of them, the Holy Heavens was the strongest organization, followed by the Devil Palace, the Holy Lands Alliance, and the Clear Snow Palace in that order. The Holy Lands Alliance was headed by the strongest holy ground in the holy world, the Levitation Holy Grounds. They formed an alliance with various super-holy grounds and held considerable strength. Even though they had no experts who surpassed the True Saint Realm to hold the fort, they were the ones with the most number of peak-level True Saint Realm experts. As for the Clear Snow Palace, it was founded by a senior who transcended the True Saint Realm going by the name of Xianxia. As a female cultivator herself, she only accepted female disciples into the palace. Of the 4 superpowers, the Holy Heavens and the Clear Snow Palace were the strictest when it came to their disciple selection process. The Devil Palace was a very big exception. As the power structure of the palace was too complicated, they didn't restrict their disciples, nor did they follow strict criteria when accepting disciples. One fine day, the flying ship stopped. As they disembarked, the sight of a massive holy ground appeared before Huang Xiaolong and the others, causing them no small amount of shock. Is this the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds? The headquarters of the Holy Heavens was located in the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong and the others had passed by countless holy grounds, and none of them could compare to the massive continent before them. There wasn't a need to compare the Zhuiyuan holy ground to it, as it was merely a speck of dust when compared to it. You're right. Di Huai stared at the holy grounds before him, and a look of awe appeared in his eyes. After stopping for a moment, the group of them flew towards the core of the holy grounds. Even though it looked closer, they took half a day before they managed to enter the Heavenly Master Holy Grounds. After entering, they found their way towards the Heavenly Master Holy City. The sight before them caused their minds to shake when they entered the city. Flying ships lined the air and divine beasts lined the streets. Groups and groups of experts made their way about the bustling city. In any holy ground, a half-true saint was someone who stood at the peak of the power chain. They would appear occasionally during special events, but half-true saints could be seen in nearly every group that appeared on the streets in the holy city. Of course, those that Huang Xiaolong noticed were only low-level half-true saints. 4th Tribulation half-true saints were still rarely seen on the streets. Golden light surrounded the holy city, and it stood high in the air above countless mountain ranges, oceans, and several massive ancient forests. People streamed about the streets, and not a single location was neglected. The land here can be said to be worth its weight in gold. One might not even be able to buy residences in the cities around the holy city, much less in the city itself. Di Huai looked at Huang Xiaolong before explaining. Only inner disciples are allowed to purchase a manor in the holy city itself. If you wish to buy a piece of land, you will need to enter the core of the holy heavens. Only core disciples can obtain a piece of land in the heavenly master holy grounds to build their strength. Huang Xiaolong nodded. He knew everything that Di Huai was saying. However, he also knew that in order to become a core disciple, he would need to enter the half-true saint realm. Moreover, not every half-true saint had the chance to become a core disciple. They had to pass through tons of tests and contribute heavily to the holy heavens in order to do so. Half a month later, they crossed countless cities and arrived in the Holy Heavens City. The Holy Heavens City wasn't located on a continent. Instead, it hovered somewhere in the air. It was several thousand feet above the ground, and countless holy spiritual formations were laid beneath it. All of them were created by true saint realm experts in the Holy Heavens, and even peak-level experts at the true saint realm would find it hard to attack the city. Despite their preparations, it went without saying that no true saint was stupid enough to try something like a siege of the city. In the holy world, the holy heavens was the core, and the holy heaven city was the core of the core. Huang Xiaolong stared at the city before him and light flashed in his eyes. Dense clouds of holy spiritual qi surrounded the city. They made the holy spiritual qi around the Holy Alliance Palace set up Jiangtian look cheap. One could only imagine Huang Xiaolong's cultivation speed in the city. With the assistance of the Saint Fate memory imprint, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation would shoot up faster than sitting on a rocket. Feng Tianyu, Zhang Wenyue, and Xue Qi couldn't help but admire the beautiful sight before them. They weren't the only ones who were reveling in the magnificence of the city sitting in the air before them. Even a true saint like Di Huai had to admit that the Holy Heaven City was impressive. It was a pity he wasn't accepted into the holy heavens in the past. If he could cultivate in the city, he would have already entered the third heavens by now. He wouldn't need to remain stuck in the peak of the first heaven true saint realm for such a long time. Di Huai's thoughts drifted back to the time when he had tried to enter the holy heavens. After so many years, he couldn't put down the happenings that had occurred. Xiaolong, let's enter the city. Di Huai spoke, and a trace of gratification washed over his heart. He was sure that Huang Xiaolong's name would resound through the holy world before he knew it. All right, Huang Xiaolong smiled and followed behind Di Huai. He was finally here. He had finally arrived at the headquarters of the holy heavens. They quickly made their way to one of the giant plazas located in front of the city. Even though it was merely a plaza, it was built from one of the rare jade stone ores formed in the holy world. The jade stones emitted pure holy spiritual qi, and a single piece alone was of astronomical value. Of course, no matter how greedy one was, no one would be stupid enough to steal from the holy heavens. They were met with crowds of people, and it was as though every race in the holy world had gathered at the entrance of the holy heavens city. There were members of ancient races, along with peak experts of various superfamilies. Even though Huang Xiaolong had rarely noticed Fourth Tribulation half-true saints after entering the holy ground, he was shocked to realize that tons of people around him were Fourth Tribulation half-true saints or stronger. If he threw a stone into the crowd, it was more than likely that he would hit someone with a cultivation level higher than the Fourth Tribulation half-true saint realm. There were even experts up to the Eighth Tribulation half-true saint realm. Ever since he had cultivated in the holy river of the Emperor Yu holy grounds, Huang Xiaolong had realized that he could see through the cultivation level of anyone under the true saint realm. Are you surprised? Di Huai asked. This is nothing. Wait till you enter the city. You'll realize that experts are like the numerous clouds floating in the sky. Half-true saints are everywhere. You'll even meet low-level true saint realm experts occasionally. In several cities in our Zhuiyuan holy ground, venerables will be able to receive special treatment. They can fly through the skies and ignore most rules. However, even half-true saints won't be able to ignore the rules of the city here. Even Ninth Tribulation half-true saints are no exceptions. Of course, that's if you're not a core disciple of the holy heavens. Di Huai led them towards the gates and explained. Core disciples of the holy heavens. Their status emerged from Di Huai's lips once again. Complicated light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Senior Di Huai, what about true saint realm experts? If true saints of the various holy grounds enter the city, will they be able to experience special treatment? Feng Tianyu asked. It was also the question that plagued Zhang Wenyue and Xueqi. It goes without saying that true saints will be able to experience special treatment in Holy Heaven City. However, their privileges are determined by their strength. The difference in treatment between First Heaven True Saints and Second Heaven's True Saints is pretty large. Regardless, even peak-level True Saints are prohibited from flying in the skies above the city. The only ones who are able to fly in the city are the existences surpassing the True Saint realm. A look of fear appeared in Di Huai's eyes when he spoke of those who had surpassed the True Saint realm. Soon after, they approached the gates of the city. After a round of questioning and a series of identity verification, Di Huai and the others took out 10,000 holy bills each before entering the city. How can this be? We have to pay 10,000 holy bills to stay in the city for a single year. According to the regulations, the longest someone could stay in the Holy Heavens City was a single year. Huang Xiaolong chuckled softly. It's going to be more than worth it. Ha ha ha. That's right. Even a single whiff of the holy spiritual qi in the air is worth 10,000 holy bills. Di Huai laughed. All of a sudden, the rainbow phoenix clinging onto Huang Xiaolong's shoulders chirped happily, and a look of satisfaction appeared on its face. Patting its back, Huang Xiaolong said, All right. After I enter the holy heavens and become an inner disciple, I'll buy a residence here. We won't ever have to leave. Hee. What kind of country bumpkin are you? A mocking voice rang out beside Huang Xiaolong all of a sudden. Who do you think you are? You have to be really overestimating yourself if you think that you can enter the holy heavens. How can you dream about being an inner disciple? Piercing laughter rang in the skies. Huang Xiaolong and Di Huai turned around at the same time to stare at the source of the laughter. True Reason Holy Gate. Di Huai recognized them instantly, and killing intent gathered in his eyes. Feeling the hostility Di Huai had for the bunch of people, Huang Xiaolong felt a trace of shock running through his heart. He had never seen Di Huai getting angry before. It seemed as though Di Huai really hated the members of the True Reason Holy Grounds. From what Huang Xiaolong observed, the hatred he had wasn't small. That's right. We're from the True Reason Holy Gate. The youngster raised a jade fan in his hand and laughed arrogantly. Old man, your eyesight is pretty good. Of course he recognizes us. A voice boomed through the air as a middle-aged man appeared before them. Master! The members of the True Reason Holy Grounds greeted the man. As soon as the man appeared, Di Huai's eyes turned red. The middle-aged man was the patriarch of the True Reason Holy Gate. Walking towards Di Huai, the man chuckled. Di Huai, it's been too long. I've been looking for you all this while, and I had never thought that I would meet you here. His gaze landed on Huang Xiaolong in the next instant. What? Is this your disciple? Is he here to register to join the holy heavens? Di Huai ignored the other party's question and glared at the man. I never expected to meet you here, Xianxia. I've been thinking about tearing you limb from limb all these years. I'll tear your flesh and refine your soul. Despite Di Huai's threats, Xianxia chuckled in a low voice. Di Huai, the two of us can be considered old friends. Now that we have finally met, can't you treat me nicely? He turned to the youngster who mocked Huang Xiaolong and said, Fu Yunjie. This is the person I usually talk about. Fu Yunjie took a step forward and cupped his fists at Di Huai. Senior Di Huai. No, old man Di Huai. It seems like you are the person my master usually brings up. Not a shred of respect could be seen when Fu Yunjie spoke to Di Huai. Xianxia sneered. Fu Yunjie, you can't speak to him like that. That old man is a peak First Heaven True Saint realm expert. Even though he was supposed to be scolding his disciple, it didn't seem like it. Yes, the master is right. Fu Yunjie continued. Disciple was rude. Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes when he saw the disrespect Fu Yunjie showed. He knew that there was enmity between them, but he had no idea what had caused it. From the start, Di Huai's killing intent has stayed high when staring at Xianxia. However, Xianxia ignored Di Huai completely, and he continued to introduce his disciple. Di Huai, this is my personal disciple. He is also the chief disciple of the holy princes of my holy gate. Let me tell you something special. He's someone with a complete Buddha saint godhead. He wasn't keeping his voice low at all. In fact, he seemed to be showing off to the entire world. The street burst into activity after his declaration. What? Complete Buddha saint godhead? Everyone along the street turned to stare at Xianxia the moment Xianxia revealed his talent. The complete Buddha saint godhead was ranked 68th among the godheads. 68. That was something hardly seen in the holy world. Even though someone with a saint godhead ranking in the top in hundreds might not be able to join the holy heavens, someone with a 68th ranked godhead had 99% chance of entering the organization. Of course, one's saint bloodline and saint physique wouldn't fall too far from their saint godhead. Di Huai was stunned for a second. He never expected Xianxia to be able to accept a disciple with a rank 68 saint godhead. Xiaolong, let's go. Di Huai stared at the disgusting smile on Xianxia's face, and he turned to lead them away. Xianxia didn't bother stopping Di Huai and the others from the Zhuiyuan holy ground. He snickered as he looked at Di Huai's disappearing figure. Master, we wasted all our efforts in the past years, looking for him, only to run into him here. Xianxia chuckled. A snort left Xianxia's lips. Now that we met him, I'm not going to allow him to escape again. He looked at Huang Xiaolong, who was following behind Di Huai. He's probably here to register for this kid. Xianxia laughed. That brat doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was thinking of becoming an inner disciple of the holy heavens earlier. Does he think that it's so easy to become an inner disciple? Even old man Di Huai wasn't able to enter the holy gate with his top 100 ranked saint attributes and his holy beast background. I refuse to believe that that brat is talented enough to become an inner disciple. Let's go. We'll look for a place to stay before heading over to the registration point tomorrow. Yes, Master. When you enter the holy heavens, the power our holy gate will wield will become much stronger. After Di Huai and Huang Xiaolong left, they rented a random courtyard and decided to register the next day. Ever since they had met the members of the True Reason Holy Gate, Di Huai's expression had been extremely sullen. Huang Xiaolong knew that it wasn't in his best interests to bring up the matter with the True Reason Holy Gate, and he remained quiet. As night fell, light fell upon the lands and the city looked the same as it was in the day. The light that illuminated the land wasn't dazzling, but it contained a sort of reassuring aura that gave off a sense of security to everyone who felt it. Huang Xiaolong gazed into the skies in his courtyard, staring at the light that fell from the heavens. He looked at the clouds of dense, holy spiritual energy surrounding the city. All of a sudden, footsteps sounded behind him. Turning around, Huang Xiaolong saw Di Huai. Senior Di Huai. Huang Xiaolong greeted respectfully. Nodding his head, Di Huai pointed to the stone pavilion nearby. Let's chat over there. As the two of them sat down, Di Huai asked, Are you curious about the enmity I have with the True Reason Holy Gate? If Senior Di Huai is willing to talk about it, please. Di Huai shook his hand. There's nothing to hide. In the past, I met Xianxia when trying to enter the holy heavens. We formed a grudge during the selection process, and neither of us managed to enter the organization. No one would have thought that Xianxia would lead an army to exterminate my dragon unicorn race because of the grudge we had formed. My wife and kids died at his hands. When I managed to escape, my daughter went missing. In the past, my injuries were severe, and I was saved by Zhuiyuan. As such, I settled down in the Zhuiyuan holy ground and promised to protect it with my life. The killing intent around him started to soar when he spoke about his wife and children. Di Huai's eyes turned red and his breathing sped up. It was no wonder the usually calm Di Huai would flare up when the members of the True Reason Holy Gate appeared. Xiaolong, I have a request. Di Huai hesitated for a moment before saying. Huang Xiaolong knew what Di Huai desired the moment he heard the story. He nodded and reassured the holy beast. Senior Di Huai, I promise to take revenge for your race. With all my heart, I thank you. Di Huai grabbed Huang Xiaolong's hand and tears welled up in his eyes. He had been thinking about taking revenge his whole life, but with the Zhuiyuan holy ground's strength, it was far from enough. Ever since a long time ago, he had felt that taking revenge was impossible. He had lost all hope until Huang Xiaolong had appeared. The night passed uneventfully, and the moment day broke, Di Huai brought Huang Xiaolong towards the heavenly master's manor. Since Huang Xiaolong was the only one registering to enter the holy heavens, Di Huai brought him and him alone. Feng Tianyu and the others remained in the courtyard for the good news. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong and Di Huai noticed a massive manor in their sights. The terrifying holy aura surrounding it caused Huang Xiaolong's heart to pound. Phantoms of holy beasts, along with supreme experts, filled the skies above the manor as rainbow-colored light surrounded it. That was the heavenly master's manor. It was the residence of the strongest expert in the holy world.
Hehe, Di Huai, it seems like we are fated to meet. Before Huang Xiaolong and Di Huai could enter the manor, a disgustingly friendly voice rang out from behind them.
Seeing Xianxia once again, the killing intent in Di Huai reignited as his expression fell. This time, Fu Yunjie was the one to approach. I didn't get brother's name the last time. I wonder where brother's Saint Godhead ranks among the rest.
Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent as he replied, I'm Huang Xiaolong. My talent can't compare to yours. My Saint Godhead ranks in the 900.
As soon as the words left Huang Xiaolong's lips, everyone fell silent. Even someone like Xianxia felt his world spinning. 900. Xianxia and Fu Yunjie stared at Huang Xiaolong in silence. They only managed to react after Huang Xiaolong left with Di Huai. How dare the brat mess with me? Flames emerged from Fu Yunjie's eyes, and he raged. Neither of them believed that Huang Xiaolong's Saint Godhead ranked in the 900. How could anyone with such shitty talent head to the headquarters of the holy heavens?
Fu Yunjie had already reached the conclusion that Huang Xiaolong was lying to him.
Xia's expression turned frosty, and he sneered. How dare a fucking venerable mess with me? Let's go. Cut in line and register before him. Yes, master. The two of them accelerated and rushed past Di Huai and Huang Xiaolong, inserting them into the queue before them. Seeing as Fu Yunjie had cut in line, a frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Since there was a long line in front of the two of them, Huang Xiaolong really didn't mind it too much. For the top-ranked organization in the holy world, the number of disciples trying to enter the holy heavens definitely didn't number in the tens. There were several people who had nothing but time on their hands, and they did some calculations. In the past billions of years, there hadn't been a day when no one had tried to enter the holy heavens. Even so, Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried at all. He merely waited his turn. Half a day passed. Finally, Fu Yunjie was called to enter the testing venue. Stepping forward, Fu Yunjie greeted the true Saint Realm expert, who was in charge of the registration process, respectfully. He also introduced his master, Xianxia, before paying the fee of 100 million holy bills.
It cost 100 million holy bills to take the test.
Moreover, that was merely the fee for the first segment. Disciples of ordinary sects wouldn't be able to gather the amount for the entrance fee. The true Saint Realm expert recorded everything Fu Yunjie said on a piece of jade slip before sending him towards the location to test his saint attributes. In the holy world, they used holy spiritual formations to test one's aptitude in the various superpowers. The holy heavens was different as they used a special sort of sacred steel to test it. The sacred steel was a special artifact crafted by an expert who had surpassed the true Saint Realm, and it was extremely accurate in determining one's saint attributes. Fu Yunjie approached the steel and pressed his right hand into the middle of the runes carved into the steel. Circulating the energy in his body, qi poured out from his palm into the steel. The steel lit up with rays of resplendent light, and the hall seemed to bathe in holy light. That's too bright. His saint attributes definitely rank in the top hundreds. Otherwise, the light wouldn't be as blinding as this. Top 100? The holy light seems to have congealed into something corporeal. I'm afraid. Several disciples who were there to register were shocked when they noticed the light coming off the sacred steel. Even the true Saint Realm expert in charge of registrations couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Despite the fact that most people who had arrived were disciples of the super holy gates with astounding talent, not all of them had saint attributes ranking in the top 100. out of the thousands and thousands of disciples who tried to enter the holy heavens every day, it was a blessing if they managed to discover 10 talents with saint attributes ranking in the top 100. Moreover, it was rare to see someone like Xianxia, whose talent was shocking to the point that it caused the holy light to turn corporeal. Xianxia couldn't hide the delight in his heart when he noticed the envious and shocked gazes of everyone present. Xianxia was also laughing wildly at the side. In front of everyone, a row of words appeared in the air. Complete Buddha Saint Godhead. Ranked 68. Single attributed. Rank 68? Everyone sucked in a cold breath, and the registration hall erupted. Even though the results only mentioned Xianxia's complete Tao ain't Godhead, they knew that his other saint attributes wouldn't fall far behind. As soon as he entered the holy heavens, he would be an inner disciple. The glory he would receive wasn't something they could imagine. Soon, Xianxia continued with the test. Brilliant Buddha Saint Bloodline. Ranked 69. Single attributed. Finally, the test of his saint physique commenced. Revered Moon Saint Physiques ranked 64. Single attributed. The hall fell into silence for a second as shock swept through the minds of everyone present. Holy Emperor True Reason, congratulations. You managed to accept a brilliant disciple. The various experts turned to Xianxia and offered their congratulations as a look of envy burned in their eyes. Xianxia cupped his hands and bowed. He couldn't stop laughing. Even the true Saint Realm expert in charge of the registration process stood up to congratulate him. Even though one had to pass the second test before they would be accepted into the organization, it would be of no difficulty for someone of Xianxia's talent. One could say that Xianxia's entrance to the holy heavens was basically confirmed. Xianxia turned and bowed. Many thanks. After a whole lot of ass-kissing, Xianxia moved to the side. Huang Xiaolong's turn finally came. Walking towards the true saint, Huang Xiaolong introduced himself and paid the fee. Standing before the sacred stele, Huang Xiaolong placed his hand above the rune and sucked in a deep breath. He activated his dragon-attributed Saint Godhead. Raising his head, Huang Xiaolong was extremely interested in finding out the extent to which his Godhead evolved. However, the stele didn't light up like Huang Xiaolong expected. It barely flickered with light, and even the true Saint Realm expert who was in charge of the registration process stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Those with actual talent would cause the stele to light up. The holy light would fill the entire venue and display one's true talent. It wasn't that Xiao Fuwen hadn't seen people with poor talent before, but this was indeed the first time he saw specks of light barely flickering on the stele. This was the first time that had happened in the history of the examination. Those who had low talent at least managed to light up a certain area around the stele. What the fuck was the point of showing up if he has such trashy talent? Is he there to waste everyone's time? With Xiao Fuwen's eyesight, it was clear with a single glance that the disciple called Huang Xiaolong was someone with saint attributes ranking in the thousands. Where did he get the confidence to attempt to take the examination to enter the holy heavens? He is obviously messing about. Xiao Fuwen's expression sank. What is this? Is the holy heavens a place for him to mess around? Xianxia, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but reveal an exaggerated expression when he noticed the dim glow around the stele. The venue fell silent in an instant as everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong with an expression of disbelief. The only ones who didn't seem surprised were Huang Xiaolong and Di Huai. Chaos Essence Divine Dragon Saint Godhead. Ranked 968. Full attributed. PFFFFFT. Xianxia could no longer hold back his laughter when Huang Xiaolong's Saint Godhead rank appeared. He roared with laughter. Too fucking hilarious. The brat had spoken the truth when he told them that his Godhead ranked in the 900s. Huang Xiaolong, you're a fucking clown. Xianxia screamed at the side. Xianxia couldn't help but turn to Di Huai. Di Huai, your disciple's talent is really too trashy. Whatever the case, I have to praise you too for being shameless enough to register. What a shameless pair of cultivators. Even I'm feeling sorry for you. Xianxia's laughter rang through the air. The experts around them couldn't control their laughter as they all chimed in to poke fun at Huang Xiaolong. I've truly opened my eyes to the world today. Trash like this has the audacity to take a test to enter the holy heavens. I have a rank 168 Saint Godhead, and was still a little embarrassed to head here to register. I never thought that I'd see someone more shameless than me. There hasn't been anyone in the past billion years who tried to enter the holy heavens with saint attributes ranking in the top thousands. The person with the weakest talent who had tried was someone called Lu Zhe. His godhead ranked 283rd, but it seems like someone has broken his record.
One of the experts brought up another piece of embarrassing history, and mocking laughter rang through the air once again.
Seeing as Fu Yunjie and Huang Xiaolong had some sort of grudge, he decided to side with Fu Yunjie after noticing his promising future. Di Huai didn't bother with anyone's mockery. It was as though storms were raised in his heart. Huang Xiaolong had actually managed to evolve his godhead by more than 3,000 ranks in 20 years. This? When Huang Xiaolong had applied to join the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate 20 years ago, eminent Elder Li Wen had personally verified that Huang Xiaolong's godhead ranked 4382. His saint godhead was called the Mysterious Dragon Saint Godhead then. During the second test, Huang Xiaolong's godhead had evolved to the Infinite Brilliance Divine Dragon Saint Godhead. It was ranked 3280, and he had already raised its rank by more than 1,000. This was the third test, and Huang Xiaolong's godhead ranked under 1,000. In 20 short years, Huang Xiaolong's saint attributes had evolved to the point where Di Huai questioned whether it was possible. With his current speed, how terrifying would Huang Xiaolong become in 1,000 years? What if they gave him 10,000 years? Di Huai felt his heart shaking in fear and anticipation when he thought of where Huang Xiaolong would be in 10,000 years. Seeing Di Huai's trembling body, Xianxia couldn't help but question his eyes. Did Di Huai's brain suffer from some serious injury after I exterminated Di Huai's entire race in the past? Why is he so excited when his disciple's saint attribute is ranked in the 900s? Xiao Fuwen, as an experienced examiner, noticed something all of them ignored when Huang Xiaolong's results were shown. Despite his low rank, Huang Xiaolong's saint godhead contained every single attribute. In his many years of service, this was the first time he had noticed someone with a full attributed godhead. Normally, all the disciples who came to register had single attributed saint attributes. Taking Fu Yunjie as an example, his saint attributes were all single attributed despite his shocking talent. In the course of several 100,000 years, Xiao Fuwen had met several geniuses with dual attributed godheads, but that was it. There was basically no one with triple attributed godheads. He had only seen one or two of them in the past billions of years. Not a single quadruple attributed godhead had appeared in his time, much less someone with a fully attributed godhead. Fully attributed, Xiao Fuwen muttered to himself. However, he shook his head in disappointment the next instant. There were next to none full attributed godheads in the world, but it was a pity it had to appear on someone with a rank of 900 godhead. The ranking of his godhead determined a very simple fact. It was impossible for Huang Xiaolong to enter the holy heavens. Even if the upper echelons wanted to break the rules and make it an exception, they wouldn't be allowed to admit someone whose saint attributes ranked in the 900s. Activating his saint bloodline, Huang Xiaolong poured his energy into the steel. Azure Dragon's saint bloodline, ranked 936. Full attributed. Ha ha ha. Fu Yunjie's laughter became even louder. Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent as he continued to test his saint physique. Coiling Dragon's saint physique, ranked 972. Full attributed. Fu Yunjie grabbed his stomach, and he nearly rolled on the ground. I can't take it anymore. My stomach is about to explode. I've seen too many shameless people in this world, but you're the only one who dared to register to enter the holy heavens with your shitty talent. Laughter rang through the air. Despite the mockery all around, Xiao Fuwen started at Huang Xiaolong in shock. He would have never expected that all of Huang Xiaolong's saint attributes held the same terrifying property. What a shame! Even though they were all fully attributed, his talent was a little too lacking. His talent wouldn't even be considered top-notch in several holy grounds, much less the holy heavens. There wasn't even a need to compare him to the inner disciples of the holy heavens. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong had left the platform, Xiao Fu sighed, "Young man, work hard. You might be able to enter the true saint realm in the future, even if you can't enter the holy heavens." Huang Xiaolong merely chuckled. "I definitely will." Turning to leave, Huang Xiaolong seemed to have thought of something, and he turned to speak to Xiao Fuwen again. "I recall that as long as anyone who passes the second test will be admitted to the holy heavens." He left with Di Huai without turning back after he spoke. Xiao Fuwen stared at his leaving figure with question marks floating in his mind. Of course, Fu Yunjie couldn't miss the chance to laugh at Huang Xiaolong. "Look at that. The brat has no shame. He plans on taking the second test even with his trashy talent." Xiao Fuwen couldn't help but shake his head. Even disciples with saint attributes ranked in the top 100 might not be able to pass the second test. Not a single person with saint attributes ranked in the 200s had managed to pass the test since several billion years ago. With Huang Xiaolong's talent, there wasn't a need to speculate his results. After Huang Xiaolong left, the news of Fu Yunjie's complete Buddha saint godhead, brilliant Buddha saint bloodline, and revered moon saint physique started to spread through the city. Not a single expert managed to remain indifferent when they heard the news. Even though there were tons of disciples trying to enter the holy heavens, it was rare for anyone to successfully pass the test in 100,000 years. Someone with Fu Yunjie's talent would be rarely seen, even with the many talented disciples showing up every day. Every time someone like him appeared, waves would be raised through the city. It went without saying that the news of Huang Xiaolong's saint attributes also swept through the city. After all, the world didn't lack people who tried to kiss up to Fu Yunjie's ass. Huang Xiaolong's talent also caused an uproar no smaller than the one caused by Fu Yunjie's talent. Luckily or unluckily for them, Huang Xiaolong had no idea what was going on. In one of the tea houses near the registration venue, Huang Xiaolong stopped and turned to Di Huai. "Senior Di Huai, I've heard that the heavenly fragrance tea here is amazing. Should we go in to have a taste?" Di Huai was still reeling from the shock Huang Xiaolong had given him when he had taken the test previously. He still thought about the moment when Huang Xiaolong's godhead was tested to be the Chaos Essence Divine Dragon Godhead. When the question entered his ears, he snapped back to reality but had no idea how to react. If he were to be honest, towering waves were battering his frail little heart right now. His mind was filled with Huang Xiaolong's terrifying achievement. He had used 20 short years to evolve his mysterious dragon godhead to a Chaos Essence Divine Dragon Godhead, shooting up the ranks by more than 3,000 places. Looking at Di Huai's stunned expression, Huang Xiaolong repeated himself. Yes, sure. Let's go." Di Huai chuckled and entered the tea house. Looking around, Huang Xiaolong realized that the tea house was basically filled. As they searched for a place to sit, a voice rang through the air. "Brother Di Huai." With his eyes widening in surprise, Di Huai turned to look at the source of the voice. A smile soon appeared on his face. "Brother Feng Cheng, it's you." He brought Huang Xiaolong over as he spoke. The person who greeted Di Huai was a middle-aged man with a bearded face. His eyes were large. There was also a girl accompanying him, who looked to be in the prime of her life at 20s. Her beauty was enough to topple cities, and there was a trace of holy aura surrounding her body. As soon as Di Huai sat down, he started to reminisce about the past with the middle-aged man. Of course, he didn't forget to introduce the man to Huang Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, this is the Holy Emperor of the Chenyuan Holy Gate. The two of us used to be bosom buddies in the past. It's been too long since we last met." Di Huai continued to introduce Huang Xiaolong to Feng Cheng. "You're Huang Xiaolong of the Zhuiwen Holy Gate?" Feng Cheng jumped in shock when he realized Huang Xiaolong's identity. The pretty little girl opened her mouth and exclaimed in surprise. "You're the useless trash who tried to enter the holy heavens with a rank 900 godhead? Trash?" Huang Xiaolong and Di Huai frowned. Feng Cheng hastily mediated the situation when he saw that she had probably offended his old friend. "You honor, how can you say that? Hurry up and apologize." He turned to Di Huai and chuckled. "Brother Di Huai, I have spoiled my daughter. She's a little rude, and I hope Brother Di Huai and Xiaolong won't feel offended. Hearing how her father was apologizing to the other party, Feng Yuanyu and pouted. I only spoke the truth. How can anyone with the Chaos Essence Divine Dragon Saint Godhead, Azure Dragon Saint Bloodline, and Coiling Dragon Saint Physique not be considered trash? What a joke. You! Feng Chang nearly flew into a rage right there and then. It's all right, Brother Feng. There is no need for you to get angry. Turning to stare at Huang Xiaolong, Di Huai apologized. I was planning to drink a few cups with you now that we met. However, I feel that we should leave. Let's meet another time. After setting a time and date with Feng Chang, Di Huai exchanged transmission symbols so they could communicate with each other. With an embarrassed expression, Feng Cheng wanted to apologize to Di Huai, but he had no idea how to do so. With a wave of his hand, Di Huai dismissed his concerns. It's fine. After he spoke, he turned to bring Huang Xiaolong away. It's great that they're gone. Feng Yuanyuan sneered. Who cares if wastrels like them leave? Huang Xiaolong, who was planning to leave quietly, was no longer able to endure the mockery thrown his way. He planned to let bygones be bygones after considering Di Huai's relationship with Feng Cheng. After all, they were buddies in the past. However, Feng Yuanyuan had gone too far. Di Huai's expression fell instantly. Is Feng Yuanyuan qualified to comment on a true saint expert as she wished? Before Feng Chang could open his mouth to mediate the situation, a huge commotion broke out at the entrance of the tea house. Fu Yunjie and Fanxia entered with a massive group in tow. The faces of Huang Xiaolong and Di Huai fell once again. As if on cue, Fu Yunjie and Fanxia noticed Huang Xiaolong's presence. Oh? Isn't this the shameless bastard? Huang Xiaolong. Fu Yunjie laughed. Let me make a formal introduction. This is Huang Xiaolong of the Zhuiyuan Holy Ground, and he's the one who tried to enter the holy heavens with his saint attributes ranking in the 900s. What a legend! With emphasis placed on his final sentence. Everyone in the tea house roared with laughter. Everyone in the tea house stared at Huang Xiaolong. Feng Yuanyuan hastily grabbed her father and pulled him away from Di Huai and Huang Xiaolong, fearing that they would drag down her reputation. Fu Yunjie naturally noticed her actions, and when he looked at her, a light lit up in his eyes. Quickly approaching her, he introduced himself. Young lady, I'm Fu Yunjie of the True Reason Holy Gate. May I know your name? A brilliant smile lit up on her face when she heard his introduction. As it turns out, young master is the famous Fu Yunjie. I'm Feng Yuanyu and of the Chenyuan Holy Gate, and I'm here to register to enter the holy heavens. Please don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with that wastrel over there. She pointed to Huang Xiaolong in an attempt to draw a clear line between them. Huang Xiaolong turned to Di Huai when he saw the amazing chemistry Feng Yuanyu and had with Fu Yunjie. Nodding his head, Di Huai agreed. Feng Chang wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in his throat. Fu Yunjie obviously didn't try to stop Huang Xiaolong. As soon as they left, the two of them returned to their courtyard. Xiaolong. Di Huai wanted to explain the relationship he had with Feng Chang in case Huang Xiaolong misunderstood and unleashed his rage on the Chenyuan holy grounds in the future. However, Huang Xiaolong merely laughed. Senior Di Huai, there's no need to worry. We'll go for a drink after I pass the second test. Di Huai was stunned for a second, and he roared with laughter. All right, when you pass the second level, we'll head to the tea house to drink to our heart's content. There wasn't a shred of doubt in his mind that Huang Xiaolong would fail in the second round of the selections. Moreover, Di Huai was sure that Huang Xiaolong's name would shake the world as soon as he took the test. As the night slowly passed, Huang Xiaolong activated the Holy Mandate imprint and continued to cultivate. Traces of source energy from the holy world streamed down from the void and entered Huang Xiaolong's body. Purple dragons soared around him, and they grew stronger with every strand of energy Huang Xiaolong absorbed. After leaving Emperor Yu holy grounds, Huang Xiaolong experienced breakthrough after breakthrough. Now, he was already at the peak of the early Third Order Venerable Realm. He was merely half a step away from reaching the mid-Third Order Venerable Realm. Despite his speed of improvement, Huang Xiaolong still felt that it was a little too slow for his liking. Even though he was a third-order venerable, he was as weak as a newborn chick when compared to those in the holy heavens. A mid-third-order venerable was a peak existence in the dynasties of several holy grounds, but it placed him at the bottom of the strength pyramid in the holy heavens. As Huang Xiaolong cultivated peacefully in his courtyard, Xiao Fuwen, who had conducted the test earlier in the day, made a report to a vice hall master of the organization. The vice hall master was called Du Chang, and he was someone with some authority in the organization. Hearing Xiao Fuwen's report, a smile appeared on his face. After 300,000 years, we finally managed to discover a disciple with astounding talent. Naturally, he was referring to Fu Yunjie. Xiao Fuwen chuckled. That's right. It's been too long since we discovered a disciple like Fu Yunjie. Du Cheng nodded. Report to me immediately after the test tomorrow. I want a detailed report on him. Vice Hall Master Du can rest assured. Xiao Fuwen acknowledged. I will definitely make a proper report after Fu Yunjie takes the second test. However, he couldn't help but think of Huang Xiaolong after he spoke about Fu Yunjie's results. After a short moment of hesitation, he spoke. Vice Hall Master, there's something else I need to say. There's a disciple called Huang Xiaolong from the Zhuiwen Holy Gate, and his situation is rather special. Du Cheng chuckled. I've heard of him. He's the one with the Chaos Essence Divine Dragon Saint Godhead, right? It's indeed special that someone with barely any talent like him would register to join the Holy Heavens. Du Cheng had naturally heard of Huang Xiaolong with the number of rumors flying around in the city. Those who spoke of Fu Yunjie would usually talk about Huang Xiaolong, and that was where he had obtained his information. A stunned expression appeared on Xiao Fuwen's face, and he continued, Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that a disciple with saint attributes ranking in the 900s would dare to apply. He paused for a second before continuing. However, his situation is indeed special. Explain. Du Cheng couldn't help but laugh when he saw the importance Xiao Fuwen placed on it. His saint godhead are fully attributed. What? A complicated light flashed in Du Cheng's eyes. What did you just say? How can his Chaos Essence Divine Dragon, Saint Godhead, be fully attributed? Xiao Fuwen was taken aback when he saw the animated expression on Du Cheng's face. Even though Huang Xiaolong's saint attributes were fully attributed, they ranked in the 900s. Is there a need to make such a fuss? Is there something he didn't know? Du Cheng turned around all of a sudden and snapped. Why didn't you make the report earlier? Xiao Fuwen opened his mouth, but no sound came out. What's going on? You. In fact, if he hadn't seen a disciple with a fully attributed Saint Godhead, he would have skipped to report on Huang Xiaolong altogether. Du Cheng looked at the wronged expression on Xiao Fuwen's face and consoled him. I can't blame you for this. It's a secret of the highest level in our organization. Secret of the highest level? Xiao Fuwen stared at Du Cheng in shock. Aren't they going overboard with this? Oh yeah, Vice Hall Master Du. Huang Xiaolong's Saint Bloodline and Saint Physique are both fully attributed. Not willing to miss out the slightest detail, Xiao Fuwen added. What? The blood drained from Du Cheng's face, and he screamed. All of his saint attributes are fully attributed? Yes, yes. Xiao Fuwen hesitated for a second, and he replied. He dug through his memories of the day and mentioned everything to Du Cheng without missing a single detail. Exhaling a long breath, Du Cheng replied, All right, you can leave now. Yes. Oh right, wait a minute. Just as Xiao Fuwen was about to leave, Du Cheng's voice rang in his mind. If Huang Xiaolong registers to take the second test, you have to report to me right away. Not a moment's delay. Do you understand me? Xiao Fuwen nodded his head, and he looked like a chicken pecking on rice. As soon as he left, Du Cheng tore through the air and shot towards the headquarters. He knew that he had to make a report to the Grand Hall Master, Wu Gu. Light rained down on the lands as dawn broke the next day. The city rose to life as the streets bustled with activity. The experts in the city swarmed towards the Heavenly Master's manor. A bridge stood strong in the northern region of the manor, and it was precisely the location of the second test. There were 12 sacred steels located on the holy bridge, and one would pass as long as they comprehended 6 of them. When Huang Xiaolong and Di Huai arrived, there was already a massive crowd around the bridge. Huang Xiaolong remained completely indifferent as he swept his gaze across everyone present. Ordinarily, no one would bother watching the selection process, but today, everyone had come to watch Fu Yunjia's test. Fu Yunjie and Fanxia emerged from the crowd and approached the bridge. Feng Yuanyu and could be seen following behind them, and she was conversing happily with Fu Yunjie. It seemed as though they were a couple matched in heaven. Hee. Huang Xiaolong, who gave you the guts to take the second test? Fu Yunjie noticed Huang Xiaolong from the corner of his eye, and the smile on his face became even brighter. As soon as the words left his lips, everyone turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong. With an indifferent expression, Huang Xiaolong ignored the mockery directed at him as he approached the bridge with Di Huai beside him. After registering to take the test, he paid another 100 million holy bills. After accepting the examination slip, he waited at the side. The number on his slip was 18, and the 10th participant was currently taking the test. Looking at Fu Yunjie's slip, Huang Xiaolong noticed that it was the 11th slip. Very quickly, the participant on the bridge failed. Big brother Yunjie, it's your turn. Feng Yuanyu and revealed a mesmerizing smile, and she spoke to Fu Yunjie. When you pass the second test, we shall head over to the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House to celebrate your achievement. It seemed as though they were thinking of the same thing as Huang Xiaolong. Sure. Fu Yunjie revealed 1,000-watt smile and promised, little sister Yuanyu, and wait for me to comprehend the steals. He approached the bridge and handed the slip over to the examiner. Even though the examiner wasn't Xiao Fuwen, their statuses were the same. The only difference was that the examiner, this time, was called Zhou Ruo. Handing his slip over to the female examiner, Fu Yunjie leaped onto the bridge. The Holy Bridge was a test created by an existence who had surpassed the true saint realm. The entire bridge was crafted with holy spiritual jade stones, and it levitated high in the skies above the manor. There were 12 steels situated along the bridge, and all of them were spaced out equally. The first steel was located at the head of the bridge, and the 12th was located at the tail. It went without saying that the first steel was the easiest to comprehend, and the difficulty would only increase as the participant moved forward. Completely confident in himself, Fu Yunjie placed his palm onto the first steel and started to feel the energy coursing through his body. The only thing he needed to do was to gain an understanding of the energy contained in the steel. By doing so, he would be able to feel the holy Tao contained in the source energy of the holy world. Father, how long do you think it will take Big Brother Yunjie to comprehend the first steel? Feng Yuanyu turned to ask Feng Cheng. While shaking his head, Feng Cheng explained, it's hard to say. With his talent, he will probably take 10 minutes. Feng Yuanyu giggled and made a bet with him. I bet that Big Brother Yunjie will take only 8 minutes. Fanxia laughed when he heard what she said. Yuanyu, are you so confident in your Big Brother Yun? Of course. Her crisp laughter rang through the air. Feng Cheng and Fanxia exchanged a knowing look and chuckled softly. Amidst his laughter, Feng Cheng turned to look at Di Huai. After a short moment of consideration, he decided against greeting this old friend of his. Since everything they had done together was in the past, he had decided to let it remain as part of history. Feng Cheng sighed in his heart. He knew that Fanxia was the one who had exterminated Di Huai's family, but he eventually decided to side with the true reason Holy Gate. With Fu Yunjie's talent, there was no doubt he would be accepted into the holy heavens. Moreover, he would definitely be accepted by one of the elders as a personal disciple the moment he entered the organization. 8 minutes quickly passed, and the second holy steel lit up with brilliant rays of light. The runes and carvings on the steel lit up, as though it had gained a life of its own. Nice! Feng Yuanyu jumped in joy. I knew that Big Brother Yun would only need 8 minutes. Feng Cheng and Fanxia chuckled to themselves quietly. The experts, who surrounded the bridge, clapped loudly, and they burst into cheers. The examiner who presided over the second test nodded to herself when she noticed that he only took 8 minutes to gain an understanding of the holy world's source energy. When disciples of the holy heavens had first taken the test, there were very few of them who had managed to comprehend the first steal in 8 minutes. Huang Xiaolong didn't seem to care when he noticed Fu Yunjie's outstanding comprehension ability. Instead, his gaze turned to Feng Chang, and he comforted Di Huai. Senior Di Huai, it's better for you to forget about these bastards who prioritize cheap interests over brotherhood. Di Huai sighed. Yeah, I was blind to have treated him as my brother. Obviously, Feng Chang had to have already learned of Di Huai's race being exterminated. However, he still chose to side with Xianxia, despite the experiences they had shared together. The rage in Di Huai's heart burned a little brighter as the hatred ran even deeper. The joy of meeting his old friend vanished completely. As Feng Yuanyuan and the others cheered him on, Fu Yunjie arrived at the second steal. He started to comprehend the source energy contained in the second steal. This time, he took a little longer and only managed to comprehend it after 12 minutes. It took 20 minutes to comprehend the third steal, 30 minutes to comprehend the fourth steal, 40 minutes to comprehend the fifth steal. It took him an entire hour to comprehend the sixth steal. Feng Yuanyuan screamed in excitement when Fu Yunjie completed his comprehension of the sixth steal. Xianxia and Feng Chang couldn't hold in their praises any longer, and it was especially so for Xianxia. He couldn't close his mouth after smiling so much. After all, passing the sixth steal meant that Fu Yunjie would be accepted into the holy heavens. With his talent, he would be an inner disciple of the organization for sure. After passing the sixth steal, Fu Yunjie walked towards the seventh steal under the bated breath of everyone present. After 2 entire hours, light pierced through the skies and formed a faint image of a true saint in the air. Nice! Feng Yuanyuan clapped and cheered. Many of the disciples were only able to comprehend the sixth steal when they were accepted into the holy heavens. Fu Yunjie actually managed to comprehend the seventh steal, putting him ahead of the rest. His talent had placed him in the top half of the inner disciples of the organization. Xianxia laughed non-stop as the cheery look on his face became even brighter. After the seventh steal, Fu Yunjie didn't even bother trying the eighth steal, and he left the bridge. According to the rules set by the holy heavens, one could only take 2 hours to comprehend a single steal. Since he wasn't confident to comprehend the eighth steal in 2 hours, Fu Yunjie decided to keep his perfect record. Big brother Yunjie is too cool. Feng Yuanyuan rushed up to him and giggled. Congratulations for comprehending the seventh steal and entering the holy heavens. Fu Yunjie chuckled and thanked everyone for their good wishes. As Huang Xiaolong waited for his turn to be called, the participants before him failed one by one. Finally, it was Huang Xiaolong's turn. Huang Xiaolong approached the bridge and handed the slip to the examiner. She didn't bother looking at him, and she simply placed the slip onto a table beside her. Little kid, it's good to know your limits. Since Xiao Fuan hadn't notified her after speaking to the Vice Hall Master the day before, she had no idea that Du Cheng was extremely interested in Huang Xiaolong's test. I will. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head as he stepped onto the bridge. When Huang Xiaolong started the second round of his test, Fu Yunjie and the others returned from their trip to the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House. As soon as Yunjie returned, he saw Huang Xiaolong on the Heavenly Bridge, and he couldn't help but sneer. There are some times when I really salute this brat's courage. Feng Yuanyuan laughed. What's there to admire? His saint attributes rank in the high 900s. We should praise the old bastard who brought him here. What a shameless man. Xianxia's gaze landed on Di Huai, and a cold gaze flashed through his eyes. After Yunjie successfully enters the organization, the Holy Heaven City would no longer protect Di Huai and Huang Xiaolong with a single word from him. When that happens, I would be able to make my move. As soon as they were to leave the city, he would deal with them however he saw fit. By the time he was done running through the scenarios in his mind, Huang Xiaolong had arrived at the first steal. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong was about to start, Fu Yunjie sneered. Do you really think he will be able to comprehend the first steal? Feng Yuanyuan snorted. Big brother Yunjie, Huang Xiaolong won't be able to comprehend the first steal. There has been someone with a rank 283rd Saint Godhead who tried several tens of millions of years ago, and he only managed to comprehend the first steal. With Huang Xiaolong's trash talent, he wouldn't be able to comprehend the first steal even if you gave him a day. That's right. Young Lady Feng is right. It's impossible for Huang Xiaolong to comprehend even the first steal. Everyone around agreed with whatever they said. Unbeknownst to Fu Yunjie, Feng Yuanyuan, Feng Chang, and Fanxia, several people appeared in the skies above the bridge when Huang Xiaolong took the test. All of them stared at Huang Xiaolong, afraid that they would miss the slightest detail. Among them was the Grand Hall Master of the Holy Heavens, Wu Gu, the Hall Master of the Examination Hall, Yu Mingjiang, and the Vice Hall Master of the Examination Hall, Du Chang, were all present. Every single one of them were standing behind several figures, and even with their status, they didn't dare to make a sound. Even Hall Master Yu Mingjiang didn't dare to breathe loudly. An anxious look was plastered on his face, and he looked at the figures standing behind him. Waves battered the hearts of the Hall Masters and Vice Hall Masters. Those who had appeared to watch Huang Xiaolong's test were existences who stood at the apex of the holy world. They hadn't shown themselves in the world for a long time, but all of them were there to observe a single person's test. Moreover, they were there to watch the test of a disciple who hadn't even entered the holy heavens. There wasn't a need to mention the absurdity of the situation when Huang Xiaolong's saint attribute ranked in the 900s. Even someone like Fu Yunjie couldn't enter their sights. Wu Gu couldn't help but stare at Huang Xiaolong from time to time. Suspicion clouded his heart as he couldn't understand the reason behind the interest those masters had for Huang Xiaolong. Could it be because his saint attributes are fully attributed? One of the supreme masters opened his mouth all of a sudden. Brother Long, how long do you think it'll take for him to comprehend the first steal? The person who spoke was the youngest out of the masters, and his eyes were jade blue in color. Mesmerizing flashes of light emitted from his eyes as he stared at Huang Xiaolong on the bridge below. As for the person he addressed as Brother Long, he was a well-built man who had aged really well. However, there were two horns sticking out from his forehead. Looking at the properties of the horns, they seemed to form on the heads of members of the dragon race, but at second glance they didn't seem so. Runes glowed on the surface of the horns, and they were a level higher than holy runes. It's a little difficult to predict. Did Brother Heavenly Master take 8 seconds to comprehend the first steal in the past? Brother Long shook his head, and his gaze landed on a middle-aged man as he laughed. I'll estimate that he'll take 20 seconds or so. The middle-aged man who was addressed as Brother Heavenly Master chuckled but didn't say a word. That might not be the case. A skinny old man laughed suddenly. He'll take 15 seconds. Wu Gu, Yu Mingjiang, and Du Chang felt their brains exploding into mush. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. What in the world is going on? They knew that the strongest expert they had accepted into the holy heavens, Li Chun, had taken 24 seconds to comprehend the first steal. Could it be that Huang Xiaolong's talent has superseded Li Chun? How could something like this be possible? Moreover, Lord Long compared Huang Xiaolong to Lord Heavenly Master. As thoughts spun rapidly in the minds of the Hall Masters and Vice Hall Masters, Huang Xiaolong's hand landed on the first steal. Blinding rays of light shot out from steel in the instant he lay his hands on the first steal. The runes along the body of the first steal lit up without a moment's delay. Buzz! A buzzing sound rang through the air, as though the first steal was trying to remind everyone that Huang Xiaolong completed his comprehension in an instant. Compared to the time when Fu Yunjie had activated the steal, the holy light around it seemed a little more lively. It was as though they recognized Huang Xiaolong as their owner as they danced about in the air around him. The steal emitted a friendly buzzing sound. The four supreme existences stared at the youngster on the bridge with an expression of shock. If something was shocking enough to affect the four supreme existences, there was no need to mention the Hall Masters. Wu Gu, Yu Mingjiang, and Du Chang felt their jaws dropping in fright. What the fuck just happened? 1 second. No, it took less than a second. Fu Yunjie, Feng Yuanyuan, Fanxia, and everyone else watching the test fell silent. They stared at Huang Xiaolong, unable to believe their eyes. Are we hallucinating? As for the examiner, who had reminded Huang Xiaolong to know his limits, felt a buzzing sound in her brain as the world around her started to spin. When everyone stared at him with a dumbfounded expression, Huang Xiaolong continued on to the second stele. Is this even possible? The supreme existence they called Brother Long didn't know what to say. He had estimated that Huang Xiaolong would take 20 seconds to comprehend the first stele, but he was merely being polite. He had never believed for a second that Huang Xiaolong would be able to break the record of their most talented disciple. Of course, he had no doubt that Huang Xiaolong would comprehend the first stele. It was just that the time Huang Xiaolong took had exceeded his expectations. Huang Xiaolong's palm landed on the second stele as they were still processing what had happened. The instant his hand landed on the second stele, rays of holy light lit up the entire venue once again. The jaws of the hall masters were no longer able to close as they stared at Huang Xiaolong blazing through the test. As for the four supreme existences, they sank into silence as disbelief clouded their eyes. Could it be? The man they addressed as Heavenly Master pointed at the space between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows, and the words that were about to leave his lips got stuck in his throat. The other three quickly drilled their gazes at the mysterious mark. When they finally recognized it, their bodies jolted. By the time Huang Xiaolong had passed the second stele, the entire venue was silent. Fu Yunjie and the others wore a stunned expression as they looked at the monster up on the bridge. The only person who was pleasantly surprised and delighted was Di Huai. Clenching his fists, Di Huai stared at Huang Xiaolong as excitement coursed through his veins. He knew that Huang Xiaolong wouldn't let him down, and he was right. Casually stepping towards the third stele, Huang Xiaolong continued his test. All of a sudden, Fu Yunjie snapped back to reality, and he screamed, "He's definitely cheating! That wastrel on the bridge is using some sort of black magic to fool us. He's definitely cheating." The various experts broke into discussion and chaos erupted below the bridge. "Quickly capture him and throw him into the prison. We have to interrogate him. This guy is definitely a spy from the Devil Palace." When everyone was still in shock, Fu Yunjie yelled even louder. "He can't comprehend a stele in less than a second." Immediately, the entire plaza became agitated. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation as they pointed fingers at Huang Xiaolong. "Spy from the Devil Palace. Get down here right now," someone screamed. Zhuo Ruo, the presiding examiner, frowned. She didn't believe that anyone would be able to comprehend the heavenly stele in a single second. Even the most talented disciple in the holy heavens, Li Chun, had used 42 seconds to complete his comprehension. When he had arrived at the second stele, Li Chun had used a full minute and 35 seconds. Then, how was it possible for Huang Xiaolong to take less than a second to comprehend the first stele? It was even more ridiculous for him to take less than a second to comprehend the second stele. Could he really be a spy sent by the Devil Palace? It wasn't anything new for the Devil Palace to send spies into the holy heavens. The disciples they sent would participate in the selection process to enter the holy heavens as a holy prince. However, most of the spies they sent had saint godheads ranking in the top hundreds. Why would they send over someone with no talent whatsoever like Huang Xiaolong? When Zhuo Ruo was thinking of whether she should stop the examination to interrogate Huang Xiaolong, the anger in the crowd reached its peak under Fu Yunjue and Feng Yuanyuan's incitation. Just as she was about to come to a decision, the space shook as a group of soldiers, clad in golden armor, mounted on beasts charged into the venue. Terrifying killing intent filled the air in an instant. "The Holy Heavens Law Enforcement Squad," someone exclaimed in shock as his expression changed drastically. The clamor died out in an instant. Even Fu Yunjie, who was berating Huang Xiaolong, felt his chest tightening up. He didn't dare to breathe loudly, and he silenced himself. In the next moment, Deacon Zhang Hanwen of the Law Enforcement Hall approached Zhuo Ruo. Zhuo Ruo was stunned for a full second. "Senior Hanwen, this?" "Junior Zhuo Ruo, continue the examination. There's no need to worry." Zhang Hanwen then swept his gaze across the examination venue. "If there's someone trying to incite trouble deliberately and interfere with the exam, I will punish them according to the rules of the holy heavens. Everyone screaming and shouting under the bridge felt their bodies going numb when they heard what Zhang Hanwen said. Under the gaze of everyone present, Huang Xiaolong placed his palm on the third heavenly steel, and blinding light filled the skies. 1 second, everyone in the plaza was dumbfounded. Fu Yunjie felt an overwhelming sense of anger, coupled with jealousy, and he stepped forward to speak to Zhang Hanwen. My lord, it's obvious that Huang Xiaolong is from the Devil Palace. He's currently using some sort of demonic art to pass through the test. I beg Lord Haowen to capture this person to ensure fairness to us all. Fu Yunjie said righteously. Just as Zhuo Ruo thought of stopping Fu Yunjie from speaking, Zhang Hanwen's expression turned frosty. Demonic art? Spy from the Devil Palace. If you say that he's a spy from the Devil Palace, am I supposed to take your word for it? If you say that he's using some sort of demonic art, can you prove it? Who do you think you are? Do you think that I need someone like you to teach my law enforcement squad how to do things? Everyone was dumbfounded. Nobody had expected Zhang Hanwen to rebuke Fu Yunjie so harshly. Even Fu Yunjie himself was stunned as his expression turned unsightly. My lord, Yunjie was wrong. Fanxia's face changed drastically as he rushed forward to apologize. Yunjie is frank and outspoken, and means no harm. Please don't take offense. He then turned around and chided Fu Yunjie. Yunjie, apologize right now. Fu Yunjie gritted his teeth as his head hung low. He muttered an apology half-heartedly. Without sparing another glance at Fu Yunjie, Zhang Hanwen turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong. Even though he looked calm on the outside, towering waves were crashing in his mind. Just a moment ago, he had received an order from the hall master of the law enforcement hall to lead the squad in to ensure order in the examination venue. The hall master had placed special emphasis that the disciple called Huang Xiaolong could not be disturbed in any way. If the examination was interrupted, Zhang Hanwen would have to pay for it with his life. When he thought about the killing intent hidden behind the orders he had received, he knew that the hall master wasn't messing around. If Huang Xiaolong's examination was affected, he would be the first to die. Fu Yunjie's face turned unsightly when he realized that Zhang Hanwen was ignoring him. Anger boiled in his heart when he thought of how Zhang Hanwen's eyes were focused on Huang Xiaolong. Initially, Zhuo Ruo had wanted to back Fu Yunjie up and request for a pause in the examination. However, her subconsciousness told her that she would be in deep shit if she opened her mouth. Looking at Zhang Hanwen's attitude on the matter, she shivered in fear. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, she knew that something was off. After comprehending the third heavenly steel, Huang Xiaolong arrived in front of the fourth heavenly steel. Unlike the first 3 steels, Huang Xiaolong took 5 seconds to comprehend the fourth steel. Without a second of rest, Huang Xiaolong comprehended the 5th and 6th steel in succession. Like the 4th steel, he took 5 seconds to comprehend them. Seeing that he had comprehended 6 saint steels consecutively, Fu Yunjie and Fanxia's face turned unsightly. No one could remain indifferent when they noticed Huang Xiaolong's progress. Good. When Di Huai saw that Huang Xiaolong had comprehended 6 steels, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over his entire body. Feeling refreshed, he clapped and cheered. Xiaolong, good job. Everyone turned to stare at Di Huai. His laughter was like a slap in the face for Fanxia and Fu Yunjie. Arriving at the 7th steel, Huang Xiaolong placed his hand on it. This was the furthest Fu Yunjie had got previously. 10 seconds slowly passed. 20 seconds eventually passed, and everyone stared at him with bated breaths. Brother Yunjie, relax. Even if he used a demonic art to pass the first 6 steels, he won't be able to pass the 7th. Feng Yuanyuan reassured him. Fu Yunjie nodded his head. At the exact moment he nodded, holy light emerged from the 7th steel and dyed the venue a brilliant hue of gold. A deafening explosion filled the skies, and it seemed to contain the secrets of the heavens and earth. The 7th steel passed. When Fu Yunjie saw that Huang Xiaolong had comprehended the 7th steel, he clenched his fist, and hatred flashed in his eyes. Not only did Huang Xiaolong comprehend it faster than him, But the recognition he obtained from the stele was even higher. Huang Xiaolong didn't stop and he arrived at the 8th stele. Is he really attempting to comprehend the 8th stele? Someone in the crowd stuttered in disbelief. It's been more than 5 million years since anyone comprehended the 8th stele. It will really be an eye-opener if he manages to comprehend it. Hey, so what if he comprehends the 8th stele? Do you really think that someone with such lousy talent will be able to comprehend so many steles? He spent less than a minute on the steles so far. Everything you see is a lie. My guess is that the law enforcement squad is here to capture him after the examination for interrogation. Some of the experts started discussing fervently amongst themselves. However, none of them dared to yell, and they whispered in hushed voices in fear of the law enforcement squad. Ignoring the discussion below him, Huang Xiaolong placed his hand on the 8th stele. The entire plaza quietened down. Seconds passed. Similar to the 7th stele, after 20 seconds, the 8th stele lit up as holy lights interweaved to form a pillar that pierced into the heavens. Phantoms of supreme experts appeared and hovered above the bridge, and their chants passed into Huang Xiaolong's mind. It was as though they were passing down the holy Tao directly to their successor. The 4 supreme beings, who were currently observing the examination in the void above the bridge, felt a tremor running through their bodies. They turned to stare at the phantoms. This brat is too monstrous. His talent is really heaven-defying. Lord Long smiled bitterly. Why do I feel like my talent is lesser than trash in front of this kid? One of the handsome young man with dark blue eyes smiled bitterly. Stop talking about yourself. Even I feel this way. He was the widely acknowledged future number 2 in the holy world. However, he had to admit his inferiority when he looked at Huang Xiaolong's results. The heavenly master smiled. Stop making fun of each other. How long do you think he will take to comprehend all 12 steles? The last expert revealed a bitter smile. I'm not playing this game anymore. I estimated that he would take 15 seconds to comprehend the first stele. But the little monster comprehended it in less than a second and embarrassed the shit out of me. Lord Long smiled. That's right. Brother Wu and I shouldn't embarrass ourselves further. Back then, I used a total of 43 minutes to comprehend the 12th stele, the handsome young man lamented. This brat should take nearly 20 minutes, right? Wu Gu, Yu Mingjiang, and the remaining expert was stunned speechless when they heard the conversation between the 4 supreme beings. Other than the 4 supreme beings, no one had been able to comprehend all 12 steles ever since the creation of the Holy Bridge. Even Li Chun, who was acknowledged as the most talented disciple in the holy heavens, had only managed to comprehend 11 of them. However, the 4 of them predicted that Huang Xiaolong would be able to comprehend all 12 steles. Moreover, Tyrant Chu had even said that Huang Xiaolong would only need 12 minutes. As for the clueless people standing under the bridge, they were shocked that Huang Xiaolong managed to comprehend the 8th stele. Fu Yunjia's eyes turned red as sinister thoughts ran through his mind. This piece of shit actually managed to comprehend the 8th stele. According to the rules of the holy heavens, one could become an inner disciple as long as they comprehended 6 steles. If one could comprehend the 7th stele, they would be able to take an elder as their master. After comprehending the 8th stele, one could become the disciple of a grand elder. Feng Yuanyu and turned to stare at Fu Yunjia and she comforted, Brother Yunjia, don't worry too much. Even if he manages to comprehend the 12th stele, he wouldn't be accepted into the holy heavens. How can someone with his talent join the organization? If the holy heavens were to accept him, wouldn't they turn into the laughingstock of the holy world? Xianxia nodded. That's right, Yunjia. The holy heavens won't possibly accept a nobody like him as a disciple. Their discussion entered Huang Xiaolong's ears, and he snorted before making his way to the 9th stele. Without any surprise, the 9th stele lit up after 20 seconds. The only difference this time was that the phantoms above the bridge seemed more alive. He comprehended the 9th stele. His achievement meant that he could take a vice hall master, or even a hall master as his teacher. A huge uproar broke out in the crowd. Inside one of the luxurious manors in the Holy Heaven City, A bunch of core disciples in the holy heavens were talking about the happenings in the holy world. Senior brother Li Chun, I heard that the Devil Palace recruited a female disciple called Tian Feng a few days ago. Rumor has it that her talent is no lower than Do Rui from the Devil Palace. One of the holy princes, Lin Yijia, said. Sitting in the central seat, Li Chun was astounded as he slowly nodded his head. If that's the case, we will have to pay more attention to her. Another of the holy princes, Xiao, smiled. So what if this Tian Feng has talent no weaker than Do Rui? Even Do Rui is no match for our senior brother Li Chun. Why should we bother with a new disciple? That's right. Do Rui's talent is only a tenth of senior brother Li Chun. Senior brother Li Chun is the strongest among the cultivators of the younger generation, Chen Kai added. Lin Yijia's summoning signal vibrated, and a stunned expression soon formed on his face after he scanned through the report. Senior brother Yijia. That's? Xiao asked as a strange feeling blossomed in his heart. Lin Yijia stared at everyone present and a weird look appeared on his face. I just received a report that someone comprehended the 9th stele. What? Everyone was startled. There hasn't been any new disciples who has managed such a feat since a long time ago. Anyone who could do so was destined to rise in the holy heavens. Becoming a core disciple was only a matter of time. Even Li Chun was shocked. Why didn't I hear of it? The other core disciples were curious as well. No matter what, the other party should have spent a long time on the bridge. It was impossible for them to not receive any news about his performance. Lin Yijia's expression became even thicker. He started the test a minute ago. The main hall fell into silence and everyone stared at him like they were staring at a clown. Not long after, Xiao laughed and broke the silence. Brother Yijia, when did you learn to joke around? Everyone broke into laughter on cue, and even someone like Li Chun shook his head. It was clear that none of them thought that it was possible. Comprehending the 9th stele a minute after starting the test? What kind of sick joke was Lin Yijia playing on them? Lin Yijia couldn't help but panic when he saw that they weren't taking him seriously. Senior brother Li Chun, you guys. What I said is absolutely true. Someone really comprehended the 9th stele. His name is Huang Xiaolong, and he started the test around a minute ago. Seeing Lin Yijia's expression, everyone looked at each other. Can he be speaking the truth? It was indeed a little hard to believe that anyone could arrive at the 9th stele a minute after starting the test. That was simply the most preposterous thing they have heard in their years of existence. Lin Yijia continued in a strange voice. This Huang Xiaolong. He only used a second to comprehend the first Saint stele. What? 1 second? Xiao, Chun Kaiping, and the others screamed in shock. Even Li Chun couldn't hide the look of surprise on his face. Back then, he had used 42 seconds to comprehend the first Saint stele. As for the second stele, he had taken a whole minute and 35 seconds. Lin Yijia added. Not only that, the second and third steles were also comprehended by him in 1 second. Xiao, Chun Kaiping, Li Chun, and the others lost control as they stood up at the same time. He used 3 seconds to comprehend the first 3 Saint steles? Li Chun asked in shock. Lin Yijia nodded. That's right. He only used 1 second to comprehend each of the first 3 heavenly steles. He used 5 seconds for the 4th, 5th, and 6th stele. When he reached the 7th stele, the time required by him to comprehend the stele increased to 20 seconds. At this point, he was short of breath. It was as though he had revealed the most shocking secret the heavens had to offer. If what he said was true, the world would erupt with chaos. Everyone stared at him in shock. They finally understood how Huang Xiaolong had arrived at the 9th stele a minute after he started the test. How could something like this happen? Everyone felt like they were dreaming. Huang Xiaolong? Where did I hear this name before? Suddenly, Chun Kaiping asked aloud. Lin Yijia replied, Isn't he the holy prince from Zhuan Holy Gate who signed up to join the holy heavens? That's him. Li Chun, Xiao, and everyone else in the hall yelled in unison. Are you saying that the disciple with saint attributes ranking in the 900s comprehended the 9 steals in 1 minute? Chun Kaiping scoffed. Everyone stared at each other and saw the strange look in each other's eyes. How is this even possible? This Huang Xiaolong definitely played some tricks. Xie Yao sneered. Brother Ijia, are you really so naive to believe that this is real? Even Chun Kaiping laughed. If his saint attributes were to rank in the top 3, I might really believe you. For someone with a rank 900 godhead to comprehend the 9th steal. He wouldn't be able to comprehend the first steal even if we gave him an entire day. Lin Yijia frowned. Playing tricks? In reality, Lin Yijia didn't believe that someone with Huang Xiaolong's talent could comprehend 9 steals on the Holy Bridge. Is he still there? Li Chun asked Lin Yijia. Lin Yijia nodded his head. He's still going. Right now, he should be starting his comprehension of the 10th steal. Let's go and take a look. Li Chun muttered as light flickered in his eyes. Let's see what tricks this Huang Xiaolong is playing. Xie Yao laughed. How dare trash like this mess with the holy heavens? He should be tired of living. In an instant, everyone in the hall shot towards the heavenly master's manor. They weren't the only ones who got the news, and various experts were swarming towards the examination venue. In the blink of an eye, the examination venue was filled. Seeing the increasing number of experts, Fu Yunjie sneered coldly. Who would have thought that trash like him would be able to attract such a big crowd? When he had taken the first test the day before, the number of people watching him weren't even a fraction of the people present. Jealousy appeared in his heart, and he wanted to spit on Huang Xiaolong's pitiful talent. Feng Yuanyuan laughed. Brother Yunjie, you don't have to worry. Just let him be for now. When he gets off the bridge, it will be time for him to cry. By the time they were done speaking, Huang Xiaolong's palm had already landed on the 10th steal. 1 second, 2 second, 10 second. A minute eventually passed. After another 20 second, captivating rays of light emerged from the steal. Supreme saints and holy beasts emerged from the void and surrounded the manor as holy light enveloped the lands. Everyone looked at the dreamlike scene before them, and they felt as though a bomb went off in their heads. He comprehended the 10th steal. In the eyes of many experts, this was the first time that they had witnessed someone comprehending the 10th heavenly steal. Everyone stared in awe at the supreme phantoms above them. Li Chun, Lin Yijia, Xie Yao, and the rest of the core disciples who were on their way, slowed down when they saw the supreme phantoms in the sky. This? Xie Yao was stunned. Huang Xiaolong has already comprehended the 10th sacred steal, Li Chun exclaimed in shock. Hasn't it only been 2 minutes since we left? Chun Kaiping frowned. He actually managed to comprehend the 10th heavenly steal in this short amount of time? Xia Yao mocked. How dare he mess with us? It seems like he is only willing to stop after comprehending the 12th steal. Everyone increased their speed as they shot towards the examination venue. When Li Chun and the others arrived, Huang Xiaolong had already started comprehending the 11th heavenly steal. Upon seeing Li Chun and others, Zhou Ruo and Zhang Hanwen quickly stepped forward to bow. The status of the holy princes in the holy heavens were extremely high. Even people of their status had to bow when meeting them. Zhou Ruo, Zhang Hanwen. Xie Yao looked at Huang Xiaolong, who was currently comprehending the 11th heavenly steal, and questioned the two of them. As the presiding examiner and a deacon in the law enforcement hall, why are the two of you standing by when Huang Xiaolong is cheating in front of you? Why have you not stopped his examination and thrown him into prison? Are the two of you only going to stop him when our Holy Heavens organization becomes a laughing stock in the whole world? Under the questioning of Xie Yao, Zhou Ruo and Zhang Hanwen stared at each other in shock. Zhou Ruo hesitated for a moment, and she stared at Zhang Hanwen. He was the person who had stopped her from interrupting the examination, and he was the one who had laid down the order to punish anyone who messed with the examination. Cheating? Facing Xie Yao's question, Zhang Hanwen hesitated before answering. Lord Xie Yao, I am here on orders of my hall master to ensure the order in the examination venue. Your hall master? Li Chun, Xie Yao, and the others were shocked. Yes. He also mentioned that anyone who dares to interrupt Huang Xiaolong's examination would be punished according to the rules of the holy heavens. Zhang Hanwen replied honestly. Xie Yao sneered. Punished? Are you going to capture me if I interrupted the examination? Beads of sweat started to form on Zhang Hanwen's forehead, and he hastily explained himself. Lord Xie Yao, that's not what I meant. Back when Xie Yao had comprehended 10 holy steels, he had taken Grand Hall Master Wu Gu as his master. How was a Vice Hall Master going to punish him? Good. Xie Yao turned around and commanded Zhou Rua. Stop the assessment right now. Are you not embarrassed by your mistake? Zhou Rua jumped and hurriedly nodded. Yes. I will stop the examination immediately. All of a sudden, Zhang Hanwen stopped Zhou Rua. Wait. He was extremely clear that if Huang Xiaolong's test was interrupted, he would be the first to be punished. It wasn't any sort of punishment. Even as a Vice Hall Master of the Holy Heavens, he would be executed. Xie Yao's face sank when he saw that Zhang Hanwen was going against his order. Zhang Hanwen, do you really think that I won't be able to do anything to you because of the Law Enforcement Hall Master? Zhang Hanwen gulped. Lord Xie Yao, even with all the courage in the world, I won't dare to go against you. However, the Hall Master has ordered for me to prevent any interruption to the examination. If I fail, I'll die. I hope Lord Xie Yao can understand my difficulties. Li Chun, Lin Jiai, and the others stared at each other in shock. Execution if anyone interrupted that kid's examination. Did he really say that? Li Chun asked suddenly. I wouldn't dare to lie to my lord. Zhang Hanwen said hurriedly. Xie Yao frowned. Something seems strange. Since this is the case, I shall wait for the examination to end before seeking your Hall Master out for an explanation on the matter. Xie Yao said coldly. Zhang Hanwen heaved a sigh of relief as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. For a second, he was worried that Xie Yao might forcefully try to stop the examination. If that happened, he would have to move against a holy prince of the holy heavens, and that wasn't the ideal outcome. Of course, how was poor little Zhang Hanwen going to know that even if the entire Devil Palace came to interrupt the examination, they wouldn't be able to succeed? With the 4 supreme masters of the holy heavens present, not even the heavens could do anything to Huang Xiaolong. Somewhere in the depths of the void, Lord Long stared at Wu Gu and laughed. Wu Gu, it looks like that disciple of yours is pretty concerned about the reputation of our holy heavens. Wu Ji's felt his knees going weak, and he forced a bitter smile onto his face. Lord Long must be joking. The kid has a temper and he is a little reckless. I will make sure to reprimand him when I return, the heavenly master said indifferently. Indeed, you should return and teach him well. However, regarding Huang Xiaolong, I trust that the 3 of you know what to say and what not to say. Wu Gu, Yu Mingjiang, and Du Chungrui got to their knees when they heard what Heavenly Master said. Please rest assured. The 3 of us swear by the holy Tao that we will never reveal a word. Rise. The Heavenly Master grunted. Rays of resplendent light pierced into the skies and countless phantoms swarmed towards the manor. Anyone who witnessed the scene would feel their hearts trembling in awe. He comprehended the 11th steel. Even Xie Yao, Chun Kaiping, and the other holy princes felt their world spinning. How many years has it been? After Li Chun, someone finally managed to comprehend the 11th sacred steel. He took 1 minute and 20 seconds? Luckily, it's not real. Xie Yao laughed icily. Haha, if he's actually so talented, he might be able to become a direct disciple of a primal ancestor. According to the rules set by holy heavens, if one was able to comprehend the 11th heavenly steel, it was possible for a primal ancestor to accept him as a direct disciple. There were 4 primal ancestors in the holy heavens, and they were all existences surpassing the true saint realm. Li Qin frowned. He had circulated some sort of supreme ancient secret art, but he failed to discover Huang Xiaolong's tricks. As the crowd entered another state of uproar, Huang Xiaolong arrived before the 12th heavenly steel. Sucking in a long breath, Huang Xiaolong realized that as long as he comprehended the 12th steel, he would become a disciple of all four primal ancestors. In other words, he would be a joint disciple of all four primal ancestors in the holy heavens. Huang Xiaolong no longer hesitated, and he placed his palm onto the 12th tablet, searching for the feeling of the holy world's source energy contained inside it. The entire venue fell silent, and everyone focused their sights on Huang Xiaolong, unwilling to miss a single detail. Even Fu Yunjie, Feng Yuanyu, and Xie Yao, and those who suspected Huang Xiaolong of cheating were staring closely at him. 1 minute and 20 seconds passed. However, the holy steel didn't show any signs of moving. Even after 2 minutes, nothing changed. Just as Fu Yunjie was about to make another snide remark, the final heavenly steel trembled, and a pillar of light pierced into the skies. Like the eruption of a supervolcano that had remained dormant for billions of years, the scene before them looked unbelievably magnificent. The entire sky above the city shone a deep gold, and holy grounds surrounding the heavenly master holy grounds enjoyed the cleansing of holy spiritual qi. Staring at the sky filled with phantoms of supreme beings, the heavenly master turned to laugh at the handsome young man beside him. Kiddo Chu, looks like you're still wrong. He didn't take 20 minutes. He took 2. Ha ha ha. The handsome young man laughed bitterly. Is the kid a reincarnation of the holy world's origin energy? What the F? Wu Gu. Heavenly Master continued. I'll leave the rest to you. Tomorrow, bring him to meet the 4 of us. Wu Gu replied quickly and respectfully. I will follow the wishes of the 4 ancestors. With a flash, the 4 supreme beings disappeared as though they had never been there. The moment they left, Wu Gu brought the 2 individuals behind him into the examination venue. Before they could arrive, Huang Xiaolong had descended from the bridge. Xiaolong! Di Huai surpassed the shock in his heart, and smiled from ear to ear as he patted Huang Xiaolong's shoulder. I knew it! Ha ha ha! I knew all along that you would be able to comprehend all 12 steels. Comprehend the 12th heavenly steel? Xie Yao walked over and commanded, Zhang Hanwen, since his examination is over, you should be able to arrest him now, right? Zhang Hanwen hesitated. This? I asked you to arrest him. Are you trying to defy my order? Xie Yao screamed. If you have a problem with it, tell your hall master to look for me. From afar, Fu Yunjie and Feng Yuanyuan grinned when they noticed Xie Yao's timely assistance. Yes, Lord Xie Yao. Zhang Hanwen had no choice but to agree. Just as he was able to arrest Huang Xiaolong, an imposing voice boomed through the examination venue. Impudent! Who dares to touch Huang Xiaolong? The sound reverberated like thunder throughout the plaza. Everyone reeled in shock as they stared at the origin of the voice. When they saw Wu Gu, everyone widened their eyes in shock. Even Xie Yao couldn't believe his eyes. Greetings, Grand Hall Master. The disciples of the holy heavens fell to their knees, and they greeted Wu Gu respectfully. Even people like Zhang Hanwen and Zhou Ruo got to their knees. As for Li Chun and the other holy princes, they rushed towards Wu Gu and bowed. Other than Li Chun, Xie Yao, and Lin Jai, the other core disciples kneeled on one knee. Fu Yunjie, Fanxia, Feng Yuanyu, and Feng Chang, and the other random experts in the plaza weren't exceptions, and they kneeled on the ground. Master, you're here. Xie Yao stepped forward and started his complaint. Master, it's good that you're here. Earlier, Huang Xiaolong played some tricks and managed to use less than 6 minutes to comprehend all 12 sacred steels. When this disciple wanted to stop the examination, the law enforcement hall master sent out an order to punish anyone who dared to interrupt the examination. How? Before he could complete his sentence, a loud pa resounded through the skies. Wu Gu didn't wait for him to finish as he gave him a big slap. Xie Yao was dumbfounded. He wasn't the only one in shock. Li Chun, Lin Jai, and the others were stunned as well. Master! Xie Yao covered his face as a complicated feeling welled up in his heart. He stared at his master like he was staring at a stranger. Was this the same master who had loved and taken care of him since he had entered the organization? His master actually slapped him in front of everyone. Is that very strange? Wu Gu continued indifferently. I was the one who gave the order. Of course, he couldn't tell them that the primal ancestors were the ones who had given the order. Everyone stared at Wu Gu in shock. The order was actually given by the Grand Hall Master of the Holy Heavens. The person who had ordered the Law Enforcement Hall to maintain order in the plaza was Wu Gu. He was the one who had prohibited anyone from interrupting Huang Xiaolong's examination. Even the holy princes couldn't believe what they heard. Master, I didn't know you gave the order. Xiao stammered as he tried to explain himself. Do you think that you can do what you want and ignore the rules just because the order didn't come from me? Do the rules of the holy heavens not apply to you? Wu Gu growled. Wu Gu didn't stop, and Xiao's expression turned unsightly as he kneeled down in fright. Master, disciple doesn't have those intentions. I was merely trying to protect the reputation of our holy heavens. Li Chun backed him up as well. That's right, Grand Hall Master Wu Gu. Junior brother Xiao didn't mean any disrespect. He only had the interests of our organization at heart. Please pardon junior brother Xia. As if he hadn't heard Li Chun, Wu Gu continued. After this, head to the Law Enforcement Hall and accept any punishment the Hall Master sees fit. All the core disciples stared at Wu Gu in shock. Back then, Li Chun had comprehended the 11th sacred stele, becoming a direct disciple of one of the ancestors. He was the number 1 disciple in the holy heavens, and his status was comparable to the clouds in the sky. Even after he spoke for Xiao, Wu Gu ignored him and insisted on Xiao's punishment. Everyone's gaze landed on Huang Xiaolong, and something in their mind seemed to click. Could it be? Wu Gu no longer bothered with the other holy princes, and he approached Huang Xiaolong. His originally cold expression changed and a bright smile appeared on his face. Wu Gu congratulates young Master Huang Xiaolong on comprehending the 12th sacred stele. You are the first disciple to comprehend the 12th stele since the creation of the holy heavens. Li Chun and the rest stared Wu Gu, and they didn't believe their eyes. Successful in comprehending everything? Fu Yunjia's eyes widened as his brain short-circuited. Immediately after, Fu Yunjia's body started to tremble. Grand Hall Master Wu Gu said that, yes, Huang Xiaolong had comprehended the 12th sacred stele. It wasn't fake. Huang Xiaolong didn't cheat. Everything was true. The bodies of Li Chun, Xiao, Lin Jiai, and everyone present trembled violently as they looked at Huang Xiaolong in amazement. Their expressions changed, and even Li Chun couldn't believe what he just witnessed. The face of Xiao, who had wanted to stop Huang Xiaolong's examination, changed from green to red, and back to green, and it flickered with all the colors of the rainbow. At this time, Yu Mingjiang stepped forward and said excitedly, Congratulations, young Master Huang Xiaolong, on comprehending the 12th sacred stele. This is a blessing for our organization. No, it's a blessing for our holy world. He then proceeded to continue listing out many more blessings. It was true that Huang Xiaolong's appearance was a blessing for the holy heavens. As for the holy world, Fu Yunjia, Feng Yuan, and the others were dumbfounded when they saw Yu Mingjiang's behavior. He was basically worshipping Huang Xiaolong, and the only part left was to kneel before Huang Xiaolong and kiss his feet. At this time, Du Chungrui stepped forward and started crying in joy as he hugged Huang Xiaolong's thigh. Young Master Huang Xiaolong, what the fu? Du Chungrui didn't know what to say, as Wu Gu and Yu Mingjiang had already spoken too much. I admire you too much. After thinking for a solid minute, he forced something out of his mouth. Seeing the usually stern and serious Yu Mingjiang and Du Chungrui, Zhou Rua didn't believe her eyes. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he looked at the two of them. Wasn't it just comprehending the 12 steles? Why were they acting as though he had saved their entire families from extermination? What? Was it because he had comprehended all 12 steles in 6 minutes? Clasping his fist, Huang Xiaolong bowed awkwardly. The three of you don't have to act this way. Isn't it just comprehending the 12th sacred steles? There's nothing special about it. Even though he was being sincere, Wu Gu, Yu Mingjiang, and the others felt 1,000 horses pounding through their heart when they heard what he said. Nothing special about comprehending the 12th Saint Steel? What is he talking about? Wu Gu smiled bitterly. Young Master Huang, you might think it's nothing, but it's a miracle for the rest of us. Yu Mingjiang added quickly. That's right. That's right. Young Master Huang's talent is unparalleled. Comprehending the 12th steel might mean nothing to you. But for the rest of us, we might not be able to do it even if we spend all our life on it. Zhou Ruo widened her eyes in shock. Today, she found out that her stern-faced boss was actually really too damn good at flattery. Huang Xiaolong laughed when he heard what she said. Young Master Huang, you must be exhausted after the test. Why don't you rest inside the manor? Wu Gu asked Huang Xiaolong with a 1,000-watt smile on his face. As the Grand Hall Master in the Holy Heavens, he asked for someone's permission to invite them into the manor. From the time he started talking to Huang Xiaolong, his smile never faded. Seeing Wu Ji's hospitality, Huang Xiaolong contemplated for a moment before nodding his head. All right. Wu Gu was overjoyed when he heard Huang Xiaolong's agreement. Young Master Huang, please. Afterwards, he led the way and invited Huang Xiaolong and Di Huai into the manor. Even though Huang Xiaolong didn't feel anything from Wu Ji's act of hospitality, Di Huai was extremely flattered. He felt as though he was floating on cloud 9. Seeing Huang Xiaolong and Di Huai being escorted by Wu Gu and Yu Mingjiang, the faces of Li Chun, Xia Yao, and the others turned complicated. A surge of panic and terror that Fan Xia had never felt before surged through his heart. When all that was happening, a group of people rushed towards Huang Xiaolong's original courtyard, and the one leading the group was Holy Prince Chun Gong of the Greenwood Holy Gate. One of the subordinates besides Chun Gong laughed. Master Chun Gong, if we capture Huang Xiaolong's subordinate and hand them over to Fu Yunjie, I'm sure he would be elated. Chun Gong nodded his head and smiled. It was indeed a good opportunity to please Fu Yunjie and get on the true reason Holy Gate's good side. Ever since Fu Yunjie had managed to comprehend the 7th sacred steel and become an inner disciple of the Holy Heavens, Chun Gong had been thinking of ways to please Fu Yunjie. When he knew that Fu Yunjie wanted to kill Huang Xiaolong, he quickly gathered all his subordinates and led them to the courtyard Di Huai rented. As Huang Xiaolong had only spent 6 minutes on the second test, there were quite a number of people in the city who were unaware of his achievements. Chun Gong was one of them. In a flash, the courtyard appeared in their sights. While Chun Gong and his group approached Huang Xiaolong's courtyard, Wu Gu arranged for a luxurious palace with the richest holy spiritual qi for Huang Xiaolong and Di Huai. When Huang Xiaolong entered the palace, he was stunned silly. Of course, he didn't forget about Feng Tianyu, Zhang Wenyue, Xueqi, and the others. He decided to request for all of them to be brought to his new residence. Turning to Wu Gu, he brought up the matter. After hearing what Huang Xiaolong said, Wu Gu bowed respectfully. Rest assured, I shall get my subordinates to bring your friends over to the Holy Heavens. Many thanks to Grand Hall Master Wu Gu. Wu Gu hurriedly waved his hand and smiled. It's nothing. In the future, young Master Huang's problem will be my problem. In fact, it's a problem for our organization. If you run into anything, let me know. Even though Wu Gu somewhat exaggerated the fact, he wasn't merely paying lip service. After all, the 4 primal ancestors had already emphasized Huang Xiaolong's importance to the Holy Heavens. Wu Gu didn't hesitate to call for Zhang Hanwen to bring Feng Tianyu and the others over. When Zhang Hanwen was called by the Grand Hall Master, he nearly wet his pants. However, an excited expression appeared on his face the moment he heard the order. Grand Hall Master Wu, young Master Huang, please leave it to me. I shall head over personally to bring them back. Before he left, he didn't forget to salute Huang Xiaolong. Seeing his actions, Wu Gu nodded to himself. This kid is pretty smart. Huang Xiaolong turned to Wu Gu and smiled. Grand Hall Master Wu Gu, thanks to him, I was able to continue the examination uninterrupted. Young Master Huang, don't worry. We will reward him generously. As Zhang Hanwen was still at the main entrance of the palace, he nearly tripped over himself when he overheard their conversation. Joy bloomed in his heart. Chun Gong led his team and arrived at Huang Xiaolong's previous courtyard. This brat really knows how to enjoy his life. Chun Gong mocked when he saw the exquisite courtyard in front of him. In the Holy Heaven City, renting a courtyard like that wouldn't come cheap. Master Chun Gong, should we destroy the formations around the courtyard now? One of the disciples asked. Chun Gong nodded his head. Smash it with everything you have. Be careful though, don't kill those inside by accident. He had already bribed the guards patrolling the area, and he knew that none of them would show up even if he pierced a hole through the heavens. Obtaining the approval from Chen Gong, the other disciples circulated their energy, and a massive explosion resounded through the skies. The courtyard trembled violently. The commotion instantly alerted Feng Tianyu and everyone else in the courtyard. Shock appeared on their faces, and they stared at the barrier flickering above them. When Chen Gong realized that they failed to destroy the barrier in a single move, he sneered. Of course, Di Huai had laid down multiple restrictions around the courtyard to prevent unforeseen circumstances. No matter how hard they tried, Di Huai was a true saint, and getting through the restrictions laid down by a true saint wasn't an easy task. After all, none of the assailants were true saints. Master Chun Gong, the restrictions are laid down by a true saint realm expert, someone explained. Chun Gong laughed icily. Old Fox Di Huai probably placed them around in order to protect those inside. Seems like they are pretty important to Huang Xiaolong. Otherwise, Di Huai wouldn't have laid the restrictions himself. Enough. All of you can take a step back. I'll do it. A dark pearl with strange inscriptions swirling about inside it appeared on his palm. Chun Gong's complete Tao Saint Godhead started to move, and he poured the energy in his body into the pearl. A dark light emerged and smashed against the barrier formed by the restrictions. An explosion resounded through the skies, and the strength of the barrier weakened significantly. Chun Gong laughed coldly. Even if the pearl wasn't a saint artifact, it was a peak-grade half-saint artifact. It was refined by one of the eminent elders in the 9th Tribulation half-true saint realm using countless precious materials, and it was extremely useful in breaking through all restrictions. Even though Di Huai was a true saint, he hadn't given it his all when laying down the restrictions. Chen Gong was extremely confident that he would be able to tear it apart soon. As the black pearl continued to slam against the barrier, the light surrounding the courtyard started to dim. Feng Tianyu, Zhang Wenyue, and everyone else could feel terror gripping their hearts. Through the restrictions, Chen Gong could see the terrified expressions on their faces, and he sneered sinisterly. If you want to blame someone, blame Huang Xiaolong. All of a sudden, the space around Chen Gong's team started to tremble, and everyone from the Greenwood Holy Gate were startled. Didn't we already bribe the guards to stay away? Soon after, Chen Gong and the others made out the faces of those who were rushing towards the courtyard. Holy heavens! It's the law enforcement unit from the Holy Heavens. Chen Gong nearly fainted, and his expression changed. Why would the Holy Heavens send a unit of law enforcement disciples to the area we are in? Could it be a coincidence? Those who arrived were precisely Zhang Hanwen and a group of experts from the Holy Heavens Law Enforcement Hall. As the Vice Hall Master, there was no way he would bring a group of ordinary disciples with him. Originally, Zhang Hanwen was overjoyed when he received the order to bring Huang Xiaolong's friends to the Holy Heavens. Therefore, he had charged over at top speed, wanting to complete the mission as soon as possible. When he saw that someone was attacking the specified courtyard, rage flashed through his eyes. By the time he arrived, Gong Chun had already kept the black pearl away. Greetings, my lord. I am Gong Chun, and my master is an elder of the Greenwood Holy Gate. Gong Chun arrived in front of Zhang Hanwen and said, Here is a little token from me. He retrieved 1 billion holy bills and passed them to Zhang Hanwen. As soon as he took out the holy bills, a slap landed on his face. In Huang Xiaolong's palace in the Holy Heavens, Greenwood Holy Gate, Chen Gong? Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes as a frosty light flashed through them. Young Master Huang, you can count on me to take care of this matter. After receiving the report from Zhang Hanwen, Wu Ji's face turned unsightly. They won't get away with this. I shall punish them according to the rules of the city. How dare he ignore the rules and make a move inside the city? Preposterous. All right, I will have to trouble Grand Hall Master Wu Gu for this. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Wu Gu revealed an apologetic look, and he quickly promised Huang Xiaolong an explanation. The moment he turned around, a steely look appeared on his face. It didn't take long for Wu Gu to conclude the interrogation. When Huang Xiaolong learned of Chen Gong's intentions, his expression turned a shade darker. Fu Yunjie. Trillions of miles away from the holy heavens lay a region in space surrounded by poisonous mist. Not many people dared to approach the star region, and even true saints wouldn't dare to venture in too deeply. In the holy world, this particular region in space was one of the most famous forbidden regions, known as the Black Devil Star Prison. Poisonous mist surrounded the Black Devil Star Prison all year long, and it was home to numerous poisonous beasts and bugs. Unfortunately, some of these poisons were so lethal that even a true Saint Realm expert wouldn't be able to get rid of it without wasting a huge amount of energy. Moreover, there were countless restrictions set around the Black Devil Star Prison. Even a true Saint Realm expert would be trapped in them if they were careless. In the depths of the Black Devil Star Prison, there was an enormous city that emitted endless devil light and frigid chi. It was like a terrifying dark devil king that exuded a monstrous sinister aura. The large city was made up of countless smaller cities, and the entire area spanned over billions of miles. They were like endless mountain ranges lying in the depths of the Black Devil Star Prison. You guessed it right. The Black Devil Star Prison was the headquarters of the Devil Palace. In the heart of the Devil City stood an incomparably huge palace that was built and refined from grand mist stones. Countless ancient devil arrays were scattered all around it. It was a haven for the evil cultivators and the place where they gathered. 3 old experts sat in the main hall, and they were the 3 palace masters of the Devil Palace. Jianing, go ahead. Why did you alert the 3 of us? One of the palace masters of the Devil Palace, the Yinyang Old Devil, Qiao Jinyang, asked, Don't you know that the 3 of us are currently in seclusion to cultivate the 10,000 devil body art? The Grand Hall Master, Jianing, who was seated below them, replied hastily, Reporting to the 3 palace masters, I received a piece of important report. As the contents were too shocking, I had no choice but to disturb you. Oh, another palace master, Chao Nan, said in surprise. What can be so important and shocking for you to interrupt us? I just received news that someone managed to comprehend all 12 sacred steels on the Holy Bridge. What? Chao Jinyang, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian all felt a chill running through their spines. They felt as though a lightning bolt had slammed into their minds. Are you sure? Chao Jinyang leaped to his feet as devil light pulsed out from his eyes and penetrated the void. I'm sure, Jianing added in a hurry. However, the disciple only has a Chaos Essence Divine Dragon, Saint Godhead. Chaos Essence Divine Dragon, Saint Godhead. Isn't it ranked in the 900s? A stunned expression surfaced on Gu Tian's face as he questioned. Even Chao Jinyang and Chao Nan didn't believe their ears. Yes, Jianing nodded his head. It's ranked 968th, and it was verified in the first stage of the Holy Heavens examination. His saint bloodline and saint physique aren't too far off. Chao Jinyang, Chao Nan, and Gu Tian looked at each other with extreme shock in their eyes. Did he really manage to enter the Holy Heavens? Chao Jinyang asked in a deep voice. Knowing the meaning behind the palace master's words, Jianing answered, It's true. Grand Hall Master Wu Gu personally appeared at the scene and led him away. A solemn expression instantly appeared on their faces. The same possibility flashed through their minds at the same time. Comprehension of the 12th sacred steel. Gu Tian said seriously, It looks like the Holy Heavens has managed to recruit a genius. It probably wouldn't take long for another primal ancestor to appear in the Holy Heavens. Chao Jinyang and Chao Nan both nodded in agreement. He only used 6 minutes to comprehend all 12 sacred steels. Jianing added again. 6 minutes? Chao Jinyang and the other 2 felt the world spinning around them. The 3 palace masters of the Devil Palace who never lost their cool felt fear in their hearts for the first time in a very long time. How is this even possible? No, it's absolutely impossible. Chao Nen shook his head in denial. Jianing smiled bitterly. Back when I just found out about this, I too refused to believe it. However, after some further investigation, I found out that everything in the report was true. Xiao Jinyang's eyes heated up, and his expression became unprecedentedly solemn. Quick, give me the exact details of how this person comprehended all 12 sacred steels. Jianing then began to recount the entire story. When the three of them heard Huang Xiaolong's terrifying achievements of how he took mere seconds to comprehend the first 6 steels, their bodies shook. Jianing then finished it off by telling them how long Huang Xiaolong took for the last 3 steels. The hall fell into complete silence by the time he was done. Oh yes, his saint attributes are fully attributed. Jianing added. Indeed, the devil light in the Palace M-Master's eyes trembled. Palace Master, is that the reason behind his comprehension of the sacred steels? Jianing asked in confusion. Xiao Jinyang looked at Jianing and muttered, let me give you a little hint. Both the Heavenly Master and Tyrant Chu have fully attributed saint attributes. What? Jianing was astonished. Don't tell me. That's right. The only thing we are sure of right now is that the kid should be able to evolve his saint attributes. Moreover, his talent should surpass both the Heavenly Master and Tyrant Chu. I'm afraid it's more than that. Gu Tian added abruptly. I'm afraid that he has received a Holy Mandate imprint. Holy Mandate imprint? Jia Ning's entire body trembled. Wouldn't that make his talent too heaven-defying? Indeed. Xiao Jinyang asked, what's his name? He's called Huang Xiaolong, and I heard that he's from the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. Jia Ning quickly reported. Huang Xiaolong? We can't allow him to continue growing. The moment he enters the true saint realm, almost no one will be able to kill him. The very next day, the holy heavens made an announcement that shook the holy world. All 4 primal ancestors had decided to accept Huang Xiaolong as their disciple. As the news started to spread, the holy world trembled. According to the sources from the holy heavens, the apprenticeship ceremony would take place in exactly 1 year. Inside one of the luxurious palaces in the holy heavens, Xiaoyao's face was extremely unsightly. Did all 4 primal ancestors decide to accept Huang Xiaolong as their disciple? Chun Kaiping growled. That's right. Even senior brother Li Chun was unable to gain recognition from all of them. I refuse to believe that the brat is more talented than senior brother Li Chun. This was especially true as Li Chun was someone who possessed saint attributes ranking in the top 10. Junior brother Kaiping, you can't talk about these things so casually. Li Chun shook his head and explained. Since the 4 primal ancestors have decided to accept Huang Xiaolong as their disciple, there has to be a reason behind it. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong comprehended all 12 sacred steels, and according to the rules, he should be accepted as their disciple. Xiaoyao sneered. During the ceremony, the members of the Clear Snow Palace and Holy Lands Alliance will definitely come forward to mess it up. When someone challenges the brat, we'll watch as he embarrasses himself. That's right. Chun Kaiping laughed. Back when senior brother Li Chun comprehended the 11th sacred steel, there were countless disciples from the Clear Snow Palace and Holy Lands Alliance who challenged him. I'm sure they will do the same with Huang Xiaolong. Li Chun nodded. The disciples should be instructed by their seniors from their factions to challenge us. There's no way any sane person will challenge us in front of the primal ancestors during the apprenticeship ceremony. Lin Jai laughed. Whatever the case, I hope the 3 beauties of the Clear Snow Palace will attend the ceremony. It's been too long since I last saw junior sister Ji Sini. The 3 beauties of the Clear Snow Palace were Tan Wan, Ji Sini, and Lin Xiaoying. Not only were they the most beautiful female disciples in the younger generation, but they were also the most talented. It was only natural that they were goddesses of all the holy princes in the holy world. In my view, only senior brother Li Chun is worthy of Tan Wan, Xiaoyao said. Tan Wan was known as the leader of the beauties, and even people like Li Chun had their eyes on her. Chun Kaiping laughed. Wrong. In the holy world, only Tan Wan is worthy to marry senior brother Li Chun. Yes, yes, yes. I was wrong. Xiao laughed as he continued. I misspoke. They are simply a match made in heaven. The other core disciples roared in agreement as well. Li Chun waved his hand and smiled. It's fine to make jokes like these in front of me. However, you can't make such jokes in front of Junior Sister Tan 1 a year later at the apprenticeship ceremony. Lin Jai laughed. Look at him, senior brother Li Chun. Rumor has it that you met her in the profound river in the past. You even managed to save her life. That's right. Senior brother Li Chun. Tell us about how you rescued a damsel in distress. Chun Kai-ping and the others urged. Li Chun smiled to himself and explained, Please stop making a fool of yourselves. Junior Sister Tan Wan was fighting with a profound beast, and I merely helped her in passing. With her strength, she would have killed it either way. There's nothing going on between us. However, none of them believed Li Chun, and roaring laughter could be heard in the air. Huang Xiaolong sat inside one of the secret rooms inside the Holy Heavens Manor and circulated his Holy Mandate imprint. He could feel the difference in the effects of one night of cultivation. That was one of the biggest benefits of being a holy prince in the Holy Heavens. Xiaolong. All of a sudden, Di Huai's voice came from outside the secret room. Huang Xiaolong emerged without hesitation. Xiaolong. The Holy Heavens made the announcement that you would be accepted by all 4 primal ancestors as their joint personal disciple. Di Huai couldn't control himself, and he jumped in joy. The apprenticeship ceremony would be held a year later. As someone who had discovered his talent and brought Huang Xiaolong to the Holy Heavens, Di Huai was filled with pride and excitement. Of course, that was even more so when he realized that Huang Xiaolong would become a disciple of all 4 supreme beings of the organization. Huang Xiaolong laughed when he saw the look of excitement on Di Huai's face. Is that it? Di Huai was startled as a bitter smile appeared on his face. It's an honor to be accepted by even one of the supreme beings, but you're going to be accepted by all 4 of them. Since I comprehended all 12 sacred steels, according to the rules of the Holy Heavens, I should be accepted as their disciple. Huang Xiaolong laughed. There's nothing surprising about it. He then changed the subject and asked Di Huai about some matters after joining the Holy Heavens. For example, he asked about the benefits of becoming a joint personal disciple of the 4 primal ancestors. But Di Huai was naturally unable to provide him with an explanation. Oh right, if I remember correctly, you will be able to make a request to the 4 ancestors during the ceremony. Di Huai suddenly said. Really? Huang Xiaolong asked. Di Huai laughed. It's true. During Li Chen's apprenticeship ceremony in the past, Lord Long allowed him to raise a request. Do you have something in mind? Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and revealed, Fire and Ice Lake. After learning from Di Huai about the existence of the lake, Huang Xiaolong had been thinking of ways to get a chance to cultivate in it. After cultivating in the Emperor Yu holy grounds, he had managed to transform part of his soul into a holy soul. Now, he needed to borrow the Fire and Ice Lake to complete its transformation. Of course, there were rules set by the Holy Heavens. One would only be allowed access if they managed to enter the top 3 ranks in the Holy Prince contest. With his current strength, Huang Xiaolong didn't know how long it would take for him to obtain a high ranking. Fire and Ice Lake? Di Huai was startled. Even though cultivating in it will be beneficial for you, are you sure you don't want to ask for something else? For example, you can ask for a primal artifact. You can even choose to enter the treasury of the Holy Heavens to choose whatever you desire. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and smiled. I want to enter the Fire and Ice Lake. Even though a primal artifact was good, the most important thing he had to do was to obtain a holy soul. A completed holy soul was worth much more than a primal artifact to him right now. There was no doubt that the Devil Palace would have received news of his comprehension of the 12 sacred steels. They would stop at nothing to kill him. However, if he managed to transform his divine soul into a holy soul, he wouldn't have to worry about their schemes any longer. At the very least, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be afraid of true saints. When Di Huai saw Huang Xiaolong's insistence to enter the lake, he didn't try to dissuade him any longer. Instead, he thought of something else. There's another thing you should take note of. The disciples of the Clear Snow Palace and the Holy Lands Alliance will probably ask to spar with you during the ceremony. Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a second. Di Huai nodded his head. Yes, during Li Chen's ceremony of apprenticeship, many disciples from Clear Snow Palace and Holy Lands Alliance requested to exchange pointers with him. They will probably send a disciple with cultivation realm similar to yours to challenge you. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and frowned. It looks like I must prepare thoroughly for the ceremony. Even though he had the Holy Mandate imprint to boost his combat ability, his saint attributes were really too weak. However, it was impossible for him to devour so many saint attributes in such a short amount of time. If he wanted to hunt the disciples of the Devil Palace, he wouldn't be able to locate too many of them in a single year. Moreover, leaving the holy heavens was too dangerous. All of a sudden, a light flashed through his eyes. He thought about the Devil Cave that imprisoned tons of criminals from the Devil Palace in the Holy Heaven City. There was a rule that stated that disciples of the Holy Heavens could enter the cave to improve their battle capabilities. If he accidentally killed several criminals in the process, there wouldn't be any problems, and the Holy Heavens wouldn't pursue the matter. Huang Xiaolong made a decision in his heart. There should be quite a number of them in the high-level venerable realm, right? After all, the foundations of the Devil Cave have spanned for billions of years. The following day, the Grand Hall Master of the Holy Heavens, Wu Go, personally led Huang Xiaolong to the examination hall to retrieve the clothing and jade identity plaques all inner disciples had. According to the rules, disciples who passed the second round of the examination needed to claim their clothing and plaques at the examination hall. Moreover, they were also required to undergo a simple ceremony before they would be officially recognized as an inner disciple of the Holy Heavens. For exceptional disciples with good results, the Holy Heavens organization would choose another day for the apprenticeship ceremony. For example, Huang Xiaolong would only attend the ceremony a year later. When Huang Xiaolong and Wu Gu arrived at the examination hall, Yu Mingjiang and Du Qingrui were already waiting for them. Grand Hall Master, Young Master Huang Xiaolong. Both Yu Mingjiang and Du Qingrui rushed over to greet them. Wu Gu acknowledged their greeting and grinned. Mingjiang, Qingrui, all of you will need to soon change your greeting to Lord Huang Xiaolong. In the Holy Heavens organization, only core disciples had special authority. Since Huang Xiaolong would soon become a disciple of the four primal ancestors, it went without saying that his status would rise. Both Yu Mingjiang and Du Qingrui promptly agreed. You're right, Grand Hall Master, you're right. Even though Huang Xiaolong had yet to become an official disciple of the four primal ancestors, no one would dare to say otherwise. Along with Wu Gu, Yu Mingjiang, and Du Qingrui, Huang Xiaolong collected everything he needed to pick up. A stone tablet stood in the middle of the hall, and it recorded the names of all the inner disciples accepted into the Holy Heavens. Those who passed the second examination had the rights to carve their name into the stone tablet. Originally, a deacon would be more than enough to complete this task, but this time Wu Gu personally carved Huang Xiaolong's name into the tablet. Thereafter, the three of them led Huang Xiaolong to carry out the simple ceremony. As soon as the ceremony ended, Wu Gu chuckled, "Congratulations, Lord Huang Xiaolong." Both Yu Mingjiang and Du Qingrui congratulated him with a fist salute as they changed the way they addressed him. Huang Xiaolong smiled. "Grand Hall Master Wu Gu, all of you can address me however you wish. You can even call me Xiaolong." The three of them hastily shook their hands. "We can't disregard the rules and regulations set by the ancestors." Since Huang Xiaolong was not one to put on airs while talking to those close to him, the good impression they had of him increased by quite a bit. Soon after, Wu Gu passed him a jade slip and explained, "Lord Huang Xiaolong, I have specially refined this jade slip. It contains a detailed introduction to the Holy Heavens organization, as well as a detailed description of the Holy World. You can take a look at it when you have the time." A detailed description of the Holy World? A brilliant light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and he received the jade slip. Many thanks to Grand Hall Master Wu Gu. Even though Di Huai had shared some information about the Holy World with him, his insights were definitely inferior to the Grand Hall Master of the Holy Heavens. This jade slip was exactly what he needed. After all, he was planning on traveling around the Holy World in the near future. Wugu shook his head and laughed. You're most welcome, Lord Huang Xiaolong. The three of them continued to follow Huang Xiaolong as they introduced him to several important places in the Holy Heavens Manor. The Holy Heavens occupied an extremely big area, and the mountain ranges located in it were endless. Countless spiritual beasts roamed around and primitive forests filled the lands. It was many times larger than the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate. Fortunately, there were several ancient spatial arrays that allowed one to travel located around the lands. After roaming around for an entire day, Huang Xiaolong returned to his palace. When he returned, Di Huai, Feng Tianyu, Zhang Wenyue, and a few others were waiting for him. After seeing the inner disciple clothing and jade plaque that Huang Xiaolong was wearing, joy filled their hearts. By the time the banquet ended, night had already fallen. Looking up at the night sky in the holy heavens, Huang Xiaolong realized that the starry skies were pure and bright. Huang Xiaolong sat in the courtyard as he carefully read the contents in the jade slip given to him by Wu Gu. Even though there was a lot of information recorded, Huang Xiaolong's soul was strong enough to scan through the contents in several hours. He formed a clearer understanding of the holy world, and a better picture of the holy heavens was painted in his mind. He quickly learned the privileges of being a core disciple of the holy heavens and a direct disciple of the four primal ancestors. Even though he wasn't a core disciple yet, he was the direct disciple of all four primal ancestors. Just the fact alone allowed him to enjoy benefits even core disciples couldn't. The contents in the amulet also summarized the number of inner and core disciples in the holy heavens and a rough gauge of the influence each faction had. What took Huang Xiaolong by surprise was the number of inner disciples the holy heavens accepted. The number was more than he expected. He felt that the holy heavens would only possess several tens of thousand inner disciples. But the holy heavens organization had more than 400,000 inner disciples. The sixth sacred steel was extremely hard to comprehend, and one wouldn't be able to find someone talented enough to comprehend the sixth steel even in 10,000 years. However, there were so many inner disciples. It was clear that the holy heavens was far more influential and powerful than Huang Xiaolong had imagined. Moreover, the jade slip also contained a detailed summary about the Clear Snow Palace, the Holy Lands Alliance and Devil Palace, along with the information of exceptionally talented disciples in each of the factions. The three beauties of the Clear Snow Palace. Their name caught Huang Xiaolong's attention almost immediately. According to the jade slip, Tan Wan of the Clear Snow Palace also had the ability to evolve her saint attributes. Wasn't that similar to his ability? Huang Xiaolong gasped. Nonetheless, he had 3 complete Dao Saint Godheads, 3 Saint bloodlines and 3 Saint physiques. Tan Wan only had a single one. Of course, he also had the Holy Mandate imprint that placed him far ahead of her. As for the Holy Lands Alliance, there were 10 chief disciples in the younger generation. 10 great holy grounds headed the alliance, and the 10 chief disciples were the strongest ones of their respective holy gate. As for the devil place, there were 6 individuals the holy heavens had marked out in the younger generation. After gaining a better idea of the situation in the holy world, Huang Xiaolong kept the amulet away. When morning came, Huang Xiaolong emerged from his courtyard and arranged for Di Huai, Feng Tianyu, and the other members about some pressing matters before leaving for the Devil Cave. When he thought of the information he had obtained about the Devil Cave previously, the grin on Huang Xiaolong's face didn't fade. There were more than 30,000 disciples from the Devil faction imprisoned there. Among these 30,000 disciples, over 2,000 of them were between the mid-Third Order Venerable Realm and the late Sixth Order Venerable Realm. If he were to devour them all, he would be able to enhance his saint attributes to a shocking level. Just as he was about to make his way over to the Devil Cave, Fu Yunjie and a large group of people emerged from a large shop along the way. Fu Yunjie and Feng Yuanyu and looked troubled as they walked out of the store. They didn't notice Huang Xiaolong before them. At that point in time, Fu Yunjie was also clad in the Holy Heaven's inner disciple's robe. His jade plaque hung from his waist. It was clear that he had already gone to the examination hall to retrieve his clothes and jade plaque. Don't worry, brother Yunjie. Even if Huang Xiaolong becomes the disciple of the 4 primal ancestors, he wouldn't dare to move against you. He isn't strong enough to expel you from the holy heavens. not to mention the fact that he doesn't have the authority to do so. Feng Yuanyuan comforted. Fu Yunjia's eyebrows were tightly locked together when he heard what she said. To think that loser was able to comprehend 12 sacred steels. Feng Yuanyuan scoffed. Fu Yunjia disagreed. His talent isn't as simple as we thought. Otherwise, the 4 primal ancestors wouldn't have accepted him as their disciple. Feng Yuanyuan retorted. He's just someone with a rank 900 Saint Godhead. How talented can he be? It has to be pure luck that he managed to comprehend all 12 sacred steels. Even Holy Prince Li Chun took 2 hours to comprehend the 11th steel. Trash like him won't be able to match up to senior brother Li Chun. The 4 primal ancestors had no choice but to accept him because of the old law. Fu Yunjie smiled bitterly. There's no need to comfort me. Rumors have been going around that Huang Xiaolong is able to evolve his saint attributes. Speaking of which, he let out a loud sigh. Even if he doesn't have the rights to expel me from the holy heavens, all the hall masters are currently fawning over him. Do you know what happened when I retrieved my robes and jade plaque the day before? Zhou Ruo was sarcastic and harsh when I went over to pick them up. Fu Yunjie felt a surge of humiliation coursing through him as he recalled the events that had happened the day before. That bitch is definitely trying to get on Huang Xiaolong's good side. Feng Yuanyuan tried to pacify him. Maybe Huang Xiaolong was the one who ordered her to make things difficult for you. One day, I'll return all these humiliations back to him tenfold. Fu Yunjie seethed as his eyes flashed with a hint of hostility and anger. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong's nonchalant voice rang from behind. The two of them stared at each other in shock as they turned around slowly. Huang Xiaolong. Fu Yunjie was stunned. Feng Yuanyuan turned ash-pale. What do you want? Fu Yunjie appeared tough, but his voice was weak, and his previous vigor had evaporated. What do I want? I'll let you know in the future. Huang Xiaolong replied coldly. He didn't spare them a glance as he walked away. The blood drained from Fu Yunjie's face as he looked at Huang Xiaolong's disappearing back view. Huang Xiaolong, what do you want? I can give anything to you as long as you let me off. Huang Xiaolong turned slightly, but an indifferent expression hung on his face. You can't give me what I want. Even after Huang Xiaolong disappeared from his sight, Fu Yunjie stood rooted on the spot with soulless eyes. Feng Yuanyuan stared hatefully towards the direction Huang Xiaolong left, and she spat. Brother Yunjie, you don't have to beg him. If we can't stay in the holy heavens, we'll just join the Holy Lands Alliance. I don't believe that Huang Xiaolong will be able to do anything to you after you've joined them. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong stared at the so-called legendary Devil Cave and was astounded. The Devil Cave didn't look anything like Huang Xiaolong had imagined. According to what he knew about the devil factions, he had assumed that the Devil Cave to be filled with a dark and cold devilish aura. However, the entrance before him didn't have the slightest trace of evil aura surrounding it. The entrance was built on a giant mountain range and tons of Holy Heaven's disciples were guarding the area. Before he could even step into the Devil Cave, he was intercepted by a group of guards. However, the look on their faces changed when they noticed his jade identity plaque. When they learned that he was the Huang Xiaolong, a polite smile appeared on their faces. Elder Xianxia, who was in charge of the safety of the Devil Cave, rushed over immediately after the head of the security team notified him, and he personally escorted Huang Xiaolong into the Devil Cave. Taking a glance around the Devil Cave, Huang Xiaolong noticed individual platforms that imprisoned disciples of the Devil Palace and countless light rune arrays suppressing their strength mercilessly. As he stared at the surroundings, Huang Xiaolong realized that the streets were wide, and there were even buildings and shops around the platforms. Even though the Devil Cave was built within the mountain ridge, it wasn't humid nor dark. Instead, holy light illuminated the area and gave off a warm, fuzzy feeling. The streets were packed with Holy Heaven's disciples, and there were even some sparring with imprisoned Devil Palace disciples on the holy arena. Spirited cheers came from under the arena, and it was clear they were all fired up. After bringing Huang Xiaolong into the Devil Cave, Elder Xianxia carefully inquired about the purpose of his visit. Not everyone who was there wanted to spar with the disciples of the Devil Palace. After all, the streets were bustling and tons of shops sold elixirs and artifacts owned by the holy heavens. Could be considered a shopping street of sorts. The Devil Cave is pretty boisterous. Huang Xiaolong smirked. Zhang Xijin paused and agreed. Yes, indeed. Huang Xiaolong saw no point in delaying the conversation, and he quickly stated his purpose. In the next instant, he inquired about the information of all the prisoners in the mid-third order Venerable Realm to the seventh order Venerable Realm. According to the rules, disciples of the holy heavens could only challenge disciples of the Devil Palace with higher cultivation realms. Zhang Xijin hesitated the moment he heard what he said. After all, Huang Xiaolong would soon become a disciple of all four primal ancestors. His status in the organization could be said to be higher than Grand Hall Master Wu Gu himself. If anything happened to their precious disciple, Zhang Xijin knew that he wouldn't be able to make up for his mistake even if he died 100 times. A tinge of worry appeared in Huang Xiaolong's heart. Elder Zhang, you don't have to worry about me. No one will blame you if anything untoward happens to me. Since you can't make the decision, let's ask your hall master. If he can't make the decision, we shall ask Grand Hall Master Wu Gu. It didn't take long for them to receive an answer. A weird smile formed on Zhang Xijin's face, and he hastily ordered the disciples under him to bring Huang Xiaolong all the information he wanted. There were a total of 2,000 disciples in the mid-third order Venerable Realm and seventh order Venerable Realm among the prisoners. To be exact, there were 2,254 of them. As the jade plaques were piled up in front of Huang Xiaolong, he scanned through each and every one of them. The details of their saint attributes were recorded clearly on each plaque, and Huang Xiaolong was delighted he didn't need to guess blindly. With his overpowered soul strength, Huang Xiaolong scanned through all of them in the span of several seconds. The more he read, the more he realized that all of the prisoners the holy heavens had caught possessed at least 2 saint attributes. They either had a saint godhead and a saint bloodline, or they had a saint godhead with a saint physique. The discovery surprised Huang Xiaolong greatly. It went without saying that the effects of his evolution would be greatly enhanced with the strength of the prisoners he was about to devour. Soon, Huang Xiaolong realized another shocking fact. Out of all the thousands of prisoners, all of them had saint attributes ranking in the top 300 ranks. There were even a few of them whose saint attributes ranked in the top 100. When Huang Xiaolong noticed several prisoners whose saint attributes ranked in the top 80s, he became even more ecstatic. Very soon, he finished browsing all the jade plaques and returned them to Elder Zhang Xijin. Without hesitation, he confidently declared that he wanted to challenge the disciple of the Devil Palace in the 31,213th arena. 31,213? Zhang Xijin pondered for a moment before cautiously asking, "Are you certain you wish to challenge Zhou-Yang?" Zhou-Yang was a peak mid-third order venerable. His complete Tao Saint Godhead was the Soul's Layer Saint Godhead, ranked 269th, and his saint physique was the Demon Mist Saint Physique, ranked 272nd. Even though Zhang Xijin had heard that Huang Xiaolong could evolve his saint attributes, Huang Xiaolong's current saint attributes ranked in the 900s. In Zhang Xijin's eyes, Huang Xiaolong's combat strength was way beneath Zhou-Yang. He was basically sending himself to the gates of hell if he were to pick such a strong opponent from the get-go. "That's right. I wish to challenge Zhou-Yang." Huang Xiaolong nodded. Zhang Xijin hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Highness, Zhou-Yang possesses the 269th ranked Soul's Layer Saint Godhead and 272nd ranked Demon Mist Saint Physique. He's also a peak mid-third order venerable. He won't be easy to defeat. Why don't you challenge Chun Xiantong in the 31,621st arena?" Chun Xiantong is a mid-third order venerable, and his saint bloodline and saint physique ranks in the 200s. Compared to Zhou-Yang, Chun Xiantong's combat power was significantly weaker. From what Zhang Xijin knew, Huang Xiaolong would be pushing it if he wanted to challenge Chun Xiantong, but he advised nonetheless. "There's no need. I choose Zhou-Yang." Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Retrieving 1,000,000,000 holy bills, Huang Xiaolong passed it over to Elder Zhang. For a disciple of the holy heavens to challenge a prisoner in the Devil Cave, They had to pay a challenge fee of 1 billion holy bills and 10 contribution points. When they first joined the organization, all new disciples were given 100 contribution points. The points had their uses. For those in the holy heavens, contribution points were worth their weight in gold. They could use the contribution points to purchase rare items that couldn't be found in the outside world from the organization. Since Huang Xiaolong was already acknowledged as the disciple of the 4 primal ancestors, he was given a total of 40,000 contribution points after entering the holy heavens. Just the day before, he had spoken to Wu Guo about using up 10,000 contribution points before the apprenticeship ceremony, and Grand Hall Master Wu had already notified the various hall masters regarding his decision. After seeing that Huang Xiaolong was adamant about challenging Zhou Yang, Zhang Sijin had no choice but to agree. However, he had reported Huang Xiaolong's dangerous decisions to the higher-ups in case anything were to happen. Before long, Zhang Sijin brought Huang Xiaolong over to the 31,213th arena. When the disciples loitering around the streets saw Elder Zhang Sijin bringing Huang Xiaolong over to the arena, they quickly started speculating his identity. Who is this kid? Even Elder Zhang Sijin has to treat him with so much respect. Shoo! He's Lord Huang Xiaolong. Some of them who had witnessed Huang Xiaolong's terrifying examination results hushed those who were talking about him. What? He's the kid who comprehended all 12 sacred steels. There's even a rumor going on about his saint attributes. I wonder if it's true that his saint attributes can evolve. There's always a shred of truth behind the rumors. If no one is stepping out to stop them from circulating, it has to be true. But is he really going to challenge Zhou Yang? The disciples around whispered among themselves as they were in a mixture of shock, doubt, envy, and jealousy. In the midst of the chaotic discussions, Huang Xiaolong leaped into the air and landed on the 31,213th arena. In the depths of the holy heavens, the 4 primal ancestors activated the heavenly lens and locked onto Huang Xiaolong. This kid is quite a rebellious one, isn't he? He's crazy enough to challenge the prisoners from the Devil Palace the moment he steps into our organization. Tyrant Chu laughed. Doesn't this resemble a certain somebody when he joined the holy heavens back then? You were even worse when you entered the organization. Lord Long stared at Tyrant Chu and chuckled in amusement. In an instant, Elder Crow and the Heavenly Master cracked up. It's a little inappropriate for him to challenge Zhou Yang. Old Chu is right. He's being reckless. Elder Crow spoke up all of a sudden. The Heavenly Master nodded in agreement. True. However, it's not a bad thing for him to suffer some setbacks to temper his spirit. At almost the same time, Li Chun, Xiayao, and the various holy princes of the holy heavens received the news of Huang Xiaolong's challenge. It seems like Huang Xiaolong is preparing for the apprenticeship ceremony by fighting against those in the Devil Cave. Lin Yijia sneered. Xiayao snorted. Even if he trains non-stop for a year, he won't be able to improve by much. It won't change the fact that he will be making a fool of himself during the apprenticeship ceremony. Chun Kaiping bobbed his head in agreement. He's too full of himself. Does he really think that he's a match for Zhou Yang? Heh, I'll bet that he won't even last 10 minutes. Xiayao snickered as he ordered his subordinate disciples to keep tabs on the battle. A few minutes later, the disciple who was in charge of gathering information rushed into the hall. The moment Xiayao noticed him, a grin appeared on his face. Is it over already? That's a little too quick. It's only been 5 minutes. It looks like I've overestimated him. Ha ha ha. The moment the words left his lips, the disciple who ran into the hall made his report. Respective lords, Huang Xiaolong just killed Zhou Yang in the holy arena. What? Xiaoyao's smile froze. Even Li Chun couldn't hide the shock on his face. Are you sure? Xiaoyao's face was unsightly. Are you sure that Zhou Yang didn't defeat him instead? After his master, Wu Gu, had slapped him in public, the hatred in his heart for Huang Xiaolong had grown to a terrifying level. This subordinate has verified that Huang Xiaolong was indeed the victor of the battle. Zhou Yang is dead. All right, you can leave for now. Keep investigating Huang Xiaolong, and report all his movements in the Devil Cave back to us. Li Chun waved his hand and signaled for that disciple to step down. How is this possible? Xiao roared. How can someone with his trashy talent kill Zhou? Don't tell me that both the Soulslayer Saint Godhead and Demon Mist Saint Physique are fake. Preposterous. Li Chun muttered under his breath. Every single disciple locked up in the Devil Cave has gone through a test. There can be no mistakes. The only reason he killed Zhou was because of his terrifying combat abilities. It seems like we have underestimated Huang Xiaolong. Lin Yijia frowned. Senior brother Li Chun. Do you think that there's some sort of secret on Huang Xiaolong's body we aren't aware of? Li Chun nodded. That's right. If he's able to kill Zhou with his weak talent, then there are definitely secrets hidden on his body we aren't aware of. Chen Kaiping frowned. There have been rumors going around that Huang Xiaolong's saint attributes can evolve. Since that is basically true, what other secrets can he possibly have? In the depths of the holy heavens, Tyrant Chu and the three others stared into the heavenly lens as a bitter smile formed on their faces. He didn't even use the holy mandate imprint. Lord Long shook his head. It seems that he was able to kill Zhou without it. The three others stared at the screen with solemn expressions on their faces. He's definitely hiding some secret from us. Tyrant Chu muttered. What can it be? How can he raise his combat strength without relying on his saint attributes? Even with their knowledge, none of them could figure out the reason behind Huang Xiaolong's terrifying combat strength. As they questioned each other, Zhou Yang's corpse had already withered. Huang Xiaolong descended from the arena and said to Zhang Sijin, who was standing there foolishly, Elder Zhang Sijin, I will leave the rest to you. Right now, Huang Xiaolong needed to properly digest the gains he had obtained from devouring Zhou Yang. Zhang Sijin snapped back to reality and nodded respectfully. Huang Xiaolong left the scene under the stunned gazes of the surrounding disciples. There were tons of secret rooms prepared in the Devil Cave for disciples of the holy heavens to cultivate. After all, it was normal for a cultivator to enter seclusion after a tough battle with the disciples of the Devil Palace. Injuries were also commonplace and the secret rooms were prepared for their disciples to recover. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong emerged and continued to pick out some opponents for himself. This time, Huang Xiaolong had chosen to battle a disciple called Fei Rong. Similarly, Fei Rong was also in the peak mid-third order venerable realm, and his saint attributes ranked in the higher 200s. Even though Fei Rong was in the same realm as Zhou Yang, he was slightly stronger. Too bad they were no match for Huang Xiaolong and the battle ended without any suspense. Like before, Huang Xiaolong only took 5 minutes to kill Fei Rong. After killing Fei Rong, Huang Xiaolong returned to his secret room and refined his saint godhead and saint bloodline. After 2 days, Huang Xiaolong challenged another disciple. A month passed in a blink of an eye. Every 2 days, Huang Xiaolong would kill a disciple from the Devil Palace, and after the battle, he would return to his secret room immediately to refine their saint attributes. Every single disciple who died at his hands was in the third order venerable realm. Moreover, all of them had a complete Dao Saint Godhead ranked in the 250s to the 270s. Every battle took less than 5 minutes. When 1 month passed, Huang Xiaolong finally broke through into the mid-third order venerable realm. He immediately challenged those in the late third order venerable realm. Everyone he challenged had godheads ranking in the 250s. Similar to the first month, every 2 days, he would kill a late third order venerable realm disciple. The more he refined their saint attributes, the stronger he became. Those he could challenge gradually became stronger, and their saint attributes were swept clean by Huang Xiaolong. In the 3rd month after he entered the Devil Cave, Huang Xiaolong was fighting peak late third order venerables, and the godheads they had, ranked in the 200s. In one of the secret cultivation rooms where holy spiritual qi was abundant, Huang Xiaolong sat on top of a jade bed as the holy mandate imprint on his forehead shone brightly. One by one, dragons formed from purple grand mist qi circled him. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong emerged from the room. As the warm light dissipated behind him, Huang Xiaolong approached the arena. Since the time he had entered the Devil Cave, half a year had passed. Just a few days before, He had successfully broken through to the late Third Order Venerable Realm. He was no longer the same person who had entered the Devil Cave. After devouring so many disciples of the Devil Palace, Huang Xiaolong's saint attributes had improved by quite a bit. Right now, my saint attributes should rank in the 500s. Huang Xiaolong wondered to himself. Even if they weren't at the 500 rank, it should be enough. If he wanted to find out their exact rank, he would have to undergo a thorough test. As such, he decided to speed things up a little. Since he knew that it was impossible to push his saint attributes to rank in the top 100 in 6 months, he planned to push them as close as he could. According to his estimations, he would be able to bring it to the 300th rank. Young Master Huang Xiaolong has arrived. His appearance caused an uproar among the disciples in the Devil Cave. For the past half a year, he had challenged the disciples of the Devil Palace without rest, and there were tons of disciples from the Holy Heavens who had entered the Devil Cave in order to spectate his matches. Not only were the disciples of the Holy Heavens talking about Huang Xiaolong, but the entire city was filled with discussion about his legendary challenges. Of course, the Holy Heavens wasn't the only organization paying attention to Huang Xiaolong. The Devil Palace, the Holy Lands Alliance, and the Clear Snow Palace were paying close attention to him. In the Clear Snow Palace, snow fell from the skies, and it was situated in an area with perpetual winter. Compared to the snow in ordinary lands, the snow in the air around the Clear Snow Palace carried holy spiritual qi. One would feel extremely refreshed if a snowflake landed on them. Situated on the highest peak of the northern lands, the Clear Snow Palace ruled over a massive area. In the Clear Snow Palace, every structure was carved out from a type of ice rarely seen in the Holy World. There were 3 women gathered in the main hall of the Clear Snow Palace as gossips on Huang Xiaolong filled the air. The women were as beautiful as ice elves, and their beauty was eternal, like the snowfall outside the palace. Senior Sister Tan Wan, I have heard that Huang Xiaolong has been challenging the disciples of the Devil Cave. One of the ladies blinked sweetly and continued. He has killed a disciple of the Devil Palace every 2 days. He did that for half a year. Tanwan smiled. You've been mentioning him quite a lot. Is junior sister Xiaoying interested in him? The other lady teased. I think that is the case. Junior sister Lin Xiaoying seems to have fallen for the man. What are you talking about? I'm not interested in him. Lin Xiaoying's face reddened, as her eyes widened slowly. I'm not interested in Huang Xiaolong or anything. I was just curious when I heard that his talent is comparable to senior sister Tan Wan. He's able to evolve his saint attributes, just like you. The elegant Ji Sini laughed. Are you really just curious? You've been mentioning the apprenticeship ceremony so many times over the past few days. You're definitely looking forward to meeting the man called Huang Xiaolong. According to the rumors, he's pretty handsome, masculine, and he has a domineering personality, right? Our junior sister Lin Xiaoying wanted all those qualities in her future husband. Tan Wan teased. It looks like Huang Xiaolong fits the bill. Lin Xiaoying pouted unhappily. You're bullying me. Isn't he just a third-order venerable? How can someone like him protect me? Humph. I'll be the one protecting him if we get together. Indeed, Lin Xiaoying was already at the peak of the 9th Tribulation Half-True Saint realm, and she was much stronger than him. After messing around for some time, they finally calmed down and spoke seriously about the apprenticeship ceremony that was soon coming up. Master is planning to send junior sister Xiaoya over to challenge Huang Xiaolong during the apprenticeship ceremony, Ji Sini said. Lin Xiaoying was stunned. Junior sister Xiaoya? Wouldn't that mean that Huang Xiaolong has no chance of winning? When the Clear Snow Palace had recruited a new batch of disciples several years ago, Xiaoya was the most talented one. She had the rank 73rd Saint Godhead, the Ice Lotus Saint Godhead. Her Ice Phoenix Saint bloodline ranked 71st and her Snow Moon physique ranked 79th. After seeing Lin Xiaoying's expression, Tanwan continued to tease her. What's wrong with your face? Are you worried about that little brat? Lin Xiaoying's expression finally turned a little serious. He has nothing to do with it. Why should I be worried for him? I'm worried about our relationship with the holy heavens turning sour when junior sister Xiaoya trashes him. Ji Cine giggled softly. You don't have to worry about that. I'm sure the four primal ancestors wouldn't harp on the matter. Back when Li Chun was appointed as the disciple of Lord Long, didn't we do the same thing? Lin Xiaoying's beautiful eyes flickered. Is Huang Xiaolong really so talented? The disciples of the holy heavens have been going on and on about his talent. They're saying that his talent is unparalleled under the heavens, and he would grow up to become the strongest expert in the holy world. Ji Cine laughed. They have to be exaggerating. It's impossible for Huang Xiaolong to be as talented as they say. Senior sister Tan Wan is definitely more talented than him. Even if he is able to evolve his saint attributes, he will never be able to catch up to our senior sister. That's true. Lin Xiaoying nodded her head happily. If senior sister Tan Wan is allowed to comprehend those sacred tablets, she might even be able to complete all 12 of them within 5 minutes. Tan Wan smiled and said nothing. Even though Huang Xiaolong's talent was monstrous, she was confident in her own abilities. That was because she was hiding a part of her talent from her master and junior sisters. Huang Xiaolong, Tan Wan said in her heart. Amongst the younger generation, Huang Xiaolong was probably the only one who could be considered her rival. Li Chun could barely be counted as one. However, when all was said and done, Li Chun was really a little lacking. In the next few years, the Zhangqiong Holy Manor will open. We have to find the Zhangqiong seedling when that happens, Ji Cine said. Tan Wan shook her head. That's easier said than done. The Zhangqiong Holy Manor has existed for billions of years. No one has ever managed to get their hands on the Zhangqiong seedling. From what we know, it should exist on the 7th floor of the manor. But no one has ever stepped a foot on the 7th floor. Lin Xiaoying's eyes brightened. One can even find primal Dao artifacts on the 7th floor. Tan Wan nodded her head. Even though no one has ever entered the 7th floor, I'm sure that Zhangqiong old man placed the Zhangqiong blade there. Inside the Holy Heaven City's Devil Cave, Elder Zhang Sijin hurried over to greet Huang Xiaolong the moment he emerged from his cultivation cave. Compared to the time when he had first entered, Huang Xiaolong seemed to have turned into another person altogether. Even Zhang Sijin didn't realize it, but the gaze in his eyes had a trace of reverence and worship when he stared at Huang Xiaolong. You're finally out. Zhang Sijin's respect and enthusiasm wasn't due to the fact that Huang Xiaolong was a disciple of the four primal ancestors. Instead, it was because of the number of disciples from the Devil Palace he had slayed in half a year. Zhang Sijin had witnessed all of his battles in the past 6 months, and it was precisely because of that he worshipped Huang Xiaolong so much. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Elder Zhang, help me arrange a battle with Xing Yidan on the 30,625th arena. Xing Yidan was a mid-4th order venerable, and his saint godhead ranked at 200. He also had the 198th ranked saint bloodline, the flame demon saint bloodline. I will make the arrangements immediately, Zhang Sijin replied respectfully without hesitation. It didn't take long for him to bring Huang Xiaolong over to the 30,625th arena. One could see a girl sitting atop the arena, waiting to do battle. The girl was extremely tall, and she had an extremely sturdy chest. Her arms and legs were massive, and they were comparable to tree trunks. With a single leap, Huang Xiaolong arrived on the arena. Xing Yidan opened her eyes, and devilish flames surrounded her body. A sinister smile formed on her face, and she sneered. Where did such a passee like you come from? How dare you challenge me? Don't you know that I'm your father? Ha ha ha. I'll smash you so hard that your dick won't be able to stand after this. The disciples from the holy heavens wanted to roar with laughter, but they forcefully controlled themselves when they recalled Huang Xiaolong's identity. Huang Xiaolong frowned. She's really something else. Before anyone could react, Xing Yidan disappeared from where she was standing. It was as if she didn't exist in the first place, and her presence was completely concealed. When she reappeared, she held a huge blade in her hands as she slashed it down towards Huang Xiaolong's neck. Your Highness! Be careful! Everyone screamed in fright. Your Highness? Xing Yidan was shocked when she heard how they addressed Huang Xiaolong. However, the sinister smile on her face grew even wider, and she chuckled haughtily. Brat, who would have thought that you were someone important in the holy heavens? As long as I manage to kill you, my death will not be in vain. The blade in her hand started to buzz as the tip trembled violently. Hiss! Finally, the blade tore through the space and arrived behind Huang Xiaolong's neck. Everyone's expressions under the arena changed drastically, especially Elder Zhang Sijin, who felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. However, what followed next was a strange scene. The fountain of blood that everyone was anticipating didn't appear as the blade seemed to have stopped before it could draw blood. Huang Xiaolong's neck was like a super sponge that absorbed the impact. Xing Yidan's face stiffened. How could this be? A tyrannical force emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body all of a sudden, and it tore every muscle in Xing Yidan's arm. The blade she held flew through the air, and she drew a beautiful arc through the air as she was thrown backwards from the impact. The only change that happened in Huang Xiaolong was that the skin around his neck had a shallow white mark. You! Xing Yidan couldn't believe her eyes. After seeing that Huang Xiaolong was fine even after suffering a sneak attack from the opponent, the spectators cheered wildly. Even Zhang Sijin heaved a sigh of relief as he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Luckily, nothing bad had happened to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong turned around and looked at her indifferently. You're not too weak yourself. It's a pity you failed to pierce through my defense. In the past year, Huang Xiaolong had devoured hundreds of disciples from the Devil Palace. He had assimilated their saint attributes and the strength of his body had reached a terrifying degree. After some self-discovery, he noticed that his saint physique could be both soft and hard at the same time. Since Xing Yidan was only at the fourth-order venerable realm, she couldn't do a thing to him even if he stood still. Even higher-level venerables were unable to break through his defense, much less someone like her. However, he was shocked at her hidden void saint godhead. When she had disappeared into the void earlier, even someone at his level had failed to notice her presence. Of course, there was a limit to how long she could hide herself in the void. She could probably only hide for a few minutes before her abilities became useless. Xing Yidan stood up and wiped the blood seeping from her mouth as she glared at Huang Xiaolong. Even if your physical defense is strong, I refuse to believe that your mental defense is strengthened to the point of being invulnerable. As soon as she spoke, she disappeared once again. No longer acting carelessly, Huang Xiaolong circulated his three saint godheads, bloodline, and physiques. When she reappeared, she appeared on his left side. However, she was no longer in human form, and she had become a devilish monster who was surrounded in flames. Her body had experienced some sort of subtle change as she had turned into something incorporeal. Die! Her eyes flickered as she abruptly charged towards Huang Xiaolong. She arrived in an instant, and frightening flames emerged from her body endlessly. The special attribute of her flames made it such that it could erode her opponent's soul. Huang Xiaolong felt like he had fallen into a pool of magma after he was swallowed by the sea of fire. The disciples around the arena couldn't help but worry. However, an unbelievable scene played out once again and the devilish flame was devoured by Huang Xiaolong. As if she had seen something terrifying, Xing Yidan retreated in shock. It was too bad that her neck felt cold the moment she retreated. Touching the affected area, she noticed that blood was spurting out from her neck. A look of disbelief flashed past her face, and she saw how Huang Xiaolong's arm returned to its original form from a dragon's claw. She couldn't understand how her opponent managed to move so quickly. However, Huang Xiaolong wasn't going to give her time to think or retreat. Following up, another claw appeared as it pierced through her chest. By reaching out with his free hand, Huang Xiaolong separated her head from the rest of her body. When he was finally done devouring her saint attributes, Huang Xiaolong left the arena under the applause and cheers from the disciples of the holy heavens. Returning to the secret room, Huang Xiaolong started refining her saint attributes. As the holy mandate imprint started to shine brightly, strands of holy spiritual qi poured out from the void. He discovered that after increasing his strength and evolving his saint attributes, the amount of holy spiritual qi he could draw from the source of the holy world increased. The speed at which he refined other people's saint attributes started to increase too. Just like that, the night passed. By the time he opened his eyes again, Huang Xiaolong had already completed the refinement process. At this rate, I'll be able to enter the fourth order venerable realm before the apprenticeship ceremony, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. A moment ago, Huang Xiaolong wasn't sure if he could progress before the start of the ceremony. However, his expectations changed when he noticed the amount of holy spiritual qi pouring out from the void. The only thing that he found a pity was that he wasn't able to assimilate the powers of other people's godheads. Even after refining Xing Yidan's hidden void saint godhead, he wasn't able to hide in the void like she had done. It's time to challenge someone again. Huang Xiaolong walked out of the room. Xianxia, who was standing outside, couldn't help but feel a sense of shock when he noticed Huang Xiaolong's appearance. After all, he only used to appear every 2 days. Your Highness, this? Xianxia hesitated for a second. Elder Xianxia, arrange another match for me. I wish to challenge Chao Jincheng. Huang Xiaolong smiled calmly. Chao Jincheng was an early 4th Order Venerable, and his Saint Godhead was the Fantasy Region Saint Godhead, ranked at 197. As for his Saint Physique, it ranked 115th. Xianxia was startled, but he nodded like a chicken pecking on rice the next moment. Great! I shall go ahead and arrange the battle right now. He was obviously excited at the fact that Huang Xiaolong's speed of challenging opponents was increasing. For the next 2 months, Huang Xiaolong continued to battle, and he refined the saint attributes of his opponents every day. As for the strength of the disciples he challenged, they ranged from the early 4th Order Venerable Realm to the peak early 4th Order Venerable Realm. He even challenged mid-4th Order Venerables occasionally. After 2 months, Huang Xiaolong changed his target to those who had Saint Godheads ranking near the 100s. As time continued to pass, for months passed in the blink of an eye. By this time, Huang Xiaolong's Godheads ranked around 112. When there were 3 days left till the apprenticeship ceremony, Huang Xiaolong was summoned by the 4 primal ancestors. It was only then that he stopped challenging disciples of the Devil Palace. The instant he left the Devil Cave, Huang Xiaolong raised his head to look at the sky above. Everything felt so surreal, and the time that passed seemed to have disappeared in the blink of an eye. Young Master Huang, let's go. After stopping for a while, an ordinary-looking, one-eyed old man behind Huang Xiaolong said respectfully. The old man was called Du Jinjuan, and he was one of the experts under the Heavenly Master of the Holy Heavens. Legend had it that Du Jinjuan was once surrounded by more than 10 true saints ready to kill him. However, he had managed to survive with the help of the Heavenly Master, and he had chosen to submit ever since that incident. Of course, he had appeared to escort Huang Xiaolong under the orders of the Heavenly Master. It went without saying that the other 3 primal ancestors were also in agreement with his actions. All right, Senior Du Jinjuan, let's go. Huang Xiaolong smiled. Du Jinjuan hurriedly injected, Young Master Huang Xiaolong, you should address me by my name. There is no need for pleasantries. Huang Xiaolong laughed. I heard from Grand Hall Master Wu Go that Senior Du Jinjuan carried out an earth-shattering battle against countless true Saint Realm experts back then, killing many of them in the process. Grand Hall Master Wu Gu admires your strength. Du Jinjuan smiled and waved his hand. That battle happened years ago. It isn't really worth mentioning. Grand Hall Master Wu Gu was simply being generous with his compliments. The 2 of them continued chatting leisurely since they were in no rush. The rainbow phoenix on Huang Xiaolong's shoulder would chirp from time to time. In the past few days, the rainbow phoenix's feathers had gained a pretty shine as it had continued to evolve. As he looked at the rainbow phoenix on Huang Xiaolong's shoulder, Du Jinjuan was slightly taken aback. Young Master Huang, isn't that the 9-colored fox phoenix? Didn't its species go extinct? Young Master Huang sure is lucky to be able to tame one. 9-colored fox phoenix? Huang Xiaolong widened his eyes when he heard what Du Jinjuan said. He finally realized what little 9 was. Also, it was the first time he had heard of its origins. Upon seeing Huang Xiaolong's expression, Du Jinjuan laughed. Young Master Huang seems unaware that his pet is the 9-colored fox phoenix. Haha. In the holy world, a 9-colored fox phoenix is a top-class holy beast. There are only 3 other beasts that can compare to it. As long as it matures well, it will possess terrifying strength. A look of joy flashed across Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he never would have imagined that the gluttonous bird on his shoulders was of such shocking origins. Little Nine rose its head and chirped at Huang Xiaolong in an attempt to snort at the man. A chuckle quickly left his lips when he saw its actions. This little brat. You're too arrogant for a tiny bird. We barely praised you. Retrieving a level 2 origin spiritual pill, he tossed it into its waiting beak. After swallowing it in an instant, the rainbow phoenix rubbed its face against Huang Xiaolong's cheeks happily. Strolling across the streets, Huang Xiaolong ran into many disciples from the various holy gates in the holy world. Will there be a lot of attendees from the other holy gates when the apprenticeship ceremony is held? Du Jinjuan smiled. It's a grand occasion for all 4 primal ancestors to accept a disciple. There will naturally be experts flocking over for the apprenticeship ceremony. In fact, experts from more than 150,000 holy grounds have already arrived. 130,000? Huang Xiaolong was stunned. Even though he had made a secret estimation of the number of people who would turn up, the current attendance had already smashed through that number. Du Jinjuan laughed. There are still 3 more days before the ceremony. More and more people will arrive, and only those who have secluded themselves from the world would be absent. Almost everyone else will be here to send their congratulations. In addition, those hidden ancient races and peak races in the holy world would also send some people over. When they all gather, our holy heavens might not be able to house all of them, Du Jinjuan joked. The Clear Snow Palace and Holy Lands Alliance will also be sending people over. Du Jinjuan added, even the palace master of the Clear Snow Palace will attend the ceremony, along with the 10 great holy masters of the Holy Lands Alliance. Also, the 3 great beauties of the Clear Snow Palace would be coming. From what I heard, Lin Xiaoying of the 3 great beauties is extremely interested in young Master Huang. Her main purpose is to meet with you. Du Jinjuan revealed a crafty smile on his face, as a trace of playfulness flashed in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Senior Du Jinjuan, stop teasing me. The 3 beauties are the most talented disciples of the Clear Snow Palace. They have to attend the ceremony if their master comes. How can Lin Xiaoying possibly have any special interest in me? Du Jinjuan chuckled lightly. Young Master Huang. I'm not kidding. There are tons of holy maidens coming along to meet young Master Huang. Moreover, elders of their races and factions hope for nothing more than for you guys to become good friends. Huang Xiaolong felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He naturally understood the meaning behind the words, become good friends. Of course, Du Jinjuan wasn't bullshitting. With his current identity, there were tons of people trying to form connections with him. As long as he willed it, holy maidens of their races would jump into his embrace. His talent had a huge part to play in that. With his evolving saint attributes, it was a matter of time before he surpassed the true saint realm. An expert who surpassed the true saint realm was a figure all factions wanted to get on their side. Even if they had to take out half of their worth, everything would work out fine if they could get someone at that level on their side. Is Huang Xiaolong really so talented? Is the holy heavens exaggerating his talent? Even the 4 primal ancestors were unable to comprehend the heavenly steals in 6 minutes. How can that brat be more talented than the 4 primal ancestors? Someone said with a sneer on his face. That's right. It's complete bullshit. Our senior brother is no less talented than him, someone else added. Looking over, Huang Xiaolong saw a group of disciples wearing dark golden robes with an eye-catching pattern embroidered on it. They are disciples of the Beast Tamer Holy Gate. They belong to the Holy Lands Alliance. Du Jinjuan explained. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head slowly. The Beast Tamer Holy Gate was one of the largest factions in the Holy Lands Alliance. Huang Xiaolong knew that there were bound to be unhappy people when the Holy Heavens announced his talent. After all, Who would openly admit that someone they didn't know was the most talented person in the history of the holy world. There was a shocking number of holy princes in the holy world with frightening talent after all. An indifferent smile formed on the face of the person they addressed as their senior brother. The apprenticeship ceremony will take place in 3 days. We'll see if Huang Xiaolong is really as talented as they say. His meaning was clear. He didn't believe in Huang Xiaolong's talent. Senior brother, I heard that the 3 beauties of the clear snow palace would arrive for the apprenticeship ceremony. Someone from the Beast Tamer Holy Gate said, I heard that Lin Xiaoying and the others would be staying in the heavenly pillar celestial manor right up ahead. Yu Fujiang, the person who was addressed as their senior brother, laughed. I learned about this a long time ago. We can head over to the shop in front of their manor to get some stuff. At the same time, we can visit junior sister Xiaoying. The 3 beauties of the clear snow palace weren't just the most talented disciples, but they were also the prettiest. Countless male disciples dreamed of courting any one of the 3, and if they formed a line, they would be able to circle the entire holy world several times. The young patriarch of the Beast Tamer Holy Gate, Yu Fujiang, was no exception. Du Jinjuan, who was standing not too far away from them, frowned as he turned to Huang Xiaolong. Young Master Huang, do you want me to? His meaning was clear. As long as Huang Xiaolong nodded his head, he would teach the disciples of the Beast Tamer Holy Gate a lesson they would never forget. He had long since wanted to move against them when he heard how they belittled Huang Xiaolong's talent. However, he had to respect Huang Xiaolong's opinion on the matter. Forget it. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Since the holy heavens was planning to publicize his talent, there were bound to be disciples who would be jealous of him. The gossip wouldn't stop just because he requested for Du Jinjuan to silence them. He couldn't deal with everyone who doubted his talent. Could he? Since the apprenticeship ceremony was 3 days away, Huang Xiaolong didn't wish to stir up any trouble before that. Regardless of how much they doubted him, everyone was here to offer their congratulations. Let's go, Huang Xiaolong said to Du Jinjuan before leaving. Du Jinjuan nodded his head. As soon as he passed the members of the Beast Tamer Holy Gate, Fu Yujiang's gaze landed on Little Nine, and he exclaimed in surprise, Hold it right there! Yu Fujiang extended his arms and blocked their path. Do you have a problem? Huang Xiaolong frowned. Yu Fujiang ignored him and stared at the rainbow phoenix perched on his shoulders. Good beast! Good beast! Yu Fujiang thought to himself as a brilliant light flashed through his eyes. The Beast Tamer Holy Gate cultivated arts that controlled all sorts of spiritual beasts. They were extremely knowledgeable of the beasts in the holy world, and even though ordinary holy princes might be unable to tell where Little Nine came from, Fu Yujiang was the young patriarch of the Holy Gate. He saw through the rainbow phoenix's origins immediately. The other disciples were shocked when they noticed Yu Fujiang's expression. There was no way an ordinary beast would catch their young patriarch's intentions. Where did you get your phoenix from? Yu Fujiang turned to face Huang Xiaolong as a crafty smile formed on his face. Huang Xiaolong sneered in his heart when he heard what Yu Fujiang said. How could he be unaware of the other party's intentions? He had decided to stop Du Jinjuan from teaching them a lesson earlier, but he didn't expect for them to dive straight into the deep end of hell. Is there a need for me to tell you where I bought it from? Huang Xiaolong replied indifferently. Outrageous! One of the holy princes from the Beast Tamer Holy Gate yelled. You are talking to the chief disciple of our Beast Tamer Holy Gate, Yu Fujiang. Someone else snapped at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong shrugged. So what if you guys are from the Beast Tamer Holy Gate? You're not from the holy heavens. Why should I care about your identity? Those from the Beast Tamer Holy Gate couldn't help but rage silently in their hearts. Even Yu Fujiang was surprised. Based on how Huang Xiaolong was dressed, he was a mere inner disciple of the holy heavens. How dare he speak to the young patriarch of the Beast Tamer Holy Gate like this? For the other holy grounds, it was an achievement for them to enter the holy heavens. However, the Beast Tamer Holy Gate was part of the strongest factions in the Holy Lands Alliance. A mere inner disciple of the holy heavens wasn't something he bothered to look at. However, a plan hatched in Yu Fujiang's head and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Don't be offended. My junior brothers acted too rashly. I was only wondering about the origins of your beast, because we lost a phoenix like it a few days ago. Indeed. Huang Xiaolong's heart grew even colder. Are you implying that I stole it from you guys? Du Jinjuan's eyes narrowed. If anyone who knew him had seen his expression, they would know that the man had reached his limit. Killing a true saint or two would be the only way for him to let off some steam. Yu Fujiang stared at Huang Xiaolong and laughed. That's right. We have to verify whether or not the phoenix is the one we lost. After all, our beast tamer Holy Gate isn't some second-rate faction. We treat everyone fairly. If it isn't ours, we won't force you to hand it over. The righteous look on Yu Fujiang's face made him believe his own lie. A gentle smile appeared on Huang Xiaolong's face, and he responded calmly, I wonder how you plan on verifying it. He was indeed curious about the tricks the other party was going to play. Yu Fujiang smiled. If your little phoenix is willing to follow me, it would mean that we raised it. Surely you won't refuse to hand it over. It was a fair and reasonable condition on the surface. However, Yu Fujiang definitely had his methods to control spiritual beast. He had just met with the beast tamer secret arts they cultivated. A cold light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He thought that the other party would throw him some holy bills to bring back the beast. But he didn't expect the other party to be shameless enough to snatch little Nine away in broad daylight. Unable to stand this facade any longer, Du Jinjuan stepped forward. They were lucky Huang Xiaolong prevented him from making a move on those of the beast tamer Holy Gate. Huang Xiaolong looked at Yu Fujiang and said with indifference, I guess I have no reason to refuse. Yu Fujiang smiled, Don't worry. If it's proven that this little phoenix is ours, I will give you 100 million holy bills as compensation. Upon hearing that Yu Fujiang was willing to pay 100 million holy bills as compensation, Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly. 100 million? 100 millions won't even be able to purchase several feathers off a 9-colored fox phoenix. Without waiting for Huang Xiaolong's permission, a ray of black light flashed in Yu Fujiang's eyes. The ray of black light entered Little Nine's body instantly. A look of joy formed on Yu Fujiang's face as he called out, Little Rainbow Phoenix, let's go home now. Little Nine ignored his callings as it continued to sleep on Huang Xiaolong's shoulders. Slightly startled, Yu Fujiang tried again. Little Rainbow Phoenix, return to me. I shall feed you plenty of delicacies. Barely opening its eyes, Little Nine ignored the man. A faint smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. It looks like this isn't your pet. Impossible. Yu Fujiang's face sank as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. You must have done something to it. A frosty light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. By this time, another holy prince from the beast tamer Holy Gate stepped out and pointed at Huang Xiaolong while cussing in his face. Senior brother is right. You definitely did something to our beast. Hand it over right now. As soon as he spoke, he reached out to grab the little phoenix perched on Huang Xiaolong's shoulders. Annoyed that the other party was trying to snatch Little Nine, Huang Xiaolong grabbed the other party's hand before breaking all his fingers. A shrill scream left his lips, and Huang Xiaolong didn't stop there. He twisted his wrist again, and the shoulder of the holy prince was ripped out of its socket. Waving lightly, Huang Xiaolong sent him flying. What? Everything happened too suddenly, and Yu Fujiang's expression changed. The disciples from other factions, who witnessed what happened, couldn't believe their eyes. Who is that man? Isn't he just an inner disciple of the holy heavens? The holy prince from the beast tamer Holy Gate had superb talent, and he was the direct disciple of the beast tamer Holy Gate's Chi Kitchen. Who would have thought that an inner disciple of the holy heavens would be strong enough to send him flying? Someone else exclaimed, How dare you injure my junior brother Chan? While everyone was still in shock, Yu Fujiang's face sank as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Since you dare to capture our holy beast and injure a disciple of our beast tamer Holy Gate, no one will be able to say anything even if I teach you a lesson in the holy heavens. By stretching his hand out, Yu Fujiang gathered his strength, and a sword made from his chi appeared in his hands. Slashing it at Huang Xiaolong, the space around him shook violently. The strength that was infinitely close to the true saint realm surged out from Yu Fujiang's body, causing everyone to stare at him in shock. Ninth Tribulation Half-True Saint. Moreover, he was at the peak of Ninth Tribulation Half-True Saint realm. Yu Fujiang could break into the true saint realm anytime he wanted. Just as the sword Qi was about to reach Huang Xiaolong, a hand appeared to block it. No fancy skill was involved as the arm completely shattered the sword Qi that was about to cut Huang Xiaolong. Once again, everyone stared at the scene before them in shock. Yu Fujiang glared at Du Jinjuan. The one who had stretched out his hand was precisely Du Jinjuan, whose anger was about to smash through the roof. Yu Fujiang had never paid attention to the ordinary-looking person besides Huang Xiaolong. After all, how big of a threat could a follower of an inner disciple be? True Saint Realm, an idea formed in his head. Du Jinjuan clenched his fist and eradicated any trace of sword Qi in the air. A horrifyingly large backlash was sent back to Yu Fujiang, and he staggered backward in shock. Blood leaked from his lips, and he only managed to stop when he crashed into a stone pillar along the street. Bang! The stone pillar shattered instantly as Yu Fujiang was thrown to the ground. He couldn't feel his body, and a sense of terror and anger filled his head. As a disciple with the highest status in the Beast Tamer Holy Gate, his talent wasn't one whit inferior to the three beauties of the clear snow palace, or so he thought. Even if a first heaven true saint appeared, he would be able to defeat the other party easily. It was clear that the follower of the inner disciple before him was no first heaven true saint. At the very least, he had to be a second or third heaven's true saint realm expert. Heavy footsteps rang through the air, and the guards of the holy heavens finally arrived. A path towards the battle soon formed as the guards rushed over only to be greeted with a scene of destruction. Before Huang Xiaolong could speak, Yu Fujiang was already on his feet as he ordered the guards around. You guys have arrived just in time. I am Yu Fujiang of the Beast Tamer Holy Gate, and I request that you capture the inner disciple of your Holy Heavens organization immediately. He attempted to kill me, and I demand an explanation from your superiors. Huang Xiaolong sneered softly. Yu Fujiang was a piece of work, all right. Even though he had made the first move, and he claimed that Du Jinjuan of the Holy Heavens was trying to kill him. Of course, identity as the chief disciple of the Beast Tamer Holy Gate played a huge part in this. If an ordinary inner disciple was in Huang Xiaolong's place, he would be in serious trouble. The guard captain couldn't help but curse in his heart when he heard what Yu Fujiang said. If someone of Yu Fujiang's level was injured by an inner disciple of the Holy Heavens in the city under his watch, he would be in deep shit. That was indeed a big matter. Without thinking about it too deeply, the captain of the patrol guards turned furious as he thought to himself. How dare an inner disciple of the Holy Heavens injure someone in broad daylight? Is he stupid? However, his brain stopped working the moment he turned to face Huang Xiaolong. The fury in his heart dissipated in the blink of an eye. This subordinate greets young master Huang Xiaolong. The captain of the patrol guards got to his knees as he slammed his head on the ground. The guards around him were startled as they quickly mirrored their captain's actions. Not a single person could keep their calm as they looked at Huang Xiaolong with a weird gaze in their eyes. Huang Xiaolong, the person who was going to be the star of the show at the apprenticeship ceremony 3 days later, the disciple of all four primal ancestors, was the young man before their eyes. He's the one who comprehended all 12 sacred steels in 6 minutes. The crowd went into an uproar in an instant as the bodies of Yu Fujiang and the other holy princes from the Beast Tamer Holy Gate trembled. You're Huang Xiaolong, Yu Fujiang stammered. Without looking at Yu Fujiang, Huang Xiaolong said to the captain, "The disciples of the Beast Tamer Holy Gate coveted my holy beast and attempted to kill me when they realized that they couldn't take it away. Capture them and interrogate them thoroughly." The guard captain was startled. Yu Fujiang regained his senses and panicked. "Young Master Huang, what happened earlier was a misunderstanding. We merely mistook your pet for our missing phoenix. Brother Huang, you can't act rashly." Huang Xiaolong's eyes turned cold. "Who's your brother? Misunderstanding? I don't think we misunderstood each other." Seeing as the captain was still standing around, Huang Xiaolong turned to him and asked, "What are you waiting for?" "Yes, young Master Huang." Yu Fujiang was enraged. "Huang Xiaolong, how dare you? I am the chief disciple of the beast tamer Holy Gate. My master came all the way here to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony as an honored guest. How dare you order for my arrest?" "Chief disciple of the beast tamer Holy Gate?" Huang Xiaolong sneered. "So what if you're the chief disciple? Do you think that you're free to do as you wish in the holy heavens? Do you think that your attempt on my life will end well for you? I didn't realize that the rules of the holy heavens didn't apply to members of the beast tamer Holy Gate in our city. Take him away." The captain no longer hesitated, and he surrounded the members of the beast tamer Holy Gate. Yu Fujiang wanted to resist the arrest, but Du Jinjuan directly slapped him into the ground before he was dragged away by the patrol guards. When the other disciples of the beast tamer Holy Gate saw what happened to their senior brother, the blood drained from their faces as they followed behind the patrol guards obediently. A bitter smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face when he saw Yu Fujiang's end. After looking at the half-dead figure being dragged across the street by the guards, Grand Hall Master Wu Ji's introduction of Du Jinjuan came to mind. He had heard about how Du Jinjuan was a demon-like existence who killed anyone who got in his way. But now, he finally witnessed a part of that bloodthirst for himself. Of course, it didn't matter too much to him. They had sealed their fates when they acted against him for the 9-colored fox phoenix. If the matter blew up, the Holy Lands Alliance wouldn't dare to utter a peep. "Senior Du Jinjuan, shall we leave?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "All right, let's go." Du Jinjuan smiled before shooting up into the skies. Complicated gazes lingered in the eyes of everyone around them as they left. That brat was tired of living. When he thought of Yu Fujiang's resistance, Du Jinjuan laughed. If I was still as hot-headed as I was in the past, he would have turned to dust the instant he poked his head out. He wasn't boasting or anything. With his temper in the past, 1,000 Yu Fujiangs would have already died by the time he could scream and shout at the two of them. "I guess those from the Beast Tamer Holy Gate will soon hear about this," Huang Xiaolong said all of a sudden. Du Jinjuan said with a face of indifference. "Who cares about them? Are they going to run over to the 4 primal ancestors to complain about what we did? The furthest they will go is to ask Grand Hall Master Wu Gu for mercy." It didn't take long for Du Jinjuan to lead Huang Xiaolong over to the hidden space where the 4 primal ancestors resided. As soon as he entered, Huang Xiaolong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The holy spiritual qi in the air was so dense that they could form clouds. Du Jinjuan laughed when he noticed Huang Xiaolong's reactions. "Young Master Huang, you don't have to be jealous of your masters. After the apprenticeship ceremony, you can move in here to cultivate. The 4 primal ancestors will definitely arrange for your residence to be built soon. According to the rules of the holy heavens, any disciple of the primal ancestors could obtain a spot in the primal ancestors space." After flying over several mountain ranges formed from holy spiritual ores, the two of them arrived at the gates of a massive holy palace. The smile on Du Jinjuan's face vaporized as he reported in a solemn voice. "Ancestors, I have brought Huang Xiaolong over. Come in." A majestic voice rang in their ears. Du Jinjuan only brought Huang Xiaolong into the palace after obtaining permission. As soon as they entered, Huang Xiaolong noticed that the size of the hall was extraordinarily large. 4 men sat in the middle of the hall, and one of them looked a little strange. Beside him sat a middle-aged man surrounded by dragon qi, and there was another who looked like a scholar. The last was an old man who had a cold look in his eyes. "Greetings to the 4 ancestors." Du Jinjuan fell to his knees and bowed respectfully. Mirroring Du Jinjuan's actions, Huang Xiaolong paid his respect to the 4 primal ancestors. After letting them get to their feet, Lord Long, the man with a fierce expression, snapped, "Aren't you a little too good at getting into trouble? The moment you leave, you get into a fight with the chief disciple of the Beast Tamer Holy Gate. You nearly killed him, even though he looked like he was scolding the kid." Lord Long didn't seem to blame Huang Xiaolong in the slightest. "Yu Fujiang wanted to grab my beast." The strange-looking young man, Tyrant Chu, sneered lightly in response. If I was there, he would have exploded into a billion pieces with a single snort. How dare a chief disciple of the beast tamer Holy Gate ignore the laws of our holy heavens? He even made a move on one of our disciples inside the Holy Heavens city. The last time I checked, the city was named after our organization. Those of the Holy Lands Alliance are getting bolder and bolder. The old man, Elder Crow, slowly turned to Tyrant Chu and said, "You should know that they managed to obtain Emotsongli's support." Emotsongli? Huang Xiaolong's heart shook. He was acutely aware of the name Emotsongli. Before him, Emotsongli was crowned as the most talented individual in the holy world. He was projected to be the strongest expert in the future, but Huang Xiaolong had popped out of nowhere. Rumor had it that his saint attributes were the strongest among the primal ancestors of the holy world. Of course, Huang Xiaolong had to show up one day and comprehend the sacred steels in 6 minutes. At that instant, Huang Xiaolong's image in everyone's heart had already surpassed Emotsongli. Lord Long turned to Tyrant Chu and spoke. "I have heard that Huaipe, Emotsongli's disciple, got close to those from the Holy Lands Alliance." Tyrant Chu snorted in response. "Humph." The only thing Huaipe learned from his master was the old freak's arrogance. An amicable smile formed on the heavenly master's face as he turned to address Huang Xiaolong. "Enough. We can speak of these matters in the future. Kid, we saw the battle in the Devil Cave. You managed to surprise us." Lord Long, Tyrant Chu, and Elder Wu stared at Huang Xiaolong with a complicated expression on their faces. Like what the heavenly master said, every battle Huang Xiaolong took part in had shaken them greatly. They felt that his combat strength had increased at an astonishing speed whenever he completed a battle. Compared to a year ago, he was on a completely different level both in the combat strength and cultivation realm. A trace of embarrassment formed on Huang Xiaolong's face when he heard the heavenly master's praises. "Disciple still feels that I'm too slow." Not a single person could maintain the expression on their face when they heard what he said. Tyrant Chu tutade when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. "In 1 year, you managed to break through to the early 4th Order Venerable Realm from the peak early 3rd Order Realm. If you feel that you're slow, those on the Saint Fate list should ram their heads into the wall and kill themselves." The Saint Fate list was a list of geniuses under the True Saint realm. Experts from various holy grounds were recorded on it. With a smile on his face, Huang Xiaolong was smart enough to keep quiet. Seeing as their disciple wasn't planning to explain his talent, they quickly changed the topic and briefed him about the events that would happen during the apprenticeship ceremony. They also warned him that the Clear Snow Palace and the Holy Lands Alliance would be sending several disciples over to spar with him. Speaking of the ceremony, Huang Xiaolong asked, "For ancestors, I have heard that during Senior Brother Li Chen's apprenticeship ceremony, he requested a favor from Master Lord Long." The 4 primal ancestors stared at each other silently. "What do you want?" the heavenly master asked. "I wish to enter the lake of fire and ice." The 4 of them couldn't believe their ears. "You wish to cultivate in the lake of fire and ice?" Tyrant Chu muttered. According to the rules set by the holy heavens, only disciples ranking in the top 3 are allowed to cultivate within. You know what? If you manage to defeat either the disciple of the Clear Snow Palace or the Holy Lands Alliance, we shall allow you to enter. Huang Xiaolong bowed respectfully and agreed. Seeing as their disciple had agreed without hesitation, the heavenly master laughed. "Are you sure about this? The Clear Snow Palace is sending a disciple called Xiaoya over, and her Saint Godhead ranks 73rd. She has the Ice Lotus Saint Godhead, and she won't be an easy opponent. As for the Holy Lands Alliance, they wouldn't send anyone weaker than that. It should be a little difficult for you to defeat them, no? I'll give you a chance to request something else." The 4 of them could tell that Huang Xiaolong's combat strength had grown tremendously in the past year, but they still felt that it was somewhat lacking when compared to Xiaoya. "No, I would still like to enter the lake of fire and ice." Huang Xiaolong shook his head and made a firm declaration. The most important thing was to allow his soul to complete its transformation. The evolution of his saint attributes were nothing compared to gaining a holy soul. All right. After seeing that he had made his decision, The four of them didn't continue to persuade him. It didn't take long before Huang Xiaolong left with Du Jinjuan. Under Du Jinjuan's lead, Huang Xiaolong returned to his palace. Lord Long shook his head while looking at Huang Xiaolong's disappearing figure. "This little guy is too damn stubborn." Tyrant Chu laughed. "He's just like me in the past. Even if I felt that something was impossible, I had to try it." The Heavenly Master laughed along with Tyrant Chu. "Keep in mind that the kid is still hiding a ton of things from us." Elder Crow shook his head. "Even if he hid some of his talent, he is no match for Xiaoya. Since the Holy Lands Alliance will definitely send someone stronger than her, there is no way for the little brat to win. After all, the disparity in strength is too large." Tyrant Chu continued, "It's good for him to endure some setbacks. He might be able to turn defeat into his motivation and strive to increase his cultivation base after the ceremony. It's a great way to temper his character." The other three nodded in approval. "Anyway, what level do you think the little brat has reached after his stunt in the Devil Cave?" Elder Crow muttered. "His saint godheads should rank in the 500s now, right?" Lord Long muttered softly. But is that even possible?" He couldn't hide the shock in his heart when he thought about the continuous battles Huang Xiaolong had taken part in. They estimated that his saint attributes had undergone quite a large evolution. Otherwise, it was impossible for his battle prowess to increase so quickly. It was incredible if Huang Xiaolong was able to bring his saint attributes from the 900 ranks to the 500s in such a short amount of time. No matter how hard they tried to wrap their brains around his progress, they couldn't. Even if he hasn't, he should already be entering the higher 500s. The Heavenly Master smiled bitterly. "I really wonder where this brat popped out from." He managed to evolve his saint godhead after fighting the disciples in the Devil Cave. Could it be? Can he devour their saint attributes to strengthen his own? Tyrant Chu widened his eyes in shock. Elder Crow was stunned too. That might actually be possible. But if this is true, won't it be too heaven-defying? The Heavenly Master shook his head. "Not necessarily. Don't forget that, after each of his battles, he would enter his cultivation room for a day or two. He might be consuming spiritual pills or holy herbs to further his cultivation." "Holy herbs?" Lord Long smacked his lips together. "Isn't this kid's luck too damn good? How can he obtain holy herbs?" One had to know that holy herbs were extremely rare, even in the holy world. Not to mention those that could assist in his godhead's evolution. The Heavenly Master laughed when he looked at Lord Long. "What? Are you planning to snatch your disciples' treasures?" A sheepish smile appeared on Lord Long's face when the Heavenly Master exposed his thoughts. "Nonsense. I'm not a shameless bastard. Do I look like someone who would snatch my disciples' treasures? Not to mention the fact that we might be wrong." Laughter rang through the hall. By the time Huang Xiaolong arrived at his residence, Di Huai, Feng Yutian, Zhang Wenyue, and the others were locked in heated discussion. "Xiaolong, young master." Everyone was pleasantly surprised when they saw that Huang Xiaolong had returned. "What are you guys talking about?" A smile appeared on his face as he asked. Di Huai retrieved a large number of spatial rings and spoke to Huang Xiaolong. "While you were in the Devil Cave, tons of disciples came over to look for you. There were outer and inner disciples, and several core disciples even showed up to leave you some gifts. We have no idea what to do with them." Huang Xiaolong was stunned as he examined the contents of a random spatial ring before him. Countless spiritual pills, herbs, and rare treasures filled his sight. The spatial ring in Huang Xiaolong's hand was from an inner disciple called Ho Wei, and the man had left his spiritual imprint in the ring. Staring at the bottles of high-grade, level 6 origin spiritual pills and several bottles of low-grade, level 7 origin spiritual pills, Huang Xiaolong had no idea what to say. How could a core disciple of the holy heavens bring out so many resources? One had to know that even senior figures like Su Jun from the Zhuiyuan Holy Gate wouldn't be able to gather so many precious resources. When Su Jun and the others had given him the low-grade, level 7 origin spiritual pill to apologize, they were practically bleeding from the insides. However, an inner disciple of the holy heavens had given him gifts worth several dozen times that. There were 8 low-grade, level 7 origin spiritual pills in total, and the number of level 6 pills couldn't be counted. Huang Xiaolong casually opened another spiritual ring, and it belonged to a core disciple called Feng Kungu. An array of treasurers appeared before him once again, and there was even a piece of holy spiritual jadestone among them. There were a ton of pills, and there were several high-grade, level 7 origin spiritual pills among his gifts. Compared to the low-grade, level 7 origin spiritual pill, the high-grade ones were 10 times more effective. Opening several other rings in succession, Huang Xiaolong discovered that the contents were more or less the same. After looking through whatever he managed to get his hands on, he realized that there were no holy bills in their gifts. It seems like holy bills are too insignificant as gifts. After looking at the mountain of origin spiritual pills and holy spiritual jadestones, he suddenly felt that stuff that he had taken from the Zhang's family treasury didn't amount to much. There are still 3 more days until the apprenticeship ceremony. How much will I actually receive on the day itself? Even level 8 or 9 origin spiritual pills might appear. A trace of excitement appeared in his heart when he thought about the possibility of that happening. Young master, should we return them? Zhang Wenyue asked. Huang Xiaolong laughed indifferently. Why should we give them back? We'll accept everything they throw at us. Haha. Xiaolong is right. Di Huai laughed happily. All of you will be given a share too. Huang Xiaolong smiled before handing over several origin spiritual pills to Di Huai and Feng Yutian. Since Zhang Wenyue and Xueqi were relatively weak, he decided to give them the holy spiritual jadestones instead. Xueqi was crippled by the members of the Zhang family, but Huang Xiaolong's party had Di Huai on their side. With a true saint expert to treat her, she had managed to make a full recovery. Everyone couldn't help but thank Huang Xiaolong profusely. While Huang Xiaolong's manor was bustling with excitement, the scene in the manor allocated to the Beast Tamer Holy Gate was the exact opposite. A depressing atmosphere filled the main hall. Shun Jiawen, the patriarch of the Beast Tamer Holy Gate, stood before a jade bed where Yu Fujiang was wrapped up like a mummy. Xin Jiawen was finally back after a visit to Grand Hall Master Wu Gu, and he had only managed to free Yu Fujiang after coughing up a ton of compensation. Even though he had managed to get Yu Fujiang out, he couldn't bail the other members of the Beast Tamer Holy Gate from the prison of the Holy Heavens. From what Wu Gu said, they would only be released once the 4 primal ancestors gave their approval. In other words, he was indirectly telling Xin Jiawen to beg for mercy from the 4 ancestors. Rage filled Xin Jiawen's heart when he thought about it. The Holy Heavens is going too far. One of the eminent elders behind Xin Jiawen exclaimed in a fury. The eminent elder, who was screaming in anger earlier, was called Qi Kitchen, and Nuadong, whose shoulder Huang Xiaolong had shattered, was his direct disciple. When he thought about how his disciple was thrown into the Holy Heavens prison, rage consumed him. We traveled so far to attend their apprenticeship ceremony to offer our congratulations. How dare they beat up our chief disciple before locking him up together with our holy princes? Another one of the eminent elders, Bai Zhenglong, exclaimed furiously. Is this how they treat their distinguished guests? We gave the appropriate compensation, but they refused to let our disciples go. Are they planning to lock Li Yi and the others up for 1,000,000 years? Someone else spat. It didn't take long for the eminent elders to start throwing out their hatred for the Holy Heavens. Enough! Xin Jiawen yelled. All of you, shut up! It was only then that the eminent elders of the Beast Tamer Holy Gate stopped. Xin Jiawen said indifferently, We can't really blame the Holy Heavens for this matter. After all, Fujiang coveted their holy beast. He made the first move against those of the Holy Heavens, and he made a move inside the city. With the laws of the Holy Heavens, why would they protect an outsider over their disciple in their home ground? Do you know what Fujiang and the others were doing? They were acting too recklessly. Do you think that the Holy Heavens is an organization who will bow down to others? Idiots! Not to mention the fact that they made a move on Huang Xiaolong. I don't think you need me to tell you who Huang Xiaolong is. Xin Jiawen couldn't restrain the anger in his heart as he berated them all. Take a good look at all your disciples. The eminent elders couldn't believe their ears. However, no matter how much they wanted to say it, they couldn't possibly blame Yu Fujiang even if he did start the fight. Call for Liang Qin. As the eminent elders hung their heads low, Shen Jiawen snapped. Liang Qin was the representative of the Holy Lands Alliance, and he was also the disciple who would be sparring with Huang Xiaolong. It was an epic coincidence that Liang Qin was a new disciple recruited by the beast tamer Holy Gate. With his terrifying talent, he had already been accepted by eminent elder Bai Zhenglong as a direct disciple. Yes, Bai Zhenglong said respectfully. Not long after, Liang Qin was summoned. Liang Qin greets the Holy Emperor and all the eminent elders present. He paid his respects as soon as he arrived. Allowing him to get to his feet, Shen Jiawen instructed, "You're here to receive my orders on what you have to do during the apprenticeship ceremony that will be held after 3 days." Liang Qin perked up instantly as he listened to Shen Jiawen attentively. "Originally, I wanted you to spar against Huang Xiaolong and defeat him." A chilly gaze flashed through his eyes as he continued. "As of this moment, I command you to use everything in your power to make him lose miserably. You will beat him till he kneels before everyone in the ceremony." Wasn't the holy heavens planning on locking up their disciples? He would ensure that the apprenticeship ceremony would end with a resounding bang. He felt that it was the only way for the holy heavens to start taking them seriously. According to him, they were locking the disciples up because they felt that the Holy Lands Alliance was easy to bully. Liang Qin was startled, but he immediately bowed to acknowledge the order. "Yes, I will do as you say. When you move against him, ensure that he remains in one piece. Do not cripple him." Shen Wenjie thought for a moment before adding. After all, defeating Huang Xiaolong and forcing him to his knees was one thing. Crippling or killing him was something different altogether. The Holy Lands Alliance wouldn't be able to endure the rage of 4 primal ancestors at once. "Please rest assured, I will complete my task perfectly," Liang Qin vowed. After giving him several pointers to take note of during the battle, Shen Jiawen dismissed the kid. Are we actually going this far?" Bai Zhenglong asked carefully. He was extremely concerned at the fact that they were planning to force Huang Xiaolong to kneel in front of everyone present. "That's right, Holy Master. If we enrage the 4 primal ancestors, won't our holy princes suffer from their rage?" Qi Kitchen added. Shen Jiawen snorted coldly. "So what if they are enraged? Do you think that they would dare to kill every single one of our disciples?" He turned to look at Yu Fujiang as his gaze turned a little colder. "Since they dared to severely injure Fujiang, lock up our disciples, and embarrass us, why can't we make Huang Xiaolong kneel down in front of everybody and turn the holy heavens into a laughingstock?" By this time, the incident had spread through the city, and the beast tamer Holy Gate was already a target of jokes from the various superpowers. "But," Bai Zhenglong persuaded once again. "All right, I have already made up my mind." Shen Jiawen interrupted before bringing out a bright green pill. As soon as the medicinal pill appeared, life force filled the air. Taiji pill. Even though a level 10 origin spiritual pill couldn't be compared to a holy pill, it was still one of the best medicines the beast tamer Holy Gate had. Shen Jiawen opened Yu Fujiang's mouth and popped the pill down his throat. "Let's work together and cure his injuries first." "Yes." Huang Xiaolong had swallowed a level 7 origin spiritual pill, and he was circulating the Grand Mist parasitic medium in one of the inside secret rooms. The holy man-fate imprint shone brightly as holy spiritual energy poured down from the void. Compared to half a year ago, the amount of holy spiritual energy Huang Xiaolong could draw upon was 3 to 4 times larger. Back then, the strands of energy he could attract had the thickness of an adult's arm. Right now, it was the size of a tiny stream. The night passed quickly. As he stopped his cultivation session, Huang Xiaolong felt that the energy inside his body had become purer than before. After half a year of devouring the disciples in the Devil Cave, his complete Tao Saint Godheads, Saint Bloodline, and Saint Physique had evolved at a frightening pace. Based on his estimation, they were around the 300th rank. Xiaoya, Liang Qin. Huang Xiaolong's eyes flashed. Even though the evolution of his complete Tao Saint Godheads had been ridiculously fast for the past year, He wouldn't be able to defeat the two of them if he had nothing else to rely on. Even if he threw the Holy Mandate imprint into the mix, he might still fall short. Xiaolong, Feng Tianyu called from outside the secret room. Opening his eyes slowly, Huang Xiaolong emerged. Xiaolong. The city is bustling with excitement due to the upcoming festival. Some of us are planning to head out and pay the Heavenly Fragrance Tea House a visit. Do you want to come along? Feng Tianyu laughed. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. You guys can go ahead. I need to spend the next 2 days cultivating. Even though there were only 2 days left, Huang Xiaolong wanted to make use of all the time he had to raise his strength. Every little bit counted. All right, we shall head out now. Feng Tianyu knew that Huang Xiaolong was busy making his preparations, and he didn't wish to interrupt his cultivation. After passing down some instructions for them to take care of themselves, he returned to continue his cultivation. The 8 desolate holy palm and the final boundless sword art were part of his battle plan. Of course, he also continued to strengthen his own technique, the 1,000-armed holy devil.